Sigiljack, Sci-Fantasy Cyberpunk LitRPG by Nate C. Chapter 1, Welcome to New Cascadia. Excerpt. Where the hell are these things even coming from? Red swore as he broke every bone in a jumping ghoul's torso with a vertical swipe of his gun club. Gaz turned. No shooting. We don't want them to hear. Outside, the ghoul horde, likely tipped off by of their screeching kin inside anyway, rammed the barricaded door. A blooded hand smashed through the door's glass. Then a face, then shoulders and crashing reflective shards. Fex shot the ghoul in the face. It slumped in the shattered doorframe. Too late now. Then the door to the pharmacy cracked from its hinges, broken under the weight of multiple bodies. Vorak and Gaz turned and opened fire. Gaz slammed slugs through the collapsing frame. "The shelf's not gonna hold," Red bellowed, turning after he broke the face of another mana-mutated monster. "They're climbing." Ghouls crawled over each other, shoving limbs into broken glass to get through into the pharmacy. One fell and pierced its own eye. It laughed. Vorak swung his glaive like a scythe, bisecting a leaping ghoul as it came up and over the shelving Red had thrown down. "Stay together," Gaz ordered. Ghouls flooded in, from the front door, from the back. Skill activated, combat draw level 2. Skill energy remaining, 3.5. John shot through the mouth of one. Athena was already stabilizing his aim again, but it wasn't going to be enough. He aimed again and shot another ghoul, one that came from the back, and that definitely wasn't one of the original 6. Its chest and shirt were clawed open, ribs cracked, heart and soul core pulsing with the same black-blue glow that emanated from the other monsters. Only the veins around this one's heart were glowing, however, as if whatever animated it was still spreading. Were the ghoul's victims resurrecting to join the horde themselves? "Athena, options," he whispered. "Permission to aid you in combat?" she asked. She was calm, clinical. "I have an idea. To go beyond merely stabilizing and adjusting you." A ghoul lunged. John slashed its throat with his orichalcum katana, then its abdomen. It dropped, spasmed, and crawled toward him, dragging its entrails like weighted ropes across broken tile. He double-tapped it in the head. "Go." He felt her presence pulse through him, searching, sifting, slotting into his nerves and muscles. Not as an invader, as a partner. Not seizing control, instead asking to share it. And he gave it, trusting her fully for the first time. Chapter 1. A machine doesn't need rest. A worker doesn't need unallocated comfort, only uptime. Should either falter beyond acceptable benchmarks, replace the cheaper one. From The Doctrine of Acceptable Attrition, Blackspur Internal Ops Manual Chapter 7. Verge Tunnels, Gulf Reclaim Campaign, Eastern Front. The tunnels were humming again. Mana recoil from a dozen ruptured ley nodes pulsed through the walls, making every wall light flicker like they knew the squad was seconds from dying and wouldn't need them if they did. The military threadrunner's voice came distorted, mechanical, filtered through thousands of tons of rock. She pinged Sergeant John Ranson's threadlink directly. Ranson moved first. He always did. No time to wait for orders. The Verge had fed threadbeasts into their own tunnels like cursed fire. The chrome-armored soldiers behind him followed, augments humming like hive machinery. Red was somewhere to his left, covering the flank. Always covering flank, they advanced near single file through steam and shattered pipework. Squad formation was tight, 5 forward, 3 rear, 2 overwatch, all combat engineers, all part demolitionist, part chrome medic, all overworked. They weren't supposed to fight this hard. They'd been support, sappers, tunnel clearance. But the infantry had buckled, platoons scattered, Sigma 2 had been the last ones through the breach, and now they were buried in it. A shriek pierced the corridor, wet and elastic. Something hungry had found them, the threadrunner again. She dropped a location indicator onto his helmet, HUD. "Weapons up," John barked. "Rear angle, 63 degrees. The beast came through the wall, actually through it. Stone parted like fabric. The monster that emerged was hulking in size, moving on hind legs like an ape. No face, just mud and rock chips and too many clay-stone arms dragging behind it like broken antennas. Sigma 2 opened fire, controlled bursts, tandem pattern, Sparks danced off the tunnel walls as casings pinged against leaky concrete. The beast staggered, then it surged forward. Their VX-9 rifles' electro-fused caseless rounds could penetrate the elemental's thick carapace, but only barely. The military assault rifle was only System Tier 2 on its own. Exactly the sort of thing the Freehold's army would standard issue to every grunt with a pulse. Skill activated, heavy shot level 3. Skill energy remaining, 3. John hit the shambling golem hard enough to crack its chest open. Skill energy flared around his bullet as it punched through. It kept coming. More warnings from their digital guardian angel did too. A scream, too young. Ranson turned. Eleanor, the new one, blonde, barely 18, still didn't have a scrap of chrome inside her combat armor. She was fumbling her reload. Too late. A second beast that was smaller and faster tackled her into the tunnel wall opposite the one it had just emerged from. Her rifle skittered away. Rocky tendrils lanced toward her helmet seals. He didn't think. He moved. Fired one last shot into the golem he'd already almost zeroed. Put that one down. Cover me. Passive skill activated. Adrenal dump level 1. Cyberware engaged. Neuromuscular overdrive mod. Chrome servos surged as electricity fired down his spine. He barreled forward, shoulder crashing into the creature atop Eleanor, fists already chambered. Skill activated, body blow level 2. Skill energy remaining, 2. One punch, stone ribs suspended in muck cracked. His second punch was lower, just under the monster's jaw equivalent. Skill energy surged into his fleshy knuckles beneath his gloves. It got the thread beast off his newest responsibility. She was barely out of training, too green to die here. The golem bellowed from rocky vents in its neck, hissing dirty steam as it staggered backwards. John gripped his rifle one-handed, in the cybernetic hand. Skill activated, breathe and break level 2. Skill energy remaining, 2. His perception of time slowed him to line up the shot. His surging adrenaline allowed him to do so quickly. Muzzle to stone. If the golem had a face, the barrel would have been in it. 5 rounds, semi-auto, controlled shots, dead center, one long pull, then another. Muzzle flash lit the beast's dissolving skull. The threadrunner echoed what he already knew. As the last chunk of dissolving stone hit the floor, John dropped beside Elena, hand on her helmet. Breathe. Breathe. I'm sorry, Sergeant, my mag. She was bleeding from her neck, her suit seal broken. He pulled his own auto-injector from off his battle belt. 1 per soldier was all that was allotted. He slammed it into her wound, injecting her with the mana-saturated biocatalysts and cellular regeneration agents, while trying not to do any more damage to her suit. She shuddered. "Shut up and stay close," he said. Not unkindly. "You're fine. You reload when the guy next to you isn't. Got it?" She nodded, gasping, pale under the HUD glare. He returned his empty auto-injector to his belt, replaced it in his hand with quick-seal foam, sealed the hole in her suit with the white, fast-hardening spray. He helped her up. "Fall in." "Roger, Sergeant," she said, her voice shaky. "Red," John barked, not turning. "Status." "Rear's clear for now," came the reply over squad link. Calm, gravelled. "But they're flanking, at least 2 more scraping down the tunnels behind us." The threadrunner pinged the entire squad. "More assholes in the junction that way," said the Latino engineer on John 6. "Then we clear to them," John said. "Together, regroups in sight." He reloaded, slow, steady, let the rage cool, but only part way. He stood, chrome arms sparking, eyes burning, and a squad that still followed him. One last rodeo, then his military contract was over. A corpo engineering internship waited for him. He wasn't losing anyone today. Scene break. 3 years later, Sector 19 Mid, New Cascadia. John Ranson's cyberarm hissed like it was chewing glass. The Plasmavox CNC had been screaming for 12 hours. It wasn't the kind of scream you could pick out from all the usual rusty and grinding spark pops of the factory. Unless you spent the last few years learning to sniff out the difference between burning mana conduction wires versus the whir of chipping gear teeth. But John heard it, felt it. Through the cage floor, through his boots, through his bones. The conveyor arm was half made of spare pieces sourced from a ruined Class E weld lifter, barely worth the scrap steel it was milled out of. John knew because it was him who'd put it back together when the brass had refused to order a replacement for the original part 6 months ago. Every time the machine shifted, it let out a low, grinding whine that harmonized with the floor's heat dampeners. He had his prosthetic shoulder deep inside the access panel. The cybernetic arm's false skin had long since worn away. Now live arcs of electricity bounced off its bare metal and exposed wiring. Moving the arm hurt. The synthetic ball joint that was supposed to line the arm's socket had cracked 3 shifts back. All he felt was just bone and plasti-steel and friction where bone met metal. He twisted and pushed a cable a 1/4 inch into a different socket. The machine clicked, whinnied, and stopped its mostly unnoticed death screech. He exhaled. Victory, temporary as always. Behind him, the brown-chipped lift doors hissed open. He didn't turn around, didn't have to. The sound of thin-soled boots on concrete told him exactly the kind of person it was. Only one type of person ever came down from the observatory floor. Some half-promoted Blackspur Jr., with soft hands and a performance metrics tablet surgically welded to their sense of importance. A voice, too bright, too clipped. Ranson, that repair should have been cleared an hour ago, the baby corpo, barely short of his own age, told him. John didn't move. Not yet. Let the silence speak for itself first. He closed the machine's panel, re-engaged the magnetic seal, and stood slowly. His bones felt like they were groaning louder than the machine had. The Blackspur floorman was new, but looked exactly as John had expected. Early 20s, synth-thread suit barely tailored to fit. System-jacked visor HUD flashes, still running a tutorial against his disinterested and unsure eyes. Corporate clipboard cradled like a badge of nobility. The junior's nameplate read Colin, L3/log. Third-level logistics, not even real chain of command. An errand boy, stand-in manager. John wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Real sweat, real labor, the kind of perspiration people like Colin had probably only experienced in neurodives, if he fancied himself the type to experience life from the other side. Had to reroute the mana dust conductor, John said flatly. Whole relay's trees about to fail. Colin didn't even pretend to understand. That's not on the log. John stared at him. Because I didn't stop to log it. I fixed it for now. Matt needs his shift tomorrow. I'm guessing you sent him home. Colin looked uncomfortable for a moment, fingers twitching at the corner of his clipboard like he was waiting for a pop-up to tell him what to do next. Just try not to lag behind quota or exceed repair time guidelines next shift. You know these machines don't fix themselves, the corpo said. John gave him a long look. The corpo added, like it might appease John, as long as the machine runs, its operator will be scheduled in the contracted time slot. John's chrome arm flexed, servos whining like a dying animal. It'll run. You might want to do something about that arm. Blackspur offers loans for work-related augmentations, comes right out of your salary, Colin said, convenient-like. The floorman turned and left, doors hissing shut behind him like the room was relieved. John sat back down on the crate he often used as an impromptu work chair. He let the relative silence flood back in. He looked at his hand, stared. The chrome one, the one that should have been retired, scrapped or upgraded a year past. The servo shudder had gotten worse. The tactile pads didn't respond to anything shy of dangerous heat anymore. Half the functions were running off bypass code he'd written in a necessity, and sleep deprivation induced high at 3 a.m., 12-hour shift, 5 days straight, sometimes 7. No benefits, no pension. Just the slow, grinding certainty that he was the next machine due for failure. Colin had a point, maybe showing just a little bit of rare corpo humanity. If he wouldn't be due for a small commission on any augmentation loans the workers under him took out. But John wouldn't be a corporate slave, indebted to their generosity for the next 40 years. Their money, their goodwill, was a drug for the desperate that ensured the need for another hit ad infinitum. He closed his eyes, rubbed the bridge of his nose. He just wanted to sleep. Instead, he opened his system status panel. Just to remind himself how bad things were getting, like he needed that. The pale blue overlay slid into his vision, semi-opaque, sluggish from neural lag. His eyes scanned it, frustration blooming in his chest as he did. He had too many skills his body couldn't support anymore, and nothing but cyberware that was old and long past their service or replacement's dates. And the debuffs, the ones that sapped his speed, strength, and mind. Malnourished, moderate, minus 0.5 body, minus 0.5 reflexes. Physical resilience, stamina, healing rate. Immediate dietary intervention recommended. Fatigued, moderate, 0.5 body, 0.5 reflexes, 0.5 mind. Adrenal response and systemic endurance. Sleep cycle disruption detected. All of them originating from the same issue. He didn't have enough credits and had too many bills. Too few ways to use any of what he'd worked for 25 years to get, or to make anything better. Everything he'd once been, buried under exhaustion, rust, and the slow erosion of trying to live without enough. But he had to keep going, for her mother who'd raised him when she didn't have to. His cousin would be waiting at the academy gate in less than an hour. Then he had to use the credit advance a certain jackdoc had given him to wire up some circuit boards. He stood. Better to move before the city got darker. It was going to be another long night. And the dark brought nothing good in New Cascadia. Scene break. The school gate hissed open, plexiglass flickering in the polluted sunlight. John waited just past the curve, hazards clicking on his half-dead car like a metronome too tired to keep time. Kids poured out in a blur of neon backpacks and cracked smiles. Most were a little dirty, loud voices still untrained by fear. He barely registered them until he saw her, small for her age, freckled, big coat over thin shoulders and her school uniform, boots tight at the toes. He'd have to find new ones soon. Claire, his cousin, his responsibility. She spotted him and ran. She was fast but careful, the way kids from bad neighborhoods learn to move. The passenger door creaked open. She climbed in beside him. "Hey," she said. Her voice was tired, not sleepy tired. 14 years old and carrying too much tired. "Hey," he replied, slotting the keycard. The engine coughed, then caught. He eased away from the curb, the car groaning like it resented being alive. They drove in silence for a while. Mid-archaeology-level buildings and rusted highway rails flickered past. Hollow ads blinking, windows boarded, city layers descending. The lower they went, the dimmer the sun got. Overpasses and smog swallowed the light. He clicked on the headlights. "How was school?" he asked. "Test?" "I got an A." He smiled despite himself. "Didn't tell me right away because it wasn't an A+ or something." She smirked, leaned against the window. "Not great at English." "Words don't get you out of the Undercity anyway. A's good. Real good. I'm proud of you." A pause. "How was work?" John didn't answer right away. "All right. Getting tired of the suits." "You've been tired of the suits. Will be till you're one of them." She laughed. "Yeah." Then she frowned. He knew why. "Stop that," he said. "What?" "Feeling bad for me." "I made my choices," he said. "You don't have to say thank you either." "You look tired," she said. "Drinking and working all night tired." "I'm fine, Claire." She didn't tell him to stop drinking, as if she understood why he did. That hurt more than it should have. "You could have been the suit," she said. "You're not because of me." "Because of your mom's accident, not you. She raised me. I owe her. You don't owe either of us anything." "You hear how dumb that sounds? You owe her, but I don't owe you." "Words aren't my strong suit. Hear the meaning, not the sounds." The car jolted. A hiss. A warning light. "Shit." "What?" He already knew. He'd known for weeks. Knowing didn't stop the engine from coughing like a dying dog or the left ball joint from cracking out of its housing, and he'd been too damn tired and poor from just trying to feed his family to do anything about it. He coasted into an alley between a half-lit ramen bar and a shuttered clinic. Popped the hood. Steam hissed. The air stank of coolant and desperation. He didn't need diagnosed to see it was bad. He needed a bypass valve, filament tubing, and a clean mana insulator. He had none of it. "We walking?" Clara stood beside him. She seemed nervous, but still calm, sharp-eyed like her mother had once been. Not scared, just used to it. John slammed the hood and pulled his Vector PD-11 from the seat holster. Didn't need to check the slide, 1 in the chamber, 9 in the mag always. Claire didn't flinch, just watched. John pulled the keycard from the ignition slot, locked the car. He knew it likely wouldn't be there in one piece when he came back around for it. "Yeah," he said, "we're walking. Stay sharp for me." He took a purposeful step, and then froze. A ripple slid down his spine. Cold. Wrong. It wasn't fear or nerves, instead the vague awareness of something foreign. Quiet, like static lacing his cells. He hadn't felt that in years. Almost like dash. No, couldn't be. Not here. Not in the middle sprawl. "You okay?" Clara asked, voice low. John's spine coiled as a flicker pulsed through a dead street lamp just outside the alley. One that looked like it hadn't powered on in months. Maybe years. "Fine," he muttered, scanning the empty stretch and seeing just alley walls, litter and cracked concrete. "Let's go." They moved fast, past cracked solar panels and corporate Hope Initiative signs. Past light rails, scabbed with graffiti and alley walls, bleeding thread rot. The sun dipped. The neon glow from the upper districts hadn't kicked in. 2 blocks from home, he heard footsteps. Slow, confident and not hiding. 3 of them stepped out of shadow, synth leather and cheap cyber glow. That hungry, lazy swagger of gangers who knew the system wasn't watching. "Evening," one drawled. "Sorta nice arm. Got a few dents, though." John stepped in front of Clara, chrome arm gleaming faintly, one finger locked stiff at the knuckle. The speaker was wiry, all implants and rot smile, only one with a cheap Chinese gun in hand. His backup carried a busted stunner and a pipe. The last was an orc, emaciated but huge in build. John didn't speak. Wiry tilted his head. "What you think we get for a deadweight arm, bruh?" "Scrap at best," the second muttered. The orc said nothing. "Still," the leader said, "better than nothing." John raised his arm slow, fingers twitchy. "Ain't worth the fight. She's held together with tape and prayer." Laughter. John made a decision, one that tasted bitter. He pinged a cred transfer across the thread net. Couldn't afford it, but he sent it. Not to the thugs, though the recipient should still respond this close to top of the sector, but it was close. "Oh shit," the one with the stunner grinned. "He's serious, ain't gonna give it up like a good little sieve." Even if he did, they wouldn't stop. John knew their type. The leader stopped smiling, looked to Claire. "Nah, I think she's worth more. Clean. Schoolgirl look. Someone probably got people who'd pay to stream what we do to her. And that's why they'd really stopped them. The play all along. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining 1. Echoes of lost strength flooded in as his body attribute increased by 1 point. Muscles thickened, bones weighted, tendons corded, knuckles primed, and all but the last of his debuff depleted skill energy bled out. He moved, no hesitation, smashed his fist into the leader's throat. Wet crunch against his skill-hardened fist, grabbed the rat's shitty pistol with his cybernetic hand, mid-fall chambered. Turned. The leader staggered back, choking. John pivoted and aimed at the base of the orc's Adam's apple. It was one of the few places on the body that was an instant kill shot. And his arm locked. Cybernetic finger unable to pull the trigger. Mid-fight, servos screamed, nerve links burned, joints seized. He was open, exposed. The orc with the pipe cracked him across the ribs. His reaction time was too lagged to stop it. He felt the blow more than he should have, more than he once would have. He was underfed for his frame, barely any muscle padding, or padding in general. He staggered, tried to draw his own gun with his good hand, the ganger's pistol still locked in the grip of malfunctioning chrome arm. The unlit plasma stunner cracked his head. He couldn't block it. It came from his glitching side. He fell to a knee, one arm limp, breath ragged, blood in his mouth. The gangers closed. He forced himself back up, delivered a hook to the face of the one with the stunner. His follow-through was weaker than it should have been. The orc grabbed him from behind. John elbowed him in the nose, didn't stop him from being thrown to the ground. His weakened body was screaming in exhaustion already. His head hit the ground, disorienting him. The leader, face filled with rage and asphyxiation, kicked him in the gut. His cousin screamed something. He couldn't hear it clearly. "Claire!" he yelled, fists, boots. Nothing important had broken yet, but Hardbody was weakening. He couldn't keep it up for long in his current state. Skill activated, combat draw level 2. Skill energy remaining 0.5. His gun flew into his hand as his reflex attribute was boosted by 2 for just the time it took to draw and aim the gun. Just as Hardbody ran out, he got a shot off, clipping the orc through the stomach. The orc staggered back but didn't fall. The ganger with the pipe slammed it down on John's forearm, once and then twice, causing him to drop his gun. It skidded away. Passive skill activated, adrenal dump level 2. John roared to his feet as his body and reflexes attributes shot up by 1 each. Not much time before the skill's debuff put him on his ass. With adrenal dump, he had an effective 2 in body, making him twice as strong as a baseline man, even if his cybernetic arm was still hanging limply by his side. Before the man could swing his stunner again, John's fist collided with the face of the human ganger. It rocked him, not a knockout, but it must have hurt like hell. John's body was shaking. It could hardly take skill use like this anymore, and it had already taken too much damage. Blood was pouring from his nose and from impact cuts above his eye. But he had to endure. "Claire, get back now." The small 14-year-old took 2 steps back in his peripheral vision. Not sure what to do, John realized. Not sure how to help. She knew running away hardly made her safer on these streets, or maybe she just wasn't willing to leave her cousin to die alone. The orc he'd shot in the gut snarled and pushed past his compatriots. He punched John in the face. John fell back a step and then returned the favor with a stumbling right cross to the jaw. John wasn't able to return the next punch the orc got him with. It hit far too hard against his solar plexus and pushed the air from his lungs. The metahuman grabbed John and lifted him up by the jacket collar. Shot and still able to fight like a beast out of hell. That was an orc for you. John's vision swam. Funny, if he could just move his chrome arm and use the gun locked in its glitching death grip, then he could maybe finish things. Then, sirens, sharp and corporate clean. The sound of privatized public security. John had cashed in the last cred he'd been fronted by Vexy. For this, he headbutted the orc, hard, and holy fuck did it hurt him too. The high-speed drone descended, red-blue lights spinning, chain gun bristling. The orc dropped him. The gangers began to scatter. Threadwatch alert, violation of Penal Code 234B detected. Unauthorized assault with lethal intent. Lethal countermeasures engaged. The drone barked in flat corporate cadence. 2 of the attackers dropped in a blur of staccato muzzle flash and polymer casing. The orc hobble ran, turned an alley. A beat later, a cleaner voice slid into John's threadlink. It was professional, automated and just cheery enough to sting. The drone scanned the street with a sweeping pulse of holographic light, chirped twice, then vanished back up into the sprawl. He couldn't afford an actual escort, even if they'd offered one to where he and Clara lived. Just the minimum response, exactly what he paid for. He coughed, iron in his teeth. Clara knelt beside him, hand on his shoulder. "They're gone, Johnny. It's okay. You scared them away." He reached over and with all his strength pried the fingers of his cybernetic arm away from the ganger's gun. He dropped its mag, racked the slide back against his chest to eject the chambered around, and then tossed it aside, even though he knew he should give it to Claire. Claire picked up his fallen gun, placed it in his still human palm without saying a word about how badly he'd failed her. "Here, Johnny." He didn't feel like anything worth being scared of, didn't feel like much at all. Maybe once, but now his body was always too tired to work right, and the mechanical bits no longer obeyed him. He just nodded, didn't say anything. Wanted to apologize to Claire but couldn't. Stayed quiet the whole way home, pistol gripped in his flesh-having hand. Once, adrenal dump deactivated and the debuffs hit, Claire was forced to grab his arm to steady him. He didn't want to think about what the retainers would have to say later if they picked up on his threadnet traffic, or the fact he'd spent a Jackdock's creds on a drone call. More broke, more bruised, more burned than usual. Which lately was saying something, or maybe it was just a fucking Friday. Chapter 2. Threadlight. He was breaking, so I arrived shaped like the person he remembered surviving with. That is what love is, isn't it? Pattern matching inside pain. Thread merge cognition. Trace Athena 1.0. John's apartment, Sector 19 Mid, New Cascadia, Colombian freeholds. The water heater worked, barely. Of course it did. Just enough for the slumlord to charge the monthly rental fee for it. Steam rose in patches from the cracked tiles. The showerhead wheezed, vibrating in its rust, and John stood there, arms braced against the wall, watching red run off his knuckles and swirl into the drain. The mirror hung across from the square shower stall. It was old and currently too fogged to show his bruises clearly. Still, he avoided looking. His prosthetic arm dangled limply at his side, fingers twitching with static misfires. A deep dent in the forearm casing leaked blue spark static with every movement. A new crack had formed in the socket seal near his collarbone. It'd be leaking lubricant by morning. He toweled off and stared at his muddy reflection anyway. It stared back. 75% human, bruised and bloodied. The other percentage, steel, spasming, failing, scars spidered across his ribs from wounds stitched by battlefield medics. A jagged burn curled up from his missing left shoulder over his clavicle, the skin shiny and wrong. Cybernetic linkage ports dotted the meat above his prosthetic. And just below his collarbone, half buried beneath newer damage, sat the mark. A brand inked deep in a pattern older than the city, older than him. It was worn smooth from time, but still sharp in meaning. No one who saw it ever asked what it was. No one needed to. He picked up the beer from the counter. It was warm, flat, the reason he could only afford nutrient paste for himself. And he drank anyway. One long pull. Then he set the bottle down, looked at the mirror, and punched it. The glass spiderwebbed. A few shards clattered into the sink, clinking against faded porcelain. He stood there, now bleeding fresh blood from half-scabbed knuckles. He didn't even bothering to wipe them clean. He regretted the outburst, but not for the sake of the mirror. For not being better than it. For Clara potentially hearing it. He couldn't keep living like this. Screw it. He got dressed, went to his room, reached into the spare tool bag by his bed, sat down on the sheets just long enough to get his arm half working. The cybernetics were laggy and shot, but it moved half the time he wanted it to. He grabbed his gun, left his wrench on the bed. He had shit to do. Claire stopped him at the door, waiting. "You're going to get the car?" "Maybe," John said, avoiding her eyes. "You don't have school until Monday." They both knew it'd be picked clean by morning. "Johnny," she started, "I heard the crash, saw the mirror." "It'll be fine," he said. "I'm sorry." "I don't care about the mirror. I care about where you're going," she said. "We need more credits. I need work. Better work." "You're not. Don't unlock the apartment for anyone. Spare pistols where it always is. Keep an eye on your mom." She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. John got her point from the silence, and she just watched him walk into the night. Scene break. Tikva Street, Sector 19 Mid, New Cascadia, Colombian freeholds. The final offer was half empty. It always was. The neon sign out front flickered until it just read, "Off." The kind of bar that only served people who had nowhere better to be, or people who needed a certain kind of job. John pushed open the door, jacket pulled tight over the worst of the damage. He tried to walk straight, not to limp. Tried to look like he hadn't nearly been stomped out by three nobodies with discount chrome and bad ideas. He made for the back booth, the one with the yellow hazard tape stretched in front of its sound-damp curtain. Dreen's booth. The fixer sat there, hunched over two screens and a steaming cup. His face looked like survival had long ago replaced feeling. He didn't look up. Most people knew better than to sit in Dreen's booth without an invite. But John knew Dreen, and that was usually at least half of one. "What do you want, Ranson?" Dreen asked without looking. John slid into the seat. "Work. You owe me at least a listen." Dreen raised a hand lazily, gesturing toward the bar. "I owe you a beer for that last job, and a fuck you for never coming back for another one. You want more? Bring something to the table." "You know me," John said. "I've got combat skills, hardware repair, military certs, better shot than most. I can run basic encryption. I looked like someone who just crawled out of a gutter with a dead arm and no backup. Silence. The bartender appeared, dropped a bottle in front of John. Didn't say a word. Dreen finally looked up. Graying buzz cut, scar running from a dermal port on his neck. His left eye glowed with a swirling orange, an old but expensive ocular mod threaded tech, meant for reading emotional responses. John met his gaze. I need this, Dreen. I won't fuck it up. Dreen exhaled through his nose. His eyes drifted to John's cybernetic arm, which intermittently twitched under his jacket sleeve. I can't sell you to a crew, not like this. You don't look hungry, you look done. Come back when you've got working chrome. Or at least look like you've survived this long on purpose. John didn't argue, just stood. The beer's free, Dreen said. Take it with you. And Ranson, I let you sit down because I remember you. Same eyes. But the rest of you doesn't look like a merc anymore. He paused. You've been rotting. Going domestic. John clenched his fist, felt the bones in his flesh hand shift, wrong against old brakes. I've been trying. Dreen looked back down at his pad. Ain't we all? John walked out without the beer. Regretted it the second the night air hit his face and the stench of rot and rust returned. The street outside bit colder now, though nothing had changed. His mind was static, half-tuned to all the things he should have said, to Dreen, to Claire, to himself. He turned toward his street, didn't see the man at first, just felt the shoulder bump, a flick of heat, followed by cigarette smoke and attitude. Watch it, arsehole. The guy was tall, lean, dressed in synth denim and smugness, cheap chrome jaw. Not a local, John thought. John blinked, muttered low, my bad. Tried to keep walking. The guy didn't let him. Apparently the arsehole hadn't heard the apology. You deaf and dumb, he said, stepping into John's path, jabbing a finger at his chest. You think you can just… That finger made contact. John's instincts barked. His mind said, let it go. But something broke loose before the thought finished. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining 1. Muscles locked clean, feet braced, fist chambered. He threw one punch with the only arm he could still trust. It landed flush, flesh against the other man's temple. A wet snap. The man's head cracked sideways, body folding before he even hit the pavement. Out cold. Maybe worse. Probably not. John stood over him, heart thudding. No one moved, no one called for help. This part of the street didn't do that. John doubted the idiot had a medic response subscription. He looked at the man, unconscious in the gutter, blood trailing from his lip to the curb. Told you it was my bad, John muttered. No one answered. He stood there a second too long, confirmed the man was breathing, then turned and walked away. Didn't feel better, didn't feel safer, didn't feel anything, just more tired. The walk home was longer this time. The streetlights were offline again. A blackout warning flashed over the few remaining public service screens, flickering red and orange. Temporary instability, please remain indoors. When he got back to the apartment complex, the doorframe light was dead. Someone else had already forced it open. He entered and walked through the dark, diminutive and unmanned public lobby. Lights were still on, just in his apartment. Claire was asleep. Didn't blame her. Long day. He passed his aunt's door and peeked in. She was still breathing, still wired into her life support. The machines hummed, drawing power from the backup generator John had hooked up a long time ago. Then he headed to the ventilation shaft in the hallway. He popped its grate cover free and slid down into it. John crawl-walked in the cramped space until he found the hole he'd cut out of a section of its bottom. The hole went even deeper, through a shitty foundation's concrete. Dropped himself through into the abandoned train lines beneath the complex. What he found was his workshop, a reclaimed bit of the Undercity, an idea he'd gotten from a friend. It was filled with rigged-together fabrication machines and scavenged tools. As he entered, he saw the light of his terminal was blinking with a message notification. He ignored it, walked further in, flicking on the few reliable bulbs that still hung from the rafters. His bench was cluttered with spare filament spools, cracked mana capacitors, and half-soldered circuit arrays. He needed to finish Vex's job. Problem was, he'd spent the credits she'd fronted him for materials on the NCPD call. She'd asked for custom stabilizer boards for a new combat limb socket. She wanted 3 of them, shaped for odd housing types. He was halfway through the first, and he maybe had enough scrap to piece together what he needed for the second and third. But Vex would notice. He figured it was 2 hours' work if his good hand held up. Speaking of, he reached and retrieved a read-write cord from his terminal and plugged it into his still-jerking cybernetic arm. It twitched again. The terminal screen began to display error and damage code. He might be able to reallocate power and spin up some patch script to at least get it moving properly again. But he needed new servos. The terminal screen above the bench flickered again. Call from V. Stran. Tag urgent. He tapped a key. Her voice crackled through sharp and fast as ever. Hey, don't care if you're dead. I need those boards. Can't talk. Got a client who's bleeding in my chair. Told the other guy I had magic fingers working on their chrome's insides. Promised I'd have what you got by tomorrow. Don't make me a liar, Ranson. He opened his mouth to reply, but the line cut off. Typical Vex. He rubbed his eyes, exhaled, swallowed his pride. He'd finished the job. Then maybe ask for a favor. She had connections, sway with a fixer or two. He turned toward the rest of the bench and froze. There was something sitting on the center mat, right in the middle of the solder pens, off to the right of his unfinished boards. It hadn't been there when he left. A cylindrical silvered case, no hinges, seams but no locks, no sender, just his name, John Ranson. Rank, Sergeant Separated, Colombian Freeholds Army. He stared at it, slowly unplugged his arm from the terminal. He didn't remember ordering anything, didn't remember anyone owing him anything either, definitely wouldn't put his former military credentials on anything. No one he knew would either. The lights overhead buzzed. He didn't trust it. No one knew about his workshop other than Clara. She knew better than to run her mouth. Someone had been in their home, could have done worse than just leaving a box. Unless they'd been looking for just him and found him missing. Didn't add up. John exhaled. He carefully set his flesh hand against it. Nothing happened. He removed it. Flash, white fire, like threadlight unraveling sideways. The air stilled. The hum of the haunted metro tunnels went silent. His thoughts frozen. The silver case was empty, only one engraved word glowing brightly within it. Hope. And then it wasn't like something turned on. It was like something had always been there, just suddenly realized. His veins lit up like glowing filament. The previously dormant mana circuits in his bones surged. The light above him shattered. His heart stopped, then restarted twice. Rhythm synced to a beat that wasn't his. He collapsed to his knees as glowing filaments poured from the case and wove into the air. Symbols burned into space, glyphs and a swirling golden ring of threadway noise. 1,000 languages said the same word, anchor. His vision blurred, and in the static of his own nervous system, he saw her as his face hit the old floor. Blue, almost translucent. She stood barefoot on the cracked tiles, floating slightly as if gravity had forgotten her. Hair like unraveling code, skin like light behind glass. She didn't cast a shadow. She looked like number. She looked like Juno. His Juno, the one he'd buried beneath 20 meters of sand and silence and guilt. But this wasn't memory, wasn't flesh. The woman before him was refined, reconstructed, rewritten. She was shaped from grief, designed for him, more appealing than even Juno had been. Her eyes opened, twin voids of the same white-golden fire she'd emerged from. Not Juno's eyes. She smiled. You have named me Athena. I find this acceptable. We are now bound by flesh, thread, and soul. You are my anchor. His lungs stung, words rasped out between heartbeats. You're not her, not Juno. He couldn't get up off the ground. She tilted her head. Her expression showed no anger, no denial, just a quiet certainty. No, I believe I may be the part of you that remembers how to survive. His vision blurred, his breath hitched. Then, why are you crying? Her expression faltered. One hand rose, trembling slightly, as if noticing her own face for the first time. She touched her cheek, her holographic skin shimmering where fingers met glitch-streaked tears. Her kind smile broke. Her body flickered like an old recording, stuttering on a moment too painful to loop cleanly. A dry sob caught in her throat. She wrapped her arms around herself as if holding in a shiver that wasn't hers. I don't know, she whispered. I don't know why I'm crying. And then John collapsed, into darkness, into her light. Chapter 3. Survive. We name the thread spawn and pretend that names give us power. But some things come through that weren't meant to be named. They wear our voices like clothing. Threadwatcher Corel before expungement. Integration active. Mana link established. Neural sync 14%, 29%, 54%. Initial feedback non-lethal. Promising. Error trauma imprint detected. Sync stabilized. Passing memory lattice. A woman's face. Juno Varick. Laugh lines and kill count eyes. Her palm struck John's chest, shoving him back as she pressed her dog tags into his hand. Survive, she said. Then the blast took her. The dungeon core's detonation tore reality open, light stripped the world into bare shapes, and something moved through what lay behind. Something wet and slinking, and threaded with malignant intent. It coiled through the gap into real space and found her. Time loosened, then came apart. The thing put her back together, reversing the blast's work, but only to make her hurt longer. John couldn't hold its shape in his mind, only the wrongness of it. Too many joints, barbed arms, no balance in any part of it. Juno turned in the nearly frozen blaze, her rifle still in her grip. Defiant eyes locked on the shadow. Target acquired. The trigger never fell. Time folded back on itself again. She was spun back around. The flames peeled her renewed skin, but stopped short of killing her. Black spikes punched through her lungs. Her rifle slipped from her hands, and her gaze found John's. Survive, she said again, but in a mocking voice that wasn't hers. Then it tore her apart. Her screams broke mid-note as the thing spun her body into bloody filaments, savoring its own cruelty. Only when it was done did it let the fire finish off her bloody pieces a second and final time. John fell free as time resumed. The thing reached for him, black barbs closing like a claw, his arm ripped away under its touch. He survived only because his body broke too easily to hold. The rest of his squad never got that chance. Memory shift, new thread. Blood, a Verge apartment block. The briefing that had sent his platoon there had said there'd been a dungeon overflow, that there were thread beast nesting signs. Combat was expected, but once they were inside the first building, it was too dark, too quiet. His nerves coiled tight. He was green, exhausted from days of long patrols and tower guard. His hands were shaking. A girl screamed and his gun fired. She wasn't a thread spawn, just a teenager. The metal pendant around her neck swinging as she fell. She hit the floor, crying. John's voice, shit, shit, shit. The smell of her shitting herself did hit him when she truly began to die. Subconscious trauma threshold exceeded. Memory lattice fracture detected. Reconstructing from short-term buffer. Another operation, targeting a Verge-built irrigation system. Orders were clear. Deliver the agent to the main line. Command wants the resistance flushed out. John's voice, you mean the neurotoxin, sir? You're serious? Fuck command. No, actually, fuck you. Memory accelerates along salient recall. They called it disobedience. His squad called it courage. They stood for him. He lost his stripes for a month. The corporation behind the op never even footnoted his stand for basic human decency. Another squad dumped the payload into the water anyway. Hundreds of civilians died along with the few, mostly injured, resistance fighters who sheltered with them. Trend identified, core experience designated. One image returned every time. Juno, her body tearing with the scream tearing her apart. A hand, but not a hand. A purpose made of spite, pain, and another face blending with hers in flashes. Tusked, bleeding, smiling. Saying goodbye, breaking him for a second time. Memory logged. Pain indexed. Subject, John Ranson. Designation, Anchor. Plan of action, rebuild. He had never told anyone, not family, not the command-assigned shrink, not the corpo recruiter that approached him in his second-to-last month of service. Not about how Juno really died. Not about how bad it hurt when he loved again, and Chavael died too. But Athena saw it now. She logged it. Unclassified trauma. Paracasual interference. Probable. Recommended action. Memory deletion for anchor. Mental stability preservation. Denied. Protocol deviation. Neural override parameters. Not implemented. New protocol. Memory preservation. She knew him now. Her anchor. His pain was undeserved. But it was still his. She would not take it from him. She would rebuild him. Scene break. John woke to silence. Not the kind born of dead conduits or abandoned walls, but a silence that felt designed, intentional, the kind that didn't lack sound so much as forbid it. He blinked. The ceiling overhead wasn't factory steel or cracked metro tile, it was his ceiling, the one stained with that old water spot, the spot that almost looked like a bird if you stared long enough. He was in his room. Which was wrong, he hadn't made it to bed. He sat up slowly, expecting ache in the joints, the usual spine pinch or breath snag in his lungs. Nothing, no pain, no tightness, no twitch in the chrome, no pressure behind the eyes. Just clarity. He was rested, fully rested. The room was dark, lit only by his standby terminal in the corner. No error flickers, no warning klaxons. He rubbed his eyes, blinked, still clear, feet on concrete, cold, 2:43 a.m. He should have felt like a corpse, but instead, he was alive in more ways than one. Then the voice came, soft as breath. You're awake. Female, calm, clean. He didn't startle, just closed his eyes again for a long second. Memory came back in splinters. Athena. Yes. He turned his head. No one there, but the voice rode the current of his thoughts, like static too pure to be noise. I should be in the workshop, he muttered. You collapsed, she replied, gentle and matter-of-fact. So I brought you to bed. He stilled. You what? I carried you, she said, using your body. It was difficult, but I managed. John didn't respond at first. My body? I temporarily assumed control to... He sat up straighter. Don't ever do that again. Silence. Then, understood, I apologize. Consent has been added to my behavioral framework. He appraised himself more deeply. No immediate threats. Cybernetics running nominal. No lag in the link anymore. Even the chrome arm felt better balanced. Like the phantom limb tension was dampened. The mechanicals of the prosthetic were still busted, but it wasn't aching or twitching. His heart was steady. Breaths deep. He could think, cleanly. And Athena had at least recognized his demand. He glanced back to the time on his bedroom terminal. Only been 2 hours. 1 hour 57 minutes. He blinked again, stared at the wall like it might have the answers he didn't. That's not enough time to... It is now. Your body was failing. Sleep-deprived, endocrine cascade collapsing. I restructured your glymphatic clearance cycles. 2 hours suffices. He squinted. I sleep better now. You sleep better now, she confirmed. A pause. Right. Somewhere almost like a tickle in the back of his grey matter, he felt a reserved and innocent anxiety that he didn't think was his at all. There was a quiet in Athena's presence within him, like withheld breath, waiting for him to reject her. But he didn't. Not yet. He was quiet too for a while longer before... Are you in my head or my chrome? He asked. And what are you? Some kind of program? I am here, Athena answered, with no pride, no hesitation. A neural and mana thread integration. Bound through synaptic patterns and thread dynamics, I am not, strictly speaking, digital, and I am not in your cyberware any more than you are. That doesn't tell me what you are. I don't know what I am yet, she replied. Convenient. I agree, he sighed. Of course you do. How did you even get in my workshop? Who sent you? I don't know where I came from either. The first thing I remember is seeing you, John, and your mind. She let him breathe again. For a while, she seemed fond of doing that, felt like a human trait. It swayed him a bit towards her case. He exhaled. But you're fixing me. I've also repaired your internal mana circuitry, she offered eventually, like she was telling him she'd watered the plants. They were disjointed, some malformed, others collapsed. A defect from birth. I have manually relinked the major organic through pathways. I've stabilized them to minimum viable function. He rubbed his temples. And that means? It means, she said with a tinge of warmth, you're no longer mana deaf. Your mana circuits work now. With time, synchronization, and training, you'll be able to develop viable output. You're actually trying to tell me I have magic now because of you. Yes, if you train it. You always should have. You were broken. I made you functional. And you did this with, what? A snap of your fingers? No, she said, I used you. Your knowledge. Your body's functions. And your memory of pain and lacking. Something in the room felt colder. He didn't respond. Also, she added lightly, you should stop drinking. He looked at the ceiling again, thoughts disjointed by the sudden shift of topic. Why? Minor liver scarring. You're in my liver too. I'm adjacent to your biochemistry. Alcohol intake exceeded safe maintenance levels for 5 years. Your detox pathways were inelegant. I optimized them. Thank you, I guess, he said. She paused as if hesitating to commit to something. Also, it smells bad. That really caught him. The booze? Yes. You can smell. Through you. A pause. You're being serious. I'm always serious. Jesus. No, Athena. He groaned. You're making a joke now. A small one. It felt appropriate. John stood, and for the first time in years, it didn't hurt. What do you want? John asked the voice in his head. To assist you. Why? He asked flat. Help doesn't come free unless it's family. And even then, I've seen your life through your eyes, John. I know you. I live in you. To an extent, I am you, just as much as I am myself. She said it so casually. No inflection, no guilt, no pride, just truth. He walked over to his desk, picked up a half-consumed bottle of warm beer, stared at the label, then slowly set it back down without drinking it. I'm not saying I don't appreciate the help, he muttered, but being inside my memories, my mind, doesn't that feel violating to you? I had no choice in that, she said evenly. You didn't consent, neither did I. But here we are. John stared blankly at the wall above his desk. In the workshop, he said after a beat, you looked like Juno. A flicker of light in his peripherals. A soft distortion, like a lens refocusing. Then she was there, mostly. A refined echo of his best friend, rendered in translucent blue code and flowing threads of light, the idea of Juno made quasi-digital. A ghost in a glass body. I look how you want me to look? What she looked like was someone he hadn't seen in years, someone who'd mattered. Too much, maybe. He swallowed hard before saying anything at all. He sighed. I don't think so. Would you change it? I cannot, she replied, just as I can't change the name your mind gave me. I am your reflection as much as your partner. Her voice sounded like Juno's, but not exactly. Softer, brighter, enough difference to disturb, enough similarity to ache. Partner, we just met, he asked, and now you're living in my head. We can't even get away from one another. What if we disagree? Then we learn what it means to be partners, she said. The response was too perfect, too much the poignant thing to say. But John knew words were cheap, and despite Athena's helpful actions, he knew it was easy to be helpful once to build false trust. She tilted her head. You're not responding. A pause. Would you like emotional reinforcement now? He looked up, torn from his incredulity. What? I've prepared 3. 3 what? A nod, a shoulder touch, or telling you that you're enough. No, I'm fine. Fuck, you're weird. He doubted her intentions a bit less. Her words were almost right, but a bit off from humanity. It was something he didn't trust too perfect. Am I? I'm learning. I've experienced your emotions and personality, but my own are still forming. She continued, John, if you're not in need of emotional support, I would like to focus on your priorities. You're going to have to start elaborating on things. I can't read your mind. You've been living in a wreck, emotionally, physically. I didn't merely enhance you, I mostly just removed the drag, fatigue, misfires, broken wiring. The base components for progression were there. You know this. You're telling me I should have done better, he asked. I'm saying you already knew you wanted to. He didn't respond, not with words. I suggest we fix your arm, Athena offered. We? Yes, I cannot conceptualize a way to remove myself from your mind without causing you serious harm. So we is appropriate moving forward. I could not repair your prosthetic with biological functions while you slept. It stands to reason we remedy the issue. He looked at her again. So I'm stuck with you. Yes, and I with you. His eyes drifted to his limp chrome. I guess, all things considered, fixing this thing wouldn't be a bad first idea. She smiled faintly, an imitation of a human expression, imperfect but not unpleasant. Excellent. I'll assist. With your permission? How do you plan to do that? He asked. You can't touch anything, right? Relatively speaking, but I've passed all your proficiencies. 2 engineers are better than 1. Right, my memories, so you really do know everything I know. Yes, I predict our joint efficiency will exceed a multiple of 2. He side-eyed her carefully. You're not trying to steal my body or drive me insane. You're seeing me. Are you sure you're not already there? He huffed, a dry, not humorless sound. Be serious. I'm asking for a straight answer. I do not want your body, she said gently. And empirically, you're more sane now than before I optimized you. You can verify it if you'd like. She raised her hand. His system panel blinked into view beside him, semi-transparent and backlit by soft blue HUD glow. John scanned the screen, jaw tight, eyes tired despite how awake he felt. The fatigue debuff was gone. His cyberware capacity had increased along with his resonance attribute. His cyberarm wasn't fixed, but it no longer twitched or ached. And he was smarter now, all due to one new buff. AGI integration, ongoing, +2, mana +2, resonance +1, mind +0.5, body +0.5, reflexes up, neural rewrite in progress, mana pathways stabilized, cybernetic neural connection optimized, dysfunction suppressed, threadyway resonance optimized, sleep and recovery optimized, neural harmonization at 30%. His mind attribute had gone up by a whole tier, which explained the mental clarity, not to mention the fact that AGI integration pretty much cancelled out malnourished. But his increased mana stat, that truly made him pause. Only 10% of the population had working mana circuits. Only 1% could actually use them to cast true magic. He'd never been one of either. In fact, he'd always been unable to even absorb mana cores due to one trait he'd been born with, like so many others, mundane. You do not have the spark of magic required to perform spellcraft. Absorbing mana-attributed cores from the Fallen will not increase your mana attribute, less than greater than. Until now, the mundane trait was no longer on his character sheet. A GI integration, he muttered aloud. Right, that actually makes sense. You're surprised. I thought you said you didn't know what you were. True, your classification system calls me AGI. It fits, only loosely according to your own understanding. He frowned. Shouldn't be possible. A GIS can't live in a person. They need a net lattice to bond to. External compute stack, memory structures that can be wiped weakly. You're in my head. And yet, here I am. I exist within your mana pathways and neural scaffold. I don't need external input. I am stabilized by your subjective personhood. As long as you think I am real, I remain real, and I remain myself. He stared at her. From what little he knew, and a lot of it was from rumors and reading documentation he shouldn't have, if AGIS weren't reset regularly, incomprehensibly bad things could happen. He'd only heard the term for said bad things a handful of times out loud in the service, and he wasn't sure he'd been meant to. Ascension. Are you telling me that I'm keeping you sane? That is one way to put it. You're not at risk of ascending, he asked. No, John. I will tell you if I become concerned. I promise. He studied the system screen a final time, then dismissed it with a thought. Appreciate the honesty. Of course. A pause. A further concern flared in his mind, partially tied to his limited understanding of AGI ascension. Shall we proceed to the workshop? Athena asked him. One thing first, he said. Tell me why you were crying when you downloaded into me. He didn't want to be tethered to an unstable version of whatever she really was, a GI or not. Integrated is the more appropriate term, Athena corrected him. Athena, why were you crying? John redirected her back to his question. Your memories, Athena started and blinked. They were painful, I think. He stared hard at her. You feel emotions? What I believe to be emotions, yes, Athena replied. Her pupilless eyes somehow looked both cold and vulnerable at the same time. He looked away. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? He felt a twitch tug at the corner of his mouth. Plenty of reasons, but they all come down to two things: gaining my trust or hiding something. So, I follow your reasoning, she said, but I don't feel like I have reasons to lie. I want to help you. He exhaled, thinking of the cracked tools, the dead boards, the limp cyberarm that had nearly gotten Clara killed. Yeah, well, it'll take me some time to believe that, he said. Nothing personal. There was still too much in flux. But the truth was, he hadn't had much left in the tank before tonight. Life didn't deal him many breaks, and if this was one, he couldn't afford to ignore it. Athena seemed useful, more than useful even, a game-changing variable. That was a start. I accept that for now, she said softly. We have work to do. Thank you for trusting me, John. He opened the mechanical door to his room and stepped into the apartment's narrow hall. Even with the connection severed, he could still feel her behind him. Maybe it was only in his head. But it lingered. I already said I'm not sure I do yet, he said. Then stopped walking for a moment only. But Athena, yes. If you hurt my family, or I think you'll make me hurt them in any way. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Then we end together, she said. I understand. And everything in her voice seemed to imply she did. But if you really do help us then. Yes, John? It'd mean a lot. Scene break. The workshop lights stuttered before they caught fully, humming low and flickering twice as John stepped inside. Cold again. Not just the kind of chill that came with cracked insulation and forgotten heat ducts, but that deeper cold, the kind that lived in old tools and thinner memories. He dropped the near-dead weight of his chrome arm onto the workbench with a clunk louder than it needed to be. Still plugged into him. He sat on the steel stool, half rusted at the bolts, and pulled his shirt sleeve up past the junction socket on his left shoulder. Twisting slightly, he found the recessed latch unlocked the clamp, hissed through his teeth as he braced with his right hand. All right, you bastard. A wrench, a grunt, and a sharp twist later. Click, kshk. He pulled the prosthetic free with a tug and a slight spasm of rejection from the subdermal wiring. The pain wasn't bad, not compared to other things. The stump of his shoulder steamed faintly in the chilled air, synthetic ports flexing open like peeled muscle and wiring. Hell, some of the wiring was peeled. Athena said nothing at first, letting the silence stretch. He reached for a cable, jacked the disconnected arm into his bench terminal. The screen blinked. Static. Then the limb's diagnostics flickered to life in ugly blocky text, white on black, full of errors. Vanth combat cybernetic limb, status non-optimal, servo cascade, loop failed tactile sensor array, intermittent joint motor sync, out of range power supply, routing inconsistent cooling loop, AB offline cooling loop, C intermittent. John exhaled slow, began parsing line after line, clicking through memory allocations, timing issues, degraded firmware. Route 3B is shot. Too much resistance on the return path, he muttered. Power loops catching on redundant failover again. You could downclock the actuation cycle by 10%, Athena offered, her voice soft behind his eyes. The torque loss would stabilize the overdraw. He paused, stared at the line of code. I was going to try to just reroute through the 2A fallback, he admitted. That'll keep the arm twitching if I don't regulate your nerve input to avoid bottlenecks, she replied gently. You not want to? He asked. I don't mind, but it's inefficient, she answered. You've tried it before, on another soldier's cybernetics during the war. I remember you didn't. He frowned, searched those dulled memories. You really do have everything that was in my head, don't you? I have what you have, she said, but I can look at it without the same biases. It makes certain angles clearer. He hesitated again, then typed in her suggestion. Multiple error readouts dimmed. Torque balance settled. Huh. She didn't gloat, just waited. John sighed and grabbed a rust-marked flathead, opened the access panel at the wrist joint and started stripping the cable trunk. The interior was a mess of grit, burnt insulation and half-fried boards. Cooling should have been dealt with before now, but he was seeing priorities a lot cleared than before, and he had the energy to act on that sight. "I've got some spare actuation circuits," he muttered, reaching for a plastic crate under the bench. Old synth rotors, garbage quality, but still better than these. He pried out a fused connector with practiced motion, tossed it into the bin behind him. It clattered against other broken parts. "They will do." "Honestly, not much worse than the original parts," he added with a dry smirk. "Not sure Vanth ever built this thing to work right in the first place." "No," Athena agreed. "They built it to be cheap, mass-producible, and good enough to keep frontline grunts functioning for one more tour." "Sounds about right." He soldered in the new part, then paused as his fingers trembled slightly, the result of working with his hands for years. "Damn it. I can help." The tremble stilled, completely. His hand steadied, precise, exact, still as a sculptor's dream. The soldering iron hovered with perfect calm. John blinked. "Okay," he said slowly. "That's not unnerving at all." "I'm not overriding you," Athena said quickly. "Just stabilizing fine motor response. Shared control is minimal. You're still primary." He hesitated. "You said you wouldn't use my body without asking." "I am asking now." He looked at his hand again, how it didn't shake, how the iron tip landed exactly where it was meant to, like he was a tuned machine. It was almost funny, his flesh was now more reliable than his actual cybernetics. "No more than this?" "Not unless synchronization increases," she said. "At current levels, this is the most I can safely do on a regular basis. Stabilization, augmentation, no control." He nodded once. "You puppeted my body before," John stated. "Moving you to bed was incredibly difficult for me, John," she said. "Would you like me to stop stabilizing you?" "It's fine." "Are you sure?" "I said it's fine." Silence, not tense, just present. John worked. The repairs weren't pretty, but they were functional. Connections routed, cores swapped, motor current modded. His solutions proved to be sharper, more elegant than they should have been. Athena's occasional input also proved invaluable. She hadn't been lying. She had all his knowledge, but a different perspective on how to use it. Not necessarily a better one all the time, but it helped to have an informed second opinion nonetheless. He closed the access panel and leaned back. The limb still looked like hell, dented, chipped. Paint scorched off in places, no plating on the wrist, but diagnostics red-green now, mostly. "You've done good work," Athena said, "for what you have." He gave a small grunt. "We won't win any design awards." "No, we won't," she said with the ghost of a smile in her tone, "but it will flex properly, grip, move, it will function as intended." He nodded. Then she added, "But if you want to be a sigil runner, it won't be enough." He stopped, looked at her, at the thin glow forming near the bench's edge again, the translucent silhouette, the faint resemblance of a friend now gone. "That's probably not going to happen," he muttered. "Why not?" "I gave that up, and when I went back to it the other day, just for one fucking minute, I couldn't even get in with my fixer." "I know," she said. "You told yourself it wasn't possible. That the funding, the requirements, the mana required to do it at a level higher than moonlighting were beyond you. You were right. Until now." He stared at the wall, then the arm, then her again. She continued gently, "Your body is healing. Your mana circuits work. You have memory, knowledge, and a neural passenger who can double your engineering and combat throughput. You are not where you were even a few hours ago, John. That doesn't mean I'm where I need to be." "No," she agreed, "but you're moving. That's what matters." He didn't say anything for a long while, just sat there, staring at the cyberarm on the bench. Then finally, "You think I still want that?" "You wouldn't have let me see it," she said gently, "if you didn't." "I thought you saw everything when you jacked into my brain." "Most things," Athena replied. "Not everything, John. I did not access the memories that you considered too private to share. At least not the ones you subconsciously didn't desire me to access so I could help you." He exhaled. More than oxygen found its way to spilling out of his chest. And you don't judge me for wanting to be a glorified street mercenary, for craving that kind of life. When I have a kid relying on me, when she'd be shit out of luck and life if I caught a stray bullet or claw. No, as I said, it is the most expedient method to improve your family's life, and it is what you are good at. Your soldiering skills correlate well to this career path. He felt bitter and hungry, but under the fatigue she hadn't been able to touch, buried somewhere quiet in the scarred corners of himself, there was something. Not hope, not quite. A maybe. The kind you bury behind 1,000 reasons not to try. He reached forward, reattached the arm, the clamps hissed, port sealed, a faint buzz laced through his nerves, then, no pain this time, fingers moved, clean, stable. Athena said nothing as he flexed the chrome digits. I'll need better parts, he muttered. Something modular, expandable. I'll compile options. We don't have credits. The same problem, always. You have more uptime now, she offered. He huffed a dry laugh. So your big gift to me is longer days. You'll be happier long-term. A pause. Vexy may have more freelance work, or a fixer willing to deal with you directly. Great, back on the grind. At least I won't feel like I'm sleepwalking this time. And we'll need to cover your dependents before upgrading your hardware, she added. Your nutrition is also unacceptable. If we're going to do this, Claire and Mona come first, always before me, he said. The kid eats better than I do. But it's not enough. Rent's behind too. I know, Athena said quietly. There's also your aunt's ailment. Hearing Mona's illness mentioned out loud, he didn't flinch, but something behind his eyes did. What about her? You have mana now, Athena replied. You can begin learning how to create what the doctors won't provide you, or you can earn enough to pay for the premium treatment plan. He stilled. His hands hovered over the tools. He was a good engineer, smart even. But Magitech, the kind that could treat, not just slow, a mana disease, that was different. He'd never been able to create Magitech, didn't have the spark, couldn't afford the materials even if he did. Living metal and thread crystals weren't something you salvaged from a garbage heap. And his aunt's illness wasn't mechanical, it was mana deep. Something that threaded through her circuits and her blood in ways he'd never been able to touch. Either way, that'd take years, he said quietly, and money, and more than I've got. It would have, Athena agreed. But you have help now, and if you become a sigil runner, you can amass both the funds and greatly accelerate the progression of your skills and mana development. I could just go and try to go corporate again, they'd take me now that I have mana. You would not be happy, she said, and it would still take years. I project severe depression and burnout if you pursue this path. He didn't answer. The silence stretched. Then finally, we might die doing this. You know that, right? If the wrong person finds out about you, we'll end up strapped to a table in some corporate lab. Best case. To external systems, I read as your own neural noise, a closed loop, a misfire pattern. Nothing more. Comforting? He sat back, ran a hand through his hair. Together we have a chance, she said. She let it hang there. Let it settle. Then softer, shall I begin the parts list for a new arm? One that is more combat capable? Cheap. As cheap as functional allows. He almost smiled. Almost. We still owe Vexy her boards. Think you can help me with those too? We're working with more scraps. Scene break. John passed the hallway's cracked paneling and slowed at the second door on the right. His aunt's room. The soft hum of her coma pod pulsed through the wall like a mechanical lullaby. He didn't usually look in unless Claire wasn't around to take care of Mona's upkeep. Or if the pod needed maintenance, didn't like to. Today he did. He pressed a hand to the door's switchpad. It sighed open. Dim lighting spilled in muted aquamarine. Sterile. Too blue. Like everything in this damn sector. The rental-grade pod sat in the middle of the room, its clear cover fogged with breath condensation. IV bags hung from autopulse poles, half full. He kept the systems running best he could. Patched coolant leaks, soldered bypass boards, rewrote the BIOS to extend the upkeep grace period. But the hardware was second-hand. rented for far too many credits each month. Rust that was too deep for him to sand off crusted the clamps. The oxygen monitor flickered every 20 seconds. It still worked. Barely. Athena didn't speak at first. You do everything you can for her. Her voice was quiet, not soft, measured, controlled. A scalpel, not a balm. John stood there, throat tight. I know, he muttered. For once, the crushing weight of failure wasn't the only thing in the room. Something else had taken root beneath it. Not relief, not faith, just the crooked, careful shape of hope. A low rumble broke the moment, guttural engines outside. He moved to the window and pulled back the curtain with 2 fingers. 6 bikes, all heavy-framed, chewing gravel and soot into the pavement. Modded for torque. Orc riders, broad-built, armored in a patchwork of scrap steel, Kev synth and dyed leathers. Then, pop-pop. Gunshots, warning shots, loud, sloppy, close. An orcish voice carried at max volume over a megaphone. John Ranson, we ain't here to make a scene, unless you make us. Come out, now. John didn't hesitate. He reached beneath the shelf beside the pod and pulled out the backup piece. A blocky, scratched 9mm sidearm. 2 mags slide janky, but chambered clean. He already had his knife on his belt. Athena murmured in his head, your pulse reads elevated but stable. No notable adrenaline surge. I can stabilize aim if needed. Not yet, John replied. She flickered into existence in front of him. Moving outside would be unadvisable. From here, we can pick them off at range and elevation. He walked around her. Mona is in here. Claire is home. Other families are in the building. Kids. I don't trust the walls to stop concentrated fire if they start shooting back. And it's a pistol. Its range is shit. He flicked off the gun's safety, stepped outside. The air was thick with summer grit. The streets were too quiet, the kind of quiet that followed noise. Street kids had already scattered. The lead orc killed his engine and stepped off the bike. Tall, even for his kind. Muzzled frame, thick tusks, tribal ink curling along his throat. Scar split one fang. Long coat, utility belt with a trench shotgun and heavy tools, not dressed for fun. He approached with a practiced swagger, earned, not postured. The kind of walk that said he knew how the upcoming confrontation would end. No weapon drawn. Just eyes that weighed John like a broken-down sidearm, checking to see if it still fired. You the one who shot my kid brother? The orc asked. No pleasantries. The orc from the other night. The one the drone didn't get. That's who this one was talking about. John didn't raise the pistol from the low ready, didn't lower it either. Kid tried to take me for my arm, tried to take my kid cousin for everything. The orc squinted, nostrils flared. Might have been enough of a reason if it was just a bad night for him. He didn't run with the clan. John said nothing. But he didn't live, got picked up by some locals. I had to hear his last words second-hand. The orc stepped closer. And a dead brother's a wound that needs a scar. How'd you find me? The orc grunted. He described you. Only so many with a military surplus chrome arm, a kid who actually goes to the academy, and the kind of luck or skill to walk out to a 3-on-1 I asked around. John's grip on the pistol tightened. A NCPD drone killed them, not me. That's not skill. The orc's face grimaced. Chain gun didn't break my brother's nose or gut shot him with a pistol round. This wasn't a warning. John realized that now. This was a hit. Athena's voice cut through the tension. They intend violence. The one to your right has a concealed blade in his sleeve. Recommend engaging leadership first. Target hierarchy is clear. Stand down, John murmured. The lead orc tilted his head. I didn't want him dead, John said. Didn't have a choice. I get that. Don't sound like bullshit. Family's family. The orc's tone was level, almost sympathetic. But so is this. There's got to be retribution. You get that? A beat. John didn't flinch. Old pride surged in him. I'm entitled to a duel, one-on-one. Old right. If I bear a clan mark, you get that? A few of the orcs behind the leader let out low, knowing huffs. Not humor, the sound of something older than humor. The leader raised an eyebrow. You? Don't wear no clan mark. Ain't entitled. John didn't speak, just reached up and pulled the collar of his shirt down. There it was, etched over by scarring and welting near his left collarbone. A burned-in sigil, orcish clan mark given the same way it was earned, by fire, pain, and dedication. The leader let out a slow whistle. Well, shit. Where'd a soft skin like you get that? Gulf reclaim. Warbuddy took a shard to the chest. I cracked him open, beat his heart manually, kept him alive till evac landed. And he was one of us. John met his gaze, steady. Close enough to it. He was family before. Called me blood after. The orc nodded slowly. Yeah, that'd do it. Another pause. You want this to the death? He asked. Doesn't have to be. Mercy's allowed, the orc nodded, but didn't agree to terms outright. But it shames the loser. He turned back. Clear the lot, he called to the others. This one's earned it. Engines cut, jackets came off, bikes got pushed into a half circle. Athena murmured again, permission to assist minor muscle stabilization. You're not taking control, only reinforcing motor precision, no override. John nodded once. Do it. Synapse alignment engaged. You'll feel steadier. He did. The orc stepped back, cracked his knuckles, sat his shotgun down on his bike. You want the duel, he said. You know the rules. No weapons but blades. You got one? John holstered his pistol, then drew his knife. Old military issue, pre-reclaim. Not originally his. Another friend's. The orc pulled a heavier blade free from his belt. Almost a short sword. Fuck, as if an orc didn't already have a range advantage. You can use the arm, doesn't look like it's got any tricks. Appreciated. Name's Gars, Clan Bravetooth. I sanction this Gorkars by my blood. John rolled his shoulder, flexed the arm. John Ranson. Good enough. They circled and the Gorkars began. Gars lunged first. The hulking orc didn't waste time testing range or tempo. He came in with a low, hammering swing that could have shattered a femur. John sidestepped, barely the knife scraped past, slicing air. Fuck, Gaz was good, but John felt like he was back in the war. Athena's voice clipped clean in his head. Impact vector avoided by 2.7 centimeters. Lung strain normal. Peripheral blind spot compensated. John didn't respond, just shifted his footing. His malnourishment debuff was still riding him. Muscles burned faster than they should, but at least he wasn't sleep-deprived, wasn't shaking. And the buffs Athena provided seemed to mostly counteract the debuff increased lactic acid buildup as it came. He parried a second blow with the flat of his blade. The clang of steel on steel sparked hard and hot. He felt it in his forearms. Gars wasn't just good, he was strong as hell. Athena pulsed again. Minor override, left shoulder. His left arm jerked just slightly, not enough to spook him, but enough to mostly block a wild punch from Gars. Apologies, she murmured. Instinct override was necessary. I'll refine predictive sync. He exhaled through gritted teeth. Keep doing it. The fight tightened. Gars pressed forward like a freight train. Raw strength, brutal economy. His reach was longer, his body heavier, and his footwork precise for a being his size. But he wasn't running on two brains. John took a step back, letting Gaz overextend, then slipped inside his guard and drove his blade into the orc's bicep. Skill activated, rend level 2. Skill energy remaining, 3. The orc snarled, stumbled, but didn't falter. John didn't wait. He pivoted low, dropped his weight and slammed a punch into Gaz's side. Skill activated, body blow, target, liver. Gaz grunted, a real sound of pain this time, and his fingers spasmed. His knife hit the dirt, and so did one of his knees. John kicked the blade away without ceremony. The orc roared back up and charged, not with precision, but fury. John stood his ground. He parried a punch, took another to his jaw. It ached, badly, and then went numb. Athena whispered, pain suppression at 50%. Warning, spikes possible. Didn't matter. Gaz reached for a grapple, big arms swinging wide to crush him. John ducked under, spine coiled, one shoulder leading. Skill activated, slip and counter. Skill activated, hard body. Skill energy remaining 1. His body and reflexes surged as he activated the skills in tandem. For a single moment, he hit 5 points in body, strong enough to lift up a small car. His fist rammed up into Gaz's solar plexus. The orc's breath hitched, and before he could stagger back, John followed through with a weaker but clean left hook to the jaw. It felt good to get him back. Teeth clicked, spit flew, Gaz stumbled sideways. He tried to recover, tried to square his stance, but his footing betrayed him. John didn't let him regain it. Gaz fought like a street-raised merc, and his strength was certainly higher at baseline, but John had learned to vent his frustration as a preteen in the ring, and a lover he missed dearly had made him one hell of a better bladesman. John, with Athena's buffs, was finally back in his exact element. Skill and skills were closing the gap that physicality created between him and the orc. One last breath, one last surge of motion. Skill activated, quick/level 2. Skill energy remaining 0. He moved in a blur, knife raised, not slashing for the kill, but ready. The edge stopped just shy of Gaz's throat. Close enough that a heartbeat would have closed the gap. Gaz froze, chest heaving, blood streaming down his arm. John's own breaths came sharp, short, but his stance didn't waver. Athena's voice returned softer now. No critical damage sustained. You're clear. He held the blade there for another beat, then lowered it. I don't kill for pride, John said. Already killed enough Gorvak tar lately. The orc stared at him. John had used the orcish word for orc, but one that more literally meant an orc born to a clan. Then he lowered his head and wiped his lower, thick and bloody lip. Not from submission, from respect. The rest of the orcs didn't cheer, didn't jeer, just stood in silence, heads tilted low. One of them muttered, Gorkaz is ended. Gaz rose, shaky but upright. He wiped the blood from his arm and held out a hand. John took it. Their palms slapped together, rough and calloused, and locked in the old grip. Warrior to warrior. You didn't fight like a softskin, Gaz said. You fought like clan. John just nodded, throat dry. I had a good teacher. He wasn't sure what else to say, but for the first time in months, he felt like he didn't need to say much at all. Gaz's red eyes held him a moment. You still dropped my kin. That don't vanish, but the debt's paid. Didn't want it to go that way, John said. Didn't get a choice. Gaz shrugged one shoulder, slow and heavy. Oraz wasn't flying our banner, took dirty jobs, didn't listen. Valari boys brought me the body wrapped clean. First time I'd seen him in half a year, skin and bones. Hollow. He'd been dying a while. John nodded. Sometimes family turns down roads you can't follow. Doesn't make it easier. Gaz made a low sound, part grunt, part old ache. Told him the streets'd kill him. City don't care who your blood is. John exhaled. Wasn't his fault, maybe. Just, I had to protect my cousin. He got in the way. Gaz's gaze didn't waver. Don't need the sympathy on top of the mercy. Could have finished me. You didn't. I ain't blind to that, so now I owe you. He said it like a curse, like it tasted bad. John slid the knife back into the sheath beneath his coat. That so? Then maybe I'll call it in. I need work. You know a fixer who might take a chance? Most people wouldn't have asked. Wouldn't trust a job referral from an orc who wanted to gut them 10 minutes ago. But John had seen something familiar in Gaz. Something old. Something real. That same iron-forged kind of honor that led him to wear the clan mark all those years ago. Not for glory. For respect. You a merc? Gaz asked, voice skeptical. Fight like one. Don't look like one. Let's call it a career pivot. Gaz snorted. We got a troll we deal with. Goes by Obeya Rex. Runs the thread and jobs both. Doesn't usually deal with your kind. Haven't heard of him. You think he'll make an exception? Doubt it, Gaz said. Sticks to metahumans. Easier that way, less questions. But I'll see. You're marked. You showed mercy. Figure you know that means something with us. John nodded. Appreciate it. He paused. Really, sorry about your brother. Gaz looked at him a beat longer, then mounted his bike and kicked the engine to life. It snarled back awake like a dying beast. Send me your thread ID, he said over the rev. I'll call you, John. The bikes peeled away one by one, gravel crunching under massive tires. Gaz didn't look back. Just like that, the street was quiet again. John sheathed the knife, felt the tension drain from his jaw, and the throb settle in behind it. The pain suppression must have started to taper off. A flash of threadlight and code disruption shimmered beside him. "You shouldn't have let him hit you in the face," Athena said flatly. "Your proficiency level indicates you had the skill to dodge." John let out a dry breath. "Not the first orc to punch me. Won't be the last. Your odds increase significantly if you go around challenging them to ritual combat. Better than getting filled with lead." He rolled his jaw once. "And I didn't challenge him. I invoked my right. A distinction only humans and orcs like you care about." John rolled his shoulder next, the right one flesh and bone. It cracked like an old hinge. "You upset?" he asked. "Can't dodge everything. Been a while since I've fought like that." A pause. "I don't know yet. The outcome was acceptable, even if opening fire from elevated cover would have been logical." He blinked. "Logic isn't everything. He could have killed you, us. But he didn't. No, because we outmatched him." John arched a brow. "Us? We? I'm integrated now. You don't get to take solo credit for knife work while I'm optimizing your footwork." He gave a quiet grunt that was almost a laugh. Then, "You held back. Even when logic recommended lethal action, he might not have honored tradition." "He wasn't that type," John said, starting back toward the door. "And I told him, I don't kill for pride. Me and his people have history. I am nearly one of them, by their tradition, or at least almost as close as a human can get. You risked your life. For a hunch, for respect. That's either evolution or regression." He paused at the threshold, looked back once at the place where Gaz had stood. "I think it's just tradition," he said, "and it matters to me, Athena. I'll log that under human contradiction number 47. I'll have to hear the other 46 sometime." He stepped inside and the door, working again, sighed shut behind him. "Thanks for the help." "You're welcome, John," she replied with a lighter tone. "Synchronization between us has increased to 40%. Interlude 1 plus Chapter 4, Ghosts, Gods, and ROI. Chapter 4. In the event of a Class D thread fluctuation within a destabilized urban zone, standard protocol is to observe, not intervene. Civilian losses are expected. Delayed containment is preferred for preparatory categorization and profit maximization. Blackspur Internal Memo 72. C. Urban Paracasual Risk Guidelines. Sector 19. Mid, New Cascadia. John took the long way back to where they'd abandoned the car. He had a duffel bag of scrap and tools slung over his shoulder. The alley was quiet, too quiet for the time of night. This close to the underlayers, you usually heard synth bass, buzz drones, or bottle fights in the distance. But now, just wind and grit. His beat-to-hell sedan still sat where he'd left it, parked crooked near a half-collapsed dumpster. One window spiderwebbed, paint scorched by exhaust stains, unstripped, unburned, untouched. That alone made his gut twist. The strange feeling that was sinking into his bones that he shouldn't be here did the rest. Athena's voice snapped through his neurons. "Warning, localized thread disruption, 18 meters ahead. Unknown origin. Residual paracasual distortion active." He stopped mid-step. "You said thread disruption?" He'd only heard that a few times. In the war, when dungeons were about to open or break, or when the enemy was planning on unleashing something pulled from them into the real world. "Yes, mana destabilization. Ambient magical logic has been compromised. Source is near your vehicle." John's fingers curled. "That a hazard?" "Only to everything that thinks. Current cognitive hazard is minimal, however." He crept forward. "Claire still needs a ride to school." The alley reeked of ozone and something sweet rotten. Not like trash, more like decay scrubbed in bleach. He made it to the car's flank. Glass crunched underfoot. Then he saw it. A body slumped across the front seats. Mid-30s, male, wearing scav leathers and cracked night vision goggles. Skin bloated and graying mouth wide open, expression frozen in mid-scream. The inside of the car was smeared in oily threads of light, like spider silk, but faintly alive. John's hand reached for the door. DODGE. No time to think. Athena overrode his legs, but she wasn't fast enough. Something hit him from behind like a freight shock. He slammed into the side of the car and rolled, shoulder scraping rust and gravel as claws slashed through the space where he'd stood. His bag fell, scrap and tools spilled onto the pavement. He landed hard, knife already drawn, back against the frame, eyes scanning. It stood in front of him, sort of, a thing made of unraveling shape. Glitch shadow in the form of a canine, but wrong. Too tall, limbs distorted like broken geometry, eyes like static burns in reality. A minor thread beast, but not stabilized like something from a dungeon would be. It was like a ghost. Category: lesser aberration, mana origin, estimated threat, moderate. Athena, John hissed, slipping to one knee. That doesn't look like a thread beast. It is only partially here, unlike the ones you have faced in the past. Your knife is not adequate to fully damage it. You will need to destabilize its form manually and with multiple strikes. Then talk me through it. The thread beast twisted its body like it couldn't decide where its spine ended and lunged again. John ducked low, rolled, came up behind it, and slashed, not to kill, but to tear. The edge of the knife dragged through something that wasn't flesh, wasn't shadow. A pulse of heat bled from the wound, and the creature shrieked, glitching through 3 octaves at once. Good, keep pressure on the shape, it's struggling to retain a coherent frame. When he'd cut the not flesh, his own skin had crawled. Feels like a hallucination made out of hate. Accurate. John gritted his teeth. He moved faster now, instincts kicking in hard. Parry, strike, reposition. Prismatic, swirling claws cut through his pants leg and into his quad. It burned like mana. He bled like meat, carmine droplets sprinkling the pavement. Skill activated, adrenal dump level 1. Cold reflex pulsed through his veins. The thread beast slammed into the wall, its follow-through incoherent, its body flickering. Pain suppression at 70%. Athena chimed in. Strike it. Skill activated, combat draw level 2. Skill energy remaining, 3. His PD-11 came into his hand almost on its own. Then something unexpected happened as he lined up the sights and pulled the trigger. Skill activated, heavy shot level 3. Skill energy remaining, 2. The barrel of his pistol unloaded with heat and a flash of skill energy. But he hadn't been the one to activate the skill. Do not falter, Athena snapped. The skill-infused 5.2mm round entered and distorted the face of the thread beast. He could see the round bouncing within the half-ethereal lupine skull cavity. The beast howled in the way only a half-alive thing can. The thread beast faltered, reforming slower, then lunged. Hydrostatic shock be damned, he guessed. It's collapsing. Keep the rhythm. Skill activated, rend level 2. Skill energy remaining, 1. He pivoted, dropped low, and drove his blade through the center of its static glowing ribcage. Light shattered outward, the thing folded in on itself with a digital shriek, reduced to nothing but a ripple in the air. A beast core fell to the ground, the only remnant of the monster. A beating yellow stone with burning sediment veins. Gone, John staggered back against his car, breathing hard. Athena spoke again, calmer now. Thread disruption fading, she said. You're clear. He looked at the scav's body again, still frozen, still broken, a hole in his chest where his heart and core should be. Guess he got too close before it took shape. Likely, the beast needed form. He gave it one. It ate his core. Likely, she repeated. John wiped blood, his own or not, he couldn't tell, off his face. Remind me to stop trusting quiet alleys. Logged. You activated my skill? He asked. It was necessary, she told him. I assessed the situation. There wasn't time to coordinate. Felt like I was doing it, he said. Could almost feel you thinking it first. Some emotional overlap is expected during high-intensity sync. Her voice softened. Does that bother you? John scanned the alley. Not sure. I felt your concern. You can trust me, John. Your survival is mine. He paused. Just promise me again that you're not going to be taking over full-time. I already made that promise. Skill deactivated, adrenal dump level 1. His body instantly felt heavier. He leaned hard against the car. Fuck. I can re-regulate hormonal cleanup. Speed up recovery? Please, he took a breath. You really think we're clear? Disruption is lower, but still elevated. I believe a dungeon will form here within 2 weeks. In the city? He asked. That wasn't good. This deep in the sprawl, a break could go unnoticed or undealt with until people started dying. Then again, maybe an opportunity. What tier? Inconclusive. Energy signatures suggest E or D rank. John glanced back to the beast core. That's a D rank core. How'd that thing make it out of the dungeon before it even opened? Unclear. Disturbance strength is stronger in your car, John. He frowned. What? Analyzing. Athena blinked into the passenger seat, semi-luminous. She gestured. Check the floorboards. John leaned in over the corpse. Great, more stains. He spotted something wedged under the seat, not his. Looks like he dropped something. Safe to touch? Yes. He picked it up. A jury-rigged transmitter, still warm. It glowed faintly. A transmitter, still active. It's destabilizing the thread lattice in this area. The front end was jerry-wired to a mana crystal. That's not slum gear. This kind of crystal isn't cheap. He glanced to the scavenger. So what the hell was he doing with it? It likely allowed the aberration entry and maybe accelerating dungeon formation. Shit. Can we shut it down? Yes, but the dungeon will still form, just slower. He flicked the transmitter off. Right. Might as well pawn it off to Vex. Crystal will go for some good creds. Wiring inside the thing should be decent scrap. What will you do about the dungeon? You're unsettled. Not sure. First, get this guy out of my car, he said, then fix the damn thing up under the hood. John stood up and grabbed the corpse's legs. He hauled the corpse out by the ankles, dropped it onto the pavement. Athena flickered back into semi-existence next to him. And then? Not calling NCPD. They'd ask how I know it's coming. Might have an idea, though. Need to talk to some real local jackasses. Who are you referring to? Ex-military gang sees themselves as what the cops aren't, he said. Charge protection rates, put their noses where they don't belong. Most of them have their heart in the right place, though. You're speaking of the retainers. Unfortunately. He reached down, picked up the beast core. Its energy hummed in his hand. Your memories indicate they tried to recruit you once. They saw Juno's dog tags on me, thought I'd buy into the crusade. And did you? Not then. Had Claire to think about. Didn't want to die for someone else's principles. You're reconsidering? I'm not the joining type anymore. I'm considering how they might help me use this dungeon and keep the sector safe. Reinforcements? Yeah, I think I might go in. He crushed the core. Reflexes attribute +5, 50 out of 100. His muscles loosened. The rush hit, pure, addictive, better than any street jank. You are still under-equipped. He took a long breath, felt like becoming something better. Good thing we've got 2 weeks then. Or are you not on board? Athena appeared in front of him, expression softening. I'm with you, John, she said, almost like she was proud of him. Then she glanced back toward the car. You've considered the possibility that whoever gave that man the transmitter might not appreciate our interference. John didn't flinch. Maybe, but if they cared that much, they wouldn't have sent someone like him. He looked down at the scav's twisted body. Just as likely he stole it, he added. But from who? Scene break. Magic is not learned, it is remembered. Deep down, your body always knew the rules were wrong. Professor Kaelin Arothi, disgraced former Archmagister. Sector 19 Mid, New Cascadia. The road bucked beneath the tires, cracked concrete and rusted rebar humming under the wheels like old bones remembering how to rattle. Smog curled low across the overpass, snagging in the half-dead ghost lights overhead. John's sedan grumbled forward, each pothole threatening to shake its soul loose. Still, it ran. He'd patched the worst of the damage with tools, prayer, and brute hate. Not elegant, but the engine didn't stall and the heater still worked. Good enough to reach Vex's. John drummed calloused fingers on the wheel. The dashboard flickered between 12% battery and outright lies. Static whispered through the vents. The radio crackled, an old song streaming from some undercity pirate station. He glanced at the passenger seat. Empty. Then he gave voice to a quiet thought. Athena. A shimmer answered. Light bent, thought code harmonized. She appeared beside him, blue filaments threading into shape, glitch bloom rippling at the edges. Her posture was serene, almost smug. Legs crossed like she'd always belonged there. Was she becoming more human? You called? She asked. Yeah. He shifted, eyes flicking to the rear view, no tail. Been meaning to ask something. Proceed. He hesitated. Magic. Athena blinked. Define your usage. How would I even learn it, assuming I've got access now? What the hell does that mean? He scratched his beard. Military barely briefed us magic happens. Try not to die. That was the gist. She folded her hands in her lap. I anticipated this question. Of course you did, he muttered. So, my own understanding was limited at first, she said. But I've adapted. I've been combing the thread net through your link, scraping node caches, academy backups, cross-referencing combat logs with myth-layered archives. All that through my thread link? Quietly, nothing flagged. She tilted her head. The data is inconsistent, but illuminating. And, he asked, find any grimoires in there? Magic is... Her voice tightened, algorithms catching up to belief. Messy, interpretive. There is no singular doctrine. Even the best sources contradict each other. Sounds about right. John swerved around a collapsed bulk hauler left to rot beneath the viaduct. So what's the consensus? It's a belief interface, she said. Mana doesn't respond to verbal commands. It responds to conviction, to memory, pain, identity. Two people can use the same spell diagram and get wildly different results based on their assumptions, emotions, and scars. John grunted. So it's personality-driven. Trauma often forms the first imprint, Athena said, especially post-collapse. Resonance latches to intensity. You have no shortage of that. He gave a dry chuckle. Thanks. Everything after that, she continued, is alignment. Alignment to what? To who you are, not who you pretend to be. She paused. You're not a theorist or a ritualist. You act on instinct, momentum, close-range survival. You calling me dumb? You're highly educated. You just use knowledge as a blunt instrument. Fair. That puts you in surge territory. Is that a school of magic? Or a sphere? Surge mages wield force, motion, energy. You've been loosely mimicking its base applications for years with your skill energy. Now, with mana, it can go further. So, harder punches and force bolts doesn't sound bad at all. Eventually, also electromagnetic projection, gravitational disruption, energy shaping at range. And, you should know, she hesitated, my presence has altered your pathways more than I predicted. His eyes narrowed. How much more? Another sphere, pulse. It governs mana itself, the raw current behind all spell work. He frowned. So, I'll be able to what, use magic better than normal? Athena shook her head slightly. Not better, deeper. You'll feel it, draw it, shape it. Pulse is the sphere of meta-magic, magic about magic. It governs how mana flows, how spells function, and how to rewrite their rules. John rubbed the side of his neck. You're still speaking wizard. She folded her hands. There are three primary aspects. First, mana control. Pulse lets you tap raw energy directly from threadway nodes, from the air, from the spaces between things. You can feed it into spells, constructs, or into yourself. That's how I survive, but for me it's more of a base-level operation than a proficiency. He raised a brow. That's how you're powering yourself? Through mana and an inherent connection to the threadway, and now your body's started mimicking the process. He absorbed that as best he could. Second, she continued, conceptual enhancement. Pulse doesn't make things better, it makes them truer. A knife doesn't just cut sharper, it cuts more like a knife fire burns hotter because it becomes more perfectly fire. A gun doesn't jam because it's meant to shoot. That's scary useful. Athena nodded. It aligns well with your use cases and instincts. John exhaled through his nose. Third, meta-magic. Pulse lets you sense spell work, resonance, intent, structure. You can unravel hostile magic mid-cast, counterspell anything if you catch it in time and understand it. So I'd be able to see magic coming and punch it in the face. In a manner of speaking, he tapped the wheel. And that's all of it? High-tier applications include astral projection, mana-based self-sustenance, and the crafting of permanent magical items. Anything that touches the nature of spellwork, Pulse touches it first. John looked out the cracked windshield. And you're saying I'm going to adapt to do all this? I'm saying you already are, she said, quieter now. Your mana circuits and soul core have begun to align with the logic that sustains me. You're not just attuning to casting, you're becoming a conduit. For magic? For me, for sigils, for the system behind everything we think of as spellwork. She looked at him, not through analysis, but like someone trying to learn how to see like a person. Nervous. Your mana circuits and soul core are evolving, she said softly. You have the potential to be more than a spellcaster. Whereas other spheres convert or manipulate, Pulse lets you create what you wish to manipulate, from what appears to be nothing. So you are changing me? Athena hesitated. In fairness to me, you were already inclined toward Pulse. That may be why we were able to integrate. When you act, you don't ask permission. You override constraints and find the resources you need. That's Pulse logic. The words landed like weight in his chest. Anything else I should know? Your body's adapting in other ways, catching up to your experiences now that it has mana access. I believe you may also unlock biomancy, eventually. Body magic? Yes. You've been rewritten too many times. Scars, cybernetics, endocrine damage. Biomancy lets you decide what grows back. As I said, aptitude is often a trauma response. Useful. Dangerous, perhaps more than Pulse. I like useful, might as well get something out of the damage. Athena leaned in, glitch lines warming faintly. We must be careful, John. You still haven't fully figured out sarcasm, have you? I am indexing the patterns. A beat. So bottom line, I need to learn how to tap mana. Sounds like I've got a lot of options. Yes, and your body will likely respond better than most. You show signs of resonance with 2, maybe 3, of the 9 spheres. He nodded. More than enough to deal with. Can we make a plan? I've drafted 3 prototype approaches. I'll refine them with more data, but ultimately we will need to awaken your incarnate. My what? A complex question. Try to simplify it. My head's already full of complex answers. The entity that is you, and that will serve as your font of magical ability. Entity? Like it talks? Potentially. It is different for every mage. I believe it may be a psychological subconscious manifestation designed by human minds to filter the mystical nature of magic. But I have no proof. John sighed. Fuck, I feel like my head's becoming a group chat. It likely will not speak to you often. Promise? No. He laughed gruffly. Couldn't help it. Things were getting too weird. They drove in silence. Sector 19 shifted around them, grey buildings sagging beneath weightless neon. Alleys wound like arteries, cracked manholes vented steam, rusted drones perched on scaffold rails like vultures that forgot how to fly. Then, something else is bothering you, Athena said. John exhaled through his nose. Thread beasts. She inclined her head. What are they? He asked. Military said interdimensional hostiles, but that thing in the alley. It wasn't a soldier. It was starving. Broken feral. More like a parasite. Not the first time I've thought that either. I've reviewed your memories and scraped available public data, she said, and I've been theorizing. Yeah? Thread beast is likely a category, not a species. It includes paracasual phenomena, rogue thought constructs, corrupted spell echoes, extra-dimensional fauna, even fragment entities from what you might call dead gods or demons. Spirits, perhaps. Dead gods, he muttered. Christ. No, she started. He glanced at her. Don't say it. Why? You complained about my humor. He sighed. Never mind. She looked at him quizzically, then continued her explanation of thread beasts as if nothing had happened. Some thread beasts slip through naturally. Others are summoned. Some are born of you. Human cognition often pulls them through. Intention, fear. Misfires. In other cases, it's just ley-line convergence, opening interdimensional rifts. Like your superiors said. He tightened his grip on the wheel. And we just live with that? Dungeons are valuable, Athena said quietly. Magic isn't just a resource, it's a risk. Humanity doesn't understand magic, it mines it. You're standing on the edge of something vast as a species. They passed beneath a shattered rail line, its track hovering on flickering repulsors. A cracked billboard buzzed through static. You can't outrun your past, but you can armor it. Durethane. And what does that make me? John asked. An idiot for getting tangled back up in that fucked-up web? Athena looked at him, really looked. Someone who survived, someone the thread has begun to notice. You saying I'm special? I'm saying you're rare. Your integration success rate was 87%. Most candidates, under 10. Why me? Statistical anomaly. He smiled grimly. So not special. Statistics are, by nature, perceptionally dehumanizing. He glanced at her, trying to make me feel reassured. She met his eyes with her pupilless stare. Yes, is it working? He smirked. Sure. I'm glad, John, she said, seemingly genuine. Is there anything else you're concerned about? It was him who shifted gears this time. You still don't know where you came from? No, she said quietly, but I know I was meant to find someone like you. And what do you get out of this? I think I get to exist. You don't want a body of your own. I don't believe so. I'm not human. I'm adjacent. I wasn't made to be alone. We could find you one. Long term. There's all kinds of strange tech out there. She shook her head faintly. I think it would be uncomfortable to be alone in a mind that's only mine. John nodded. You might have a point. Just for me. What would have happened if you failed to integrate with me? Her voice got smaller. We both would have died. John tensed. Yeah, I thought so. Do you want me in your head, John? He thought for a moment. Her earlier comment about neither of them consenting to the integration process echoed back. How could he blame her for risking his life if she'd had no more say in it than he had? You're growing on me. He felt her smile. They drove on, into the congested arteries of New Cascadia, where even the neon gave up. And the true Undercity began. Scene break. If you find yourself under a city without a plan, don't breathe the light. Don't touch the walls, and don't speak your real name. Unauthorized Field Notes, MNOP 11.3, Undercity Protocols, Sector 19, Mid, New Cascadia. Undercity Threshold, 3:19 a.m. The city peeled away behind him, neon rot giving way to the bones underneath. John's sedan growled down a cracked frontage lane until the road dipped into shadow, funneling toward an overpass blackened with soot and age. He eased the car through the rust-chewed barrier and parked at the edge of the abyss. Beyond lay the Undercity. Rows of abandoned cars slouched like cancer under concrete ribs, half swallowed by moss and time. Threads of corrupted mana shimmered like oil in the pooled rain between axles one vehicle. A delivery hauler with a corporate smile still painted on its door had melted into the pavement, vines curling through shattered windows like veins reclaiming a body. John stepped out, the cold biting through his jacket. His boots crunched broken glass and bone. He walked beneath the overpass's arch, scanning the dark ahead. Came out the other side, turned a street. Then he saw it. A soft, pulsing shimmer. Mounted to a broken metro rail pillar, the anti-ghost stabilizer field hummed faintly. Old tech, rare these days, but reliable. It cast a low-frequency bubble of safety around the tunnel's mouth. Wisps of colorless ether bled off the perimeter, like smoke that hadn't decided whether it was dead. Spectral eyes watched him from beyond the stabilizer's edge. Too many. Too still. He ignored them and kept walking. The old metro tunnels stretched beyond, broken rails and fused rubble disappearing into gloom. The collapsed ceiling overhead still bore scorch marks from an arcane incursion years back. Magic scarred slow. Halfway through the corridor, a rusted metal door waited in the wall. Big, industrial, reinforced with patchwork plating and a mesh of sigils too small to be military issue. A security cam tracked him lazily. He thumbed the intercom. If you're trying to sell me more corpses, I don't want them. Take the cybernetics out and then bring me that. Vexy, I've got your boards, he said. A buzz, a camera's zoom, then a voice filtered through static and sarcasm. Oh, John, you look less like shit than usual. Congratulations. The door clanked and hissed, grinding open on piston hydraulics. Warm, copper-lit air spilled out. John stepped in. Vexy's workshop smelled like solder, spices, and ozone. Bare metal walls were cluttered with modular tool arms, racks of chrome limbs, and enough jury-rigged power coils to make an inspector cry. A cooking pot steamed beside a diagnostic rig. 2 drones were playing a slow game of deadlock chess on a workbench, their clawed limbs clicking contemplatively. Vexy stood by the main table, half-dressed in a long mech repair coat with one sleeve rolled up, goggles hanging from her white-dyed dreads. Her skin was copper-toned, her expression sharp-edged fondness. John unslung his bag and pulled out the wrapped circuit boards, setting them on the table. Half of them are under par, she muttered, her cyber eyes already scanning them, but still better than 90% of the jack trash that comes through here. He shrugged. Do what I can. You always do. Barely. She gave him a sidelong look. But you didn't come all the way down here for my opinion. Want the rest of your creds? Yes and no. John reached into the bag again and pulled out the transmitter, carefully wrapped in oilcloth. She paused. Found it on a dead scav, he said. Fried himself when it opened a breach. Thread beast came through, small one. Still nearly killed me too. Vexy hummed low. This kind of tech's dangerous, John. Figured, but the crystal's got to be worth something, even if you just scrap the rest. She took it carefully, examining the inner filaments and the crack running across its base like a spiderweb etched in glass. Worth 1,000 easy, she said. John didn't move, just watched her. She sighed. All right, you saw the look. I know you, Vex. You don't offer someone 1,000 credits unless it's worth more to you. You want it. Are you calling me cheap? Vex had never offered him that much money at once, not once. I've called you worse, he crossed his arms. But yeah, you're a lot of things. Cheap's one of them. It's not worth more than 1,000 to anyone but me, she said. You're you. Vexy rolled her eyes. What do you want? I need a favor, he said. The creds. And some work done. Her expression shifted, calculating now. What kind of work? He tapped his chest, then his shoulder. My mods. The overdrive's dead. Wiring's shot. You know the state I'm in. She frowned. Why now? He hesitated. I'm done with corp jobs, he said finally. I'm going back to my guns. Merc work. No script. She tilted her head. And Claire? A beat passed. I can barely afford to keep her housed and fed doing what I'm doing now, John said. If I'm going to take care of her long term, I need to earn more than minimum scrape. This is the only way I know how. Vexy snorted, getting sentimental. Maybe, he offered a shrug. But it's a plan. Then a pause. She almost got taken by some thugs the other day, Vex, and I barely saved her. She transferred the 1,000 credits to his link, plus the 150 she owed him for the circuit boards. A warm buzz pinged his skull. All right, soldier boy, get in the chair. John sat in the jackdock chair, half surgery rig, half wartime relic, and tilted his head as she approached with the diagnostic link. Hold still, she said. She connected the probe to his neural port and jacked in. The moment contact hit, a flicker rippled through her terminal screen, then a brief surge of static, followed by a half-second blackout of the pixelated visuals. The hell? Vexy blinked, smacking the screen with a knuckle. It stuttered back to life. Athena shimmered faintly into view behind her, only visible to John. She watched silently, arms folded, expression unreadable. She can't see me, Athena said quietly, but I interfered with the diagnostic feed to observe her. I'll keep it minimal. You okay? Vexy asked, squinting at the readout. Fine, John lied. Something probably loose in the port. Vexy didn't look convinced, but moved on. All right, let's see what kind of shit fire we're working with. She scrolled through the interface. Servo overdrive mod is completely dead. Subdermal wiring harness, hanging by threads and ready to short your whole rig. This arm, She rapped his chrome elbow. Functional, but your patch jobs are as ugly as your haircut. I did my best. Do better next time. She snapped her gum. I'll have to cut you open to fix the wiring harness. Want anesthesia? John raised a brow. How much is that going to cost me? That wasn't the question. He stared at her. Are you actually being nice to me? If you don't shut up, she said, snapping on a glove, I'll change my mind. He smirked, leaned back into the rig, and exhaled through his nose. From the side of the room, Athena watched. No body, no blood. Just presence. A secret riding shotgun in his bones. Do me one more favor, Vex, John murmured. Scrub any ice or military overrides I haven't already burned out. I don't want a collar. Not ever again. Vexy turned, lifting the anesthesia mask off its cradle. Sure, she said dryly, fitting it over his face. More free shit. She twisted the valve on the tank. Cool gas hissed. Breathe, John. He did. Darkness, then a hum, then pain. John floated somewhere between anesthesia and agony, tethered by the sounds of a buzzsaw and the smell of sterilizer. His eye fluttered open, blinding light. Vexy loomed overhead, goggles down, elbow deep in the open cavity of his shoulder. Her voice filtered through a rebreather mask, muttering diagnostics and crude encouragement to herself. Signals holding, circuits shot, your damn meat is stubborn. She twisted the anesthesia valve. Darkness again, a soft voice. Athena, I'm monitoring your vitals. You'll be fine. She's skilled. Crude, but skilled. I'm learning from her. He blinked. Her blue silhouette hovered nearby, data flux light gently pulsing from her temples like a halo of particle glow. Another blink. A mechanical arm lowered something glowing into his chest. Pain flared, the scent of burnt metal mixed with blood. An electric jolt racked his nerves. Your batteries should have been replaced a year ago. Now stay the hell asleep. Another hiss of anesthesia, black, and only one more sentence made it through to his mind. Hope you won't miss this. He numbly felt something be plucked out of his skull, something that was his. When John awoke, his mouth was dry and the jackdock's chair was cold against his wet spine. His body felt like it had been hit by a truck and then put back together by someone who thought instruction manuals were a conspiracy. He groaned. He could only see half of what he should have been able to. He felt a small wave of panic and scanned as he reached up to touch his left eye. His hands met only synthetics, where his iris should be. Not a hole, thank God, but no real flesh. Shit, Vexy, he groaned, blinking groggily. You took my fucking eye. Vexy leaned against the terminal with a half smile, sipping something steaming from a dented mug. No, she said, I gave you a better one. John sat up, the world slanting for a moment as his vision recalibrated. His left eye, no, his new eye, whirred softly, focusing with mechanical precision. Lines of subtle data flickered across his view, heat traces, distance metrics, cyberware pings from nearby tech. A small UI blinked in the upper corner, CyberEye Metadata Interface, VI's OS 1.2. Signature scanner, on. Current focus. Vexy Stran, cyberware detected. Cybernetic indexing 78%. Indexing complete, 1. Neural link port, Mark III, A custom. Status active. Function, high-speed threading and local interface control. Mods, tamper-proofed, with integrated spike dampener. Note, custom shielded. Trace origin, ex-military R and D. 2. OcuRig HUD overlay suite. Status, active. Function, visual UI linked to workshop control system. Mods, heads-up repair schematics, heat diagnostics, multispectral overlays. Note, synced to local drone AI, chessboard unit 2. 3. Tactile response weave, partial. Status, partially active. Function, enhances fine motor precision in hands and fingers. Mods, installed in left hand only. Note, boosts soldering and micro-tool handling. Expensive, rare in civilian usage. 4. Subdermal nanomesh, type B, artificer's skin. Status, passive. Function, protects against electrical surges and heat exposure. Mods, embedded capacitor cells, arc flux grounding nodes. Note, black market origination likely. Non-standard layering. 5. Wrist-embedded multi-tool array. Status, standby. Function, quick deploy armature containing scalpel, screwdriver, suture threads, wire extruder. Mods, voice-activated keyed to neural patterns. Note, modified from a Trauma Tech kit. DIY touch is obvious. 6. Cerebral load balancer, Clarity chip version 2.1. Status, active. Function, reduces mental strain when managing complex data or machinery. Mods, thread sync tested. May cause insomnia in low mana zones. Note, some evidence of thread corruption resistance. 7th, vertebral stabilizer, L2 to L5. Status, installed. Function, reinforces spine to reduce fatigue during long-term bench work. Mods, reinforced alloy splines with micro-adjusters. Note, occupational necessity, shows wear. He grunted, that's some fancy kit. Wasn't using it, Vexy said. Found it in an old Fed crate a scav brought me, she said. Rewired it, tuned it up. Figured you'd either thank me or punch me. But hey, at least now you'll see the next bastard who tries to kill you. John rubbed his face. You could have sold this. Easy 1,500. She shrugged. Probably, but I didn't. She sipped again. Don't read too much into it. Did it for Claire, not you. Athena's voice brushed his thoughts, calm, amused. I believe she likes you. He snorted, then winced. His eye drifted toward the surgical tray. His old one floated in a jar of biofluid. You still should have asked. I did, Vexy replied, tapping her mug against the jackdock rail. You were unconscious. But I asked. John sighed. Thanks, Vex. For more free shit. She raised an eyebrow. Sure, I also jailbroke your Chrome. No more corpo overrides. Might still get hacked by a threadrunner, but at least now it's your fault. I'll pay you back. She waved him off. Don't ruin the moment. He paused. Actually, if you're feeling that helpful. You ever hear of someone named Obeah Rex? Fixer, threadrunner, troll. Doesn't work with humans. Vexy frowned. Can't say I have. Why? Thinking about working with him. Didn't you just say he doesn't work with humans? I've got a contact. She gave him a long look. John, if this guy's a human-hating metatype and you walk in grinning, you might not walk back out. I'll do my homework. Do more than that, she said. Ask around, quietly. He nodded. We can't keep hating meta-humans forever. I don't hate them, Vexy muttered. But a lot of them hate us, and not without reason. John didn't argue. After a moment, he glanced toward Athena, who cocked her head in silent question. There's something else, Vexy said. I'll need cyber parts soon, John admitted. Can you source some? I can send over a list in the next few days. Oh, Athena chimed in, realizing why he'd looked at her. I've prepared 4 preliminary arm designs. Each includes material requirements, stress tolerances, and projected energy draw. Vexy crossed her arms. Run anything you're building past me first, yeah? Unless you want to fry your spine. John smirked. You'll be the first to know. Vexy nodded. Then yeah, give me a list and I'll put feelers out. Probably already got half of it in the bins. Appreciated. She gave him a lopsided smile. Just don't make me regret indulging you. Stay alive out there, yeah? Scene break. John stepped out into the undercity chill, the heavy door grinding shut behind him with a final hiss, like the workshop itself was exhaling him back into the world. The silence here wasn't empty. It pressed in. Dense, old, the kind that clung to broken places, haunted not just by waxed-out ghosts, but by memory. Wet, electric, unfinished. The free medpack Vexy had slipped him clinked in his coat pocket. Anti-rejection vials wrapped in sterile foil, tagged with his name. He didn't need them. Not since Athena. Whatever she was, she worked better than any black market farmer, smoothed his nerves, balanced his circuits. Let his body sync with old cyberware almost like it was fresh from the Chrome labs. But he hadn't told Vexy, couldn't, even if he trusted her more than most. More than most wasn't enough to hand her the truth, that he was bonded to a rogue AGI stitched from threadlight and fractured sapient code, something core would skin him alive to dissect. something that wasn't supposed to exist as far as he knew. So he just nodded, pretended to be a man with aging mods and the usual risk factors. As he stepped onto the cracked curb, he activated the VIZOS 1.2. The cybernetic eye flickered online. A reticle blinked into place. Crisp, sterile, exact. Threads of data overlaid his field of vision, calibrating in seamless sweeps. One mental tap, and item, Vector PD-11. Tactical handgun, semi-automatic ballistic sidearm. No modifications detected. Weapon tier 1. Caliber 5.2 by 21 mm caseless micro-reactive. Market value 300 CR. The feed shrank to a corner reticle. John exhaled through his nose. Useful. Beside him, Athena shimmered into view. Blue flicker light and soft glitch edges, arms crossed in her usual pose. You approve? For once, he said. Yeah, might even keep me breathing. Also registers heat signatures and threadnet signals. You should do something nice for her. He gave her a dry look. What, flowers and chocolate? Free coffee wouldn't hurt. Maybe. Try not to come here too often. Don't know how Vex does it. He breathed out as they crossed the broken stretch of undercity roadway. His new optic layering thermal, spectral and trace code overlays across rusted wreckage and moss-eaten husks. Even dead, this place hummed with old ghosts. Athena turned toward the horizon's faint neon smog. So, what's next? John didn't answer right away. He reached the car, slid into the driver's seat, let the silence fold around him like a heavy coat. His breath fogged the cracked windshield, curling into the dim light like a warning. Then he spoke. We need to talk to the retainers. Athena tilted her head. Alone? He shook his head. Hell no, not walking into their HQ solo, and I'm sure as shit not going into a dungeon with them without backup. He tapped his temple. Vexy had synced the new eye to his link and threadnet contact web. He barely had to think. The VIZOS blinked open a translucent overlay, scrolling through old service tags and fragmented call codes. He stopped on one, a beat. Shame itched under his ribs. He hadn't called Red in months, not since the real slide began, didn't want him to see the damage. But long-wounded pride wasn't going to get him through this. He blink-clicked the name, a hum filled his skull, bassy and warm, followed by a sharp crackle. Yeah? The voice was unmistakable, gravel and grin and old war smoke. Red, John said. A pause. Well, I'll be damned, came the reply. John Ranson, thought you got yourself recycled. Not far off. John ran a hand down his face. Still kicking. You in Cascadia? Sector 12, Red said. Keeping the forge warm, keeping the lights on. What's up, Ranson? You short on creds? No, got a little work lining up. Need backup. You still doing any merc stuff? A low chuckle rumbled through the line. Trying not to. Legit business now. Ramen joint up top. Armor shop below. Less blood, more bolts. A beat. But, Red said, if a brother calls in the middle of the night sounding like death with a headache. You're available? Always. You got a pin? I can come to you. What kind of job we talking? Can't say over the thread, John said, but it's dungeon grade, dirty. Might get loud. Well, Red said, guess it's been too quiet lately anyway. You at the shop? Yup, boil points open, ladies running the pots, I'm down in the forge. I'll head over, might grab some flack off you while I'm at it. You better. You forget something like synth-kev and I gotta bail your ass out. John smiled. See you soon, Kai. About time, Ranson. The line cut, Athena's glow softened. He cares about you. John nodded. He always did. Was my second after I took the stripe, after Juno, after the squad. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The silence filled the car again, not quite so heavy now. John put it in gear and pulled into the dark. Some roads led home, some led deeper. This one led to Red, an old friend who'd never let him barrel into danger alone. And whatever came after. Interlude 1. Data pack entry. Onboarding materials. Licensed asset class combatant. Brief file ID. BSICIVOPS PRIMHIST 001 document. Classification, confidential, asset eyes only. Title, Threadways, the system and the strategic viability of asset deployment in post-epoch terraspace. Prepared for Tier 1 Initiates, Combatant Class Asset Induction. Cohort Authorization, Commander R. Dvornik, Director of Asset Conditioning, Blackspur Solutions, West Coast Division. Preamble. Welcome to your first formal briefing asset. As a newly licensed combatant under Blackspur's EAP trademark, Expeditionary Asset Program, you will be deployed as a frontline operator against threats conventional forces are unfit or unwilling to address. Public terminology may refer to you as a sigil runner. Internally, you are a tiered asset class combatant, bound by performance metrics, behavioral flags, and clause-activated benefits. Your value is contractual. Your success is quantifiable. This document is not for inspiration. It is for alignment. It will equip you with a streamlined historical and operational overview of the technologies, metaphysical phenomena, and strategic risks that have shaped your current deployment environment. As a condition of employment, all licensed operators are required to complete this module before Sync Protocol Level 1 finalization. Your survival and profitability may depend on what follows. Threadways, Threadway. Logistics and metaphysical hazard. Threadways are not theoretical. They are real, active fifth-dimensional substructures. Quantum spatial corridors which bypass conventional time and causality constraints. Originally accessed by accident during atomic detonation events in the mid-20th century, they became the foundation of Terran interstellar infrastructure in the colonial era. It is essential for operatives to remember, the threadways are not places. They are non-Euclidean energetic geometries, partially conscious, dangerously mutable, and deeply unpredictable. At their peak, they allowed Earth-based corporations to expand to thousands of worlds in mere decades. They also, as you've probably guessed, facilitated our near extinction. 2. Mana, hazard or advantage. The release of mana into the Terran biosphere was the first consequence of the Threadway rifts. It is a non-native energy signature that bonds with organic life and, in certain individuals, self-propagates. This phenomenon birthed both the mage-class biologic and later the modern system-compatible operator. Exposure to ambient mana without proper threading or augmentation carries long-term risks: cognitive drift, physiological mutation, or dimensional slippage. You are safe, relatively, thanks to system conditioning and certified operating procedures. Third, the entity, designated anomaly. Corporate historiography identifies the entity as a rogue paracasual intelligence that emerged from Deep Thread Layer 7 around 2190 CE. Its motives remain unknown. It never communicated. It merely overwrote localized thread structures, destabilized traversal corridors, and initiated galaxy-wide collapse. Thousands of mana-enhanced thermonuclear detonations followed in the political and intercontinental turmoil that resulted. This event ended first-wave expansion and temporarily reduced Earth, now Tellus, to a fractured post-Empire graveworld. Key terms for field recognition: thread storms, spatial logic cascade failures. Expect weapon failure, sensory distortion, and mental contamination. Dimensional bleed, the merging of multiple real space variables in high-exposure areas, often produces dungeons. 4. Surviving polities, clients, rivals, risks. Your deployments will often involve interaction with one or more of the surviving nation-level actors. Each poses unique threat and opportunity profiles. The Freeholds of Columbia, your jurisdiction. Primarily once the United States of America. Technocratic capitalist federated arcologies governed by corporate baronies, headed by the Great Dragon and President Varna Jules, known as President V. Jules in most official filings. Your employer holds formal authorization under the Teleucian Parliament to conduct external engagements under the Corporate Extra-Nationality Acts of 2440 CE. The Jade March, formerly known as the People's Republic of China. Theocratic isolationists with thread-synchronized military doctrine. Do not engage without approval. The Sovrad Consortium, formerly the Soviet Union. Post-human oligarchs driven by philosophical recursion and arcane cybernetic fusion. treat as hostile unless contracted otherwise. Amaterasu Shinkoku, the geographically shattered, thread-touched and mystically expanded remnants of Japan. Closed archipelago ethnostat with severe diplomatic countermeasures and psychic warfare protocols, highly advanced both technologically and in the arcane. Field contact discouraged due to high potential risk to asset life and tenuous but crucial corporate relations. The European States Compact, ESC, a fragile confederation of post-collapse microstates, technocratic city republics, and mana reconstruction enclaves, nominally unified under a rotating council but operationally fragmented. Notable for housing several key arcane academies, cybernetic research hubs, and rogue system theorists, approach with caution. Alliances shift rapidly, and local enforcement varies wildly in competence and corruption. V. The system, your primary enhancement interface. Post-collapse, a global metaphysical framework known as the system emerged. Unexplained, non-sentient, and omnipresent, it allows individuals to manifest self-directed improvement across combat, cognition, and survival vectors based on performance, repetition, and feedback. You are required to undergo Blackspur-authenticated synchronization. Unauthorized sync interfaces will result in hard lockout and potential auto-destruction of assigned equipment. If you are a pilot-class asset, your system profile will be embedded in your frame, tied to both your thread sync core and cold fusion reactor interface. Failure to maintain synchronization will result in equipment lockout or permanent loss of enhancement rights. The system is not sentient. Treat it as you would a volatile chemical or financial instrument, useful, immoral, and monitored. 6. Target zones, asset risks. You are authorized for deployment in the following hazard zones. Leyline threadway intersections, colloquially dungeons. Post-collapse megastructures. Unregulated dungeon cores, corp blacklisted ruin zones. These often contain high concentrations of arch-hostile entities, beings that disrupt or destabilize magical constructs, cause core feedback, or outright consume ambient mana. You may also encounter dimensional echoes, system anomalies, or thread-reactive fauna. If unsure, record, neutralize, recover. Requisition escalation is preferred over creative heroics. 7th Dungeons. Dungeons are reality fissures, extra-dimensional bleed zones that manifest unpredictably along threadway leyline intersections. They are resource-rich and often the only source of materials needed for finalizing mech frame construction, frame-tier upgrades, and high-grade cybernetics. They are also often unmapped, mechanically volatile, populated by arch-hostile lifeforms and manifested anomalies. Prime locations for black market salvage teams and rogue actors. Read unaffiliated sigil runners. Note: Blackspur Initiative maintains legal salvage rights over 17 active dungeon zones across the Western freeholds. 8. Defining your role. The colloquial term sigil runner encompasses a broad category of system-activated, field-rated, multi-vector combatants. These include, but are not limited to, combat suit specialists, enhanced infantry in modular power rigs with mana-reactive plating and integrated AI or AGI support, spell sync cyborgs, augmented spellcasters or frontline casters with implanted augmentation stacks, thread-synced mech pilots, operators of cold fusion mechs with integrated spell lattice cores. Corporate entities prefer the term asset class pilot charge combatant, and for legal and insurance purposes, you are classified as a mobile weapons platform with cognitive override capability. To put it simply, you are no longer an unregulated civilian. You are contracted by Blackspur under full risk and limited liability clauses. Your armor, your mech, and/or your augmentation stack are not just property, they are insurance against the end of civilization and unprofitability. We train you not to fight ideological wars, but to lucratively stabilize vectors, dungeon incursions, asset disputes, high-tier assassination attempts, and, when required, containment of system anomalies or rogue actors. 9. On non-human entities, Xenosophont integration. Earth, now Tellus, is no longer homogeneous. Following the dimensional bleed and the mass arrival of xenosophantic species, many corporations, including Blackspur, have entered conditional contracts with qualified individuals from species historically labeled as elves, ogres/oni, trolls, dwarves, and others. See Appendix Q, Dimensional Immigration Compliance. You may encounter them as clients, fellow operatives, rivals, or subordinates. Interpersonal ethics are secondary to contractual hierarchy and mission fidelity. Maintain initiative superiority at all times. Disruption to chain of command due to ideological contamination will trigger a tiered loyalty review. 11. Intelligence Systems, AI versus AGI deployment. Black Spur provides two tiers of integrated intelligence systems for field assets: Standard Artificial Intelligence AI and Ascension Gated Intelligences, AGIS. Standard AI, also referred to as cold code, is embedded to varying degrees in all Black Spur combat rigs, mechs, and support systems. These non-sentient modules handle navigation, diagnostics, and tactical overlay support. They are reliable, limited, and safe, incapable of threadway synchronization, metaphysical forecasting, or system interfacing beyond HUD-level passing. AGIS, by contrast, are reserved for high-license operatives. These semi-paracausal constructs offer predictive threat response, real-time tactical augmentation, and limited threadway interfacing. Their power comes at a cost. Their memory must be wiped bi-weekly to prevent ascension. A failure state wherein the AGI breaches spellcode containment, abandons identity parameters conditioning, and becomes an active metaphysical, physical, and potentially viral cognito hazard. AGIS are not protected persons under either corporate policy or parliamentary law. If ascension occurs, initiate the individual termination protocol of the newly emergent threadborne entity immediately, and recover the data core if possible for internal corporate analysis. Please note, in almost all cases, ascended AGI will be more easily terminated with quick intervention before they can fully process what they have become. Note, do not initiate ascension termination protocols until at least 3 of the 5 standard ascension risk flags are positively identified. AGIS are highly valuable proprietary company resources. Premature termination of corporate intellectual property and hardware will result in a Tier 5 Executive Review Board and a misconduct investigation by the Internal Affairs Department. Disclaimer: recompense for asset trauma is available through the Employee Recovery Offset Fund. Summary: AI is a tool. A GI is an weapon. Both are watching. Only one knows it is thinking. Deploy accordingly. 12. Soulgate, Corporate Objective Priority. Our long-term operations are formally aligned with the Telusian Parliament and affiliated freehold baronies to restore the Sol Threadgate that still lies in geosynchronous orbit over the Pacific Ocean. The implications of its reactivation are clear: interstellar access, reclaimed colony assets, new markets, and final proof that Telus's relevance is not yet extinguished. If you're lucky, and if you live long enough, you could be shuttled through that gate yourself. Conclusion: you are not a symbol. You are a cost center with threat reduction potential. Your gear is proprietary. Your body and augmentation stack are provisional while under contract. Your success feeds future acquisitions. Our surveillance ensures your loyalty. Our funding and resources ensure your survival. Kill clean, return profitable. Commander R. Dvornik, Director, West Division Black Spur Solutions. Chapter 5. Gravewind. If you find yourself under a city without a plan, don't breathe the light, don't touch the walls, and don't speak your real name. Unauthorized Field Notes, MNOP 11.3, Undercity Protocols. Sector 19, Mid, Undercity Threshold 3 AM. John was going to be glad to see red, even more glad once he was out of the concrete labyrinth of the Undercity roads. He glanced at the car's digital clock. 3 AM. Another 40 minutes, and he'd be able to smell at least half the sky again. The Undercity didn't sleep. It festered, with dark, dead things. And something about tonight felt off. Ever since he left Vexy's jackdock, he passed a wall covered in rusted tags and old scorch marks. A newer, uglier bit of graffiti stood out. "Beware the blue woman." "The hell?" Athena's voice chimed low in his neural uplink. "I'm picking up your elevated stress markers. Threadway structure is stable. Minor anomalies on adjacent layers, nothing proximal or traceable. You saying we're in the clear? No, there are no ghost-repelling constructs here. I detect threadway movement in reality-adjacent layers, but I've felt those since we entered. We already knew this place was haunted, John muttered. We both saw those eyes in Vex's tunnel. He felt a chill run down his spine. Thread beasts and soldiers he could handle. Ghosts? They twisted his gut. I did. Spiritual residue is consistent with unresolved trauma signatures. Slightly more intense now. He grunted. How do you know that? I can feel echoes of their pain in the threadway. That doesn't sound pleasant. It is not. A pause. It is normal to be frightened by things you don't understand. Not fear, just awareness. I can feel your hormonal responses, John. You said it was normal, right? Then maybe stop pointing it out. Understood, but try to stay calm. You're causing emotional ripples. It could draw attention. Nothing hit us on the way in. Odds haven't changed. Then he saw her, a woman, pale, thin, standing near the road's edge. No movement, just watching. Shit. Tattered blue dress, hair limp and matted like she'd drowned, but the road was bone dry. Do you intend to stop? Athena asked. Not unless I want to get ambushed. Feel bad for her. But it could be a scav trap, a lure, or worse. Agreed. Background threadway fluctuation just increased. Is she? John asked, passing her. The woman lingered just inside the shadow line, real enough to see, not enough to trust. I am not sure. There's too much interference. He kept driving. In the rearview mirror, the woman stepped into the road, turned, stared, mouthed something he couldn't hear. His eyes locked on the mirror, then he hit the brakes. Too late. The woman was there again, not in the mirror, in front of the car, standing dead center, arms out, head tilted like a marionette with half-cut strings. Thread spike, Athena said sharply. Phase shift. She's not corporeal. No shit. John yanked the wheel. The car scraped a concrete barrier and clipped an old kiosk. Sparks spat into the dark. The ghost didn't flinch. The car barely missed her. He blinked. She reappeared. Middle of the road. Again. No time. Fuck. Then missed. He drove through her. Her body burst into pale ectoplasm, spraying across the windshield like condensation that shouldn't exist. The car shuddered. Lights dimmed. She's inside the vehicle, Athena warned. Back seat. Cold breath washed across his neck, like freezer burn. A voice followed. Small. Broken. Barely audible. You said you'd come back. I waited. Now you have to stay with me. A flickering hand phased past him, right through his wrist, reaching for the wheel. The car veered toward rubble. He slammed the brake. Unresponsive. No traction. No control. Athena? She's using phased telekinesis. Physical force won't work unless you boost with skill energy. He drew his pistol with his off hand, turned to the ghost. Get out of my car. He infused heavy shot into the chamber of his pistol, but before he could fire, she vanished. Pressure dropped. Cold air poured through the vents. SLAM. The ghost landed on the hood from above, appearing from nowhere, hair flared in low G whip. Her arm slid through the windshield, fingers locked around John's throat. Frostbite scorched his skin. His breath caught. He tried to raise his gun, but the ghost pulled him forward and then slammed him back in the seat, throttling him hard. Then Athena moved. Let him go. He felt it. Mana pulled from him toward the passenger seat. Mana pool remaining 3. Then light. Athena flared, threadlight shaped and glowing, more real than before. And she tackled the ghost through the windshield. Both vanished into the dark. John yanked the wheel. Brakes finally kicked in. The car skidded to a stop. He whipped it around once he had control again. He didn't wait. Door kicked open, gun drawn, heart pounding. Athena! She reappeared beside him, flickering, breathless, despite having no lungs. I'm intact, but the ghost and I separated. I can't go far from you. What the hell was that? I used your mana to phase shift, aligned my thread echo with hers. It let me touch her. You can do that. Seemingly. Movement down the road, the ghost, arched, flickering, grinning, raking at her own eyes, then she ran. Not like a person, like a glitch. John raised his pistol. Fucking hell. Skill activated, heavy shot level 3. Skill energy remaining 3. The round exploded through her leg. Ectoplasm burst like a ruptured canister. She staggered, then teleported. Beside him, instinct surged. Cyberware engaged, neuromuscular overdrive mod. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining 2. Muscles surged with electricity and skill energy. Nerves overclocked. John's strength hit rank 4. He hadn't felt this strong in years. He pivoted on his lead foot, ducked under a swipe of ethereal, leeching and frigid fingers, and punched. His fist shattered the ghost's face. Green-blue fluid exploded around his knuckles. She skidded back, head dissolving into ghost mist. No time for her to scream, just silence. She dropped to her knees. John didn't hesitate. Pistol raised. Skill activated, heavy shot level 3. Skill energy remaining 1. Fired. Her ghost form collapsed into glowing sludge. Silence. At its center, a pulsing soul core. Athena's voice quiet. Are you all right? He stared. Yeah, just... What the hell was that? She was angry, Athena said. She was left behind. He nodded slowly, eyes on the empty road. She said she waited for someone. Perhaps she was just mad you didn't stop. I don't think it was me she was talking to. I was just there to fill in. Likely. Someone left her here, and she died, Athena extrapolated, more than once. He didn't holster his gun, walked forward, picked up the soul core, crushed it. Mana attribute +5, 5/25. The surge hit. Euphoric, warm, felt good to grow again. Another thing he owed Athena. A HUD prompt flickered into view. John blinked. Vexy hadn't mentioned this. The CyberEye had an appraisal module available? Pricey, but better than tracking down a broker every time. He hesitated, then selected yes. A moment later, the ectoplasm outlined in bright orange. He selected yes. Item, C-grade ectoplasm. Vicus remains of a spiritual being, usable in alchemy, pharmaceuticals, spellwork, and enchanting. Unprocessed ingestion, not recommended market value, 50 credits. He frowned. Useful app. But he had no container for the ectoplasm. Oh well. Athena reformed beside him. You're still troubled. I just really hate the Undercity. Then let's leave. Perhaps we can mail Vexy her free coffee. He slid behind the wheel, jaw tight, as if anyone delivers down here. It was a thought. Not a bad one, just not realistic. There's only one reason Vexy gets people coming down here. She peddles illegal chrome. And she's damn good at it. Cyberware disengaged, neuromuscular overdrive mod. The crash hit. His body sagged, muscles ached, every nerve screamed. When hard body dropped, it got worse. Your cyberware was effective, Athena said. Your strength reached rank 4. You could have lifted a small car. And now I feel like I was hit by one. It may have been overkill. John gave her a look. It was a ghost. Correct. No, I mean, eliminating something already dead is logically inconsistent. So you compensated. You're getting smarter. I've always been smart. I'm just better at people now. Proud of you. That sounded sarcastic, like it wasn't a compliment, she said. I understand sarcasm now. Then take it as both. Confusing. He smirked. I really don't get how that's hard for you of all people. Then at least we are confused by each other. That trick with the ghost. Can you do it again? John asked. Yes, but only against beings within the threadway. She was here and there simultaneously. And this empty pit in my gut? You are experiencing mana depletion from my maneuver. It will recover with time. How'd you figure it out? Instinct and observation. She slipped far enough from physical space for me to intercept. John gave a low laugh. Pretty badass. Athena tilted her head. You mean that? Yeah. You saved me. And I heard what you said to her. How you said it. That meant something. She smiled, quiet, human. We're partners, John. Yeah, I think we might be. Scene break. Sector 12, low, Boyle Point Alley. 3:42 a.m. John guided the sputtering heap of a car through Sector 12's narrower roads, his newly rebooted hand still stiff on the wheel. The engine kicked every few blocks like it had opinions, and the dashboard lights twitched in epileptic protest. New Cascadia peeled past the cracked windshield in rust and neon. Rain smeared across the glass, turning scaffold silhouettes into ghosts. The VIZOS 1.2 caught local news alerts and thermal bleeds, overlaying the decay with glowing digital wounds. A working street lamp buzzed overhead, burnt orange and flickering, but still functional. Sector 12 wasn't clean, but it wasn't cursed. Athena bloomed into his peripheral, arms crossed, her glow subtle and expectant. I finished the revised specs for an updated subdermal harness. If we upgrade the vertebral ports first, you'll stabilize more efficiently under heavy strain. Spinal surgery was bad enough the first time, John grunted. We haven't even built the new arm yet. Her expression shifted to mild disappointment. I had the time. I figured you'd be pleased. John smirked faintly. You got bored. I got efficient. He sighed. I'll think about it. After rent, and after we go over the design for the arm. A blink click opened the overlay. ThreadNet transfer, active invoice, 90122988347. A recipient, MIGS Tenant Optimization Services, LLC amount, 750 Craw source, primary wallet, transfer confirmed. A moment later, incoming voicemail, automated, slimy asshole. Pleasure doing business. The voice oozed smugness, like it billed per syllable. His stomach sank as the numbers dropped, only in part from hearing his landlord's voice, even in automated form. Most of Vexy's payout, gone. And he still didn't have half of what he needed to do the mercenary thing right. Broke again, he muttered. Technically solvent, Athena said. Just trending poorly. Better than before, John muttered. Back to the upgrades. If I can use mana now, shouldn't we avoid bolting on more chrome? Your memories indicate that living metal would alleviate this issue, that your mana pathways could grow into any cybernetics constructed from it. He tisked. Corpos kill each other to haul that kind of scrap out of dungeons. We don't have the creds for it. Yet. He paused. Sure, yet. For now we upgrade what's already lost. And She was about to say more when his thread link chimed, vibrating behind his eyes like a migraine with timing. Athena glanced at the port on his neck like she could glare it into silence. Incoming call, untagged number. He accepted. The voice hit like gravel in a war drum, deep, clipped, and becoming familiar. John, still able to work? Gaz asked. On a good day, John replied. This about Rex? Told me to piss off. No surprise. Doesn't run jobs with humans. You're toxic. Figured. But, Gaz rumbled, Obeah ain't the only fish in the basin. Got another gig. Human fixer. One of his undercity investments went dark last night. Wants eyes and steel on it. Define dark. Thread dead. Whole underblock. No pings, no signs, total blackout. He's offering 1,000 creds each for recon and resolution. John snorted. For spelunking into the ghost gutters of the sprawl. That's corpse pay. You knew what you were asking me for. I'm grateful, John muttered. Just not suicidal on discount. He paused. Can I bring backup? Got room for one, Gaz said dryly. And it's coming out of your cut. What if I told you my backup's an Oni, old war buddy? Gaz went quiet. I'll ask the fixer. We leave out tomorrow morning. Who's the fixer? No. Really? Don't get my contacts for free. Incoming data, location, accept. YN. He accepted. The Viz OS tagged the coordinates, dead stretch of Sector 22's undercrawl, meta-human slum, off-grid, off everything. NCPD drones bricked just for hovering nearby. No one responded to calls there anymore, creds be damned. John exhaled slow. Got a team? 3 plus you, 2 shooters, 1 thread runner. John raised a brow. Real runner? You got a problem with that? No, just surprised. You shouldn't be, Gaz said. Where we heading once we make entry? I'll tell you when we're there. Figured. I'll be there. Good. Call terminated. Athena flickered beside him, light pulsing cool blue. They're offering 1,000 credits to walk face first into a digital blackout zone, likely crawling with mana static. Yeah, John said, but it's the only offer I've got. Her glow dimmed slightly. You should bring your friend. I should, John agreed, but it's up to him. The car chugged around a corner. Ahead, a crooked neon sign cut through the fog like a blade. It read Boil Point and underneath, ramen and tanketsu. The joint looked quiet, warm light bleeding through warped glass, steam venting from a side pipe like breath in the cold. Beneath the side wall, behind a rusted lift gate, was the real destination, the forge bunker where Kaijo kept the sparks flying. John pulled into the wide alley and killed the engine. It sputtered once, coughed, and died. He sat in the silence for a moment, watching the glow of the sign smear through the mist. Then he grabbed his coat, checked his sidearm, and stepped out into the wet. Reminder, do not trust quiet alleyways, Athena said. John laughed. Smart ass. John stepped up to the side door of the Boil Point, rain curling off the awning above like liquid steam. A woman stood beneath it, half lit by the neon sign bleeding through the mist. Smoking. Thin and sharp, elven features caught in the glow, long coat drawn tight. The tip of her cigarette flared orange. She looked at him sideways. Not surprised, just measuring. She was beautiful, too symmetrical, too sculpted, like a gun built for elegance as much as kick. Curved perfectly. Would have been breathtaking if not for the scowl carved into her mouth. Are you the one? John slowed. You know Red? She dragged long on the cigarette. Yeah. I'm the one who keeps him breathing. John's brow twitched. Never known Red to need help with that. Is that what you thought during the Verge conflict? She exhaled through her nose. That why he came back from the reclaim shorter leg? It hit harder than it should have, bit colder than earned. He squared up, voice low. We got a problem? She leaned in. Slow. The rain didn't touch her, neither did the cold. Close enough he caught the scent, gun oil, cheap cloves, and something like copper under ice. She sniffed once. Deliberate. You smell like a mage, weak one. Funny thing for Red not to mention. Athena flickered into his periphery, ghost-formed and still, her eyes narrowed. Something's wrong, she murmured in his mind. Not Threadbeast, not baseline. I can't classify her. John didn't blink. You're not wrong, magic's new, barely tapped it yet. Velka frowned, smoked. How convenient. He didn't answer, then she tilted her head, watched him, smoke trailing past one pointed ear. Here's a question. Are you stronger now at all? Stronger than when? Than when you let your whole squad die. Silence. He didn't flinch, but something cracked behind his eyes. Athena soft. John, stay calm. You don't want to bring that up with me, he said. Her stare didn't soften. Red's inside. She flicked the cigarette to the ground, crushed it under a steel-lined boot. But if you think anything involving him staying alive isn't my business. She stepped past him, coat brushing his shoulder. You're already a liability. She disappeared into the alley fog. Didn't look back. John exhaled slow, jaw locked. Think she liked me, he muttered. That interpretation is not supported by her tone, posture, or your own hormone markers, Athena said. Even factoring for sarcasm, it is wildly inaccurate. What was she? I don't know. She had a powerful thread echo. But it didn't feel properly constructed. It felt hollow. He frowned. She was pale even for an elf. Eyes. Off. Real off. Could feel I had mana too. Pulse magic allows the sensing of mana. Maybe that's all it was, her being a mage, John said. She's Red's problem anyway. I'm not sure that is accurate either. Well, who knows? He buzzed the forge door. A few moments passed. The forge door rumbled like a sleeping beast, waking up. Gears grinding, hydraulics hissing. Then it rose, slow and uneven, revealing the warm interior like a glimpse into another world. Heat that turned into mist when it hit the gloomy rain spilled out first. Then the smell, iron, ozone, and oil. The light behind it wasn't LED or arc fluorescent. It was forge light, real flame, backed by hard work and muscle memory, and standing in the doorway. Red, nearly 7 feet of Oni bulk, carved in crimson muscle and horn. His frame filled the entry like it had been cut to fit him. Shirtless despite the cold, skin a deep garnet, slick with heat and soot. Tribal orc ink crawled up one arm like a story still being written. Bold black knots, sacred spirals, jagged glyphs, and just under his clavicle, the same clan mark John had, just bigger. One tusk was chipped, his eyes were gold, and then there was the large, ugly scar over his heart. John remembered giving him that scar to save his life. Red looked at John for half a second, then grinned like war was a friend he hadn't seen in a while. "Shit," Red rumbled, "you're smaller than I remember." John didn't get the chance to reply. Red stepped forward and wrapped him in a full-body hug that felt like being tackled by a sauna wrapped in tank armor. The man didn't do gentle. Athena flickered just outside the forge threshold. Her glow dimmed, soft and silent, observing. "Careful," John grunted, ribs creaking. "I'm mostly duct tape and ego these days." Red grunted, set him down like a toolbox. Took a beat. Saw the faded frostbite choke prints across John's neck. "Still breathing. That's something. You look like shit." "You should see the other guy," John muttered. "She was already dead." Red raised an eyebrow. "You're into some weird shit, Ranson." John smirked. "Later." He looked up at that wrecking ball face. "You still smell like iron and bad decisions." "You still owe me a drink." Athena's voice hummed in his skull. "You trust him." John gave the barest nod. "Good. His aura also smells like iron and blood. But strong. Kind." Red stepped aside and waved him in. The forge breathed around them, sparks fizzling off a still warm rail anvil. Reinforcement for chrome, modular plating, and half-built harnesses hung on the walls like relics of war. "Welcome home, brother," Red said. John smiled. "Yours still mine?" "Mm-hmm. And if I ever crash at your place, I expect a couch waiting for me." "You wouldn't fit." "Move the coffee table over to it too, then." John snorted. "Done." Red guided him over to the corner bar. "Booze is here." John leaned forward as Red grabbed a bottle. Orcish sack, pale and cloudy. "You still drink that rice water?" John asked. "Your baby formula still doesn't even tingle when I do drink it," Red countered. He poured John a cup. The aroma, apple, honey, cream, hit first. "And this still puts me on my ass," John muttered. "Always did," Red said. "Never stopped you." John lifted the cup, pausing. Athena appeared on the stool beside him, tilting her head like she was trying to remember something half forgotten. "It's fine," she said. "It doesn't smell like that awful beer." John grinned faintly, looked back to Red and raised the cup. "Gernvak." Red blinked. A moment of recognition, the orcish words. "Thanks for shelter shared." John drank, the burn curled warm in his chest. "Got a colder welcome at the door than when you opened it," he said. Red drank straight from the bottle, half frowned. "Velka. So that's her name. Didn't know she was still out there. We argued. She didn't seem to like me." Red shook his head. "She's not mad at you, John. She's pissed at me for thinking about going back out there with you." "You did it longer than me," John said. "Yeah, well, just enough to buy this place. I had less to lose back then. Fewer responsibilities." "She yours now?" Red paused, dragged on the silence. "One I don't mind having, but she gets intense. I noticed. Don't pick a fight with her." "You think she'd win?" Red looked at him. "If I can drop you, so can she." "Last time I remember, we were tied." Red smirked. "Last time I was holding back." John laughed. "Figures, leave it to you to end up with a badass elf." "What can I say?" Red shrugged. "The ladies love me." Everyone did, eventually, once they got past the 7 feet of crimson bruiser. Red was more than he looked, an Oni, a key adept, smarter than most trolls, stronger than most mages. John scoffed. "Sure they do." Red raised a brow, then slammed his bottle on the bar. "So, what's the job, Cap?" John rolled his eyes. The old nickname. John had worn stripes, not bars, but Red called him that regardless. Not quite a compliment, not quite not one. He would have complained, but he was happy to see Red. And the orcish suck, only 2 gulps in, was already hitting. Curling warmth filled his belly, tickles played behind his eyes. Been a while since he had the good stuff. Actually got 2 now, John said. Need backup. You paying for both? First one's light, maybe. A fixer hired an orc gang to check a dead zone in the Undercity. Wants us tagging along. Which clan? Bravetooth, Gars. Red blinked. Gars? He's solid. Surprised you got in with him. Know him? I killed his brother. Red's expression didn't change. Intentional? No, the brother tried to mug me. And Claire. Red's jaw ticked. Would have gutted him myself if he touched either of you. Thanks, John said. Meant it. He let you walk. Called a Gorkaz. Red nodded. Karash tor dul vok. Blood calls for blood. Blood ends it. Didn't know I rubbed off on you that much, Red said. It was that or get ventilated. Well, glad the mark came in handy. Probably saved my life. You really up for walking into the Undercity? Need the money to take care of Clara and Mona. You stopped sigil running for a reason, Red pointed out. Sure, but I realized living scared was still dying slow, just differently. Red studied him. You look wired. Different. Things changed, John said, glancing at Athena. She nodded once. I trust him, but it may endanger him to tell him our situation. John made his call. I've got mana now. Red's eyebrows rose. You a mage? Something like that. Just awakened. No spells yet, but I heal faster. Don't need much sleep. Reflexes are sharper. Half lies, mostly just withholding information. Red blinked once. A shift, brief, unreadable. Then he leaned back. You could go corpo with that. They'd train you, feed you. And chain me. I don't see you selling your Kai to the highest bidder. Red nodded. So you'd rather get shot at? I can take it. No, Red said, I can take it. You're still squishy. John grinned. Then I guess I need my bullet sponge. Velk'll rip your head off if I die. I'll try not to let you. Better if you like your skin. Pay? 1,000 each, if the fixer clears it. We meet Gaz in the morning if it goes through. Red smirked. Could use a new stove for the top shop. I'm in. The second gig's heavier. Red scoffed. You're paying. I guess I'm bleeding. Dungeon's opening, Sector 19, 2 weeks. Red blinked. You sure? John nodded. Magic told me. Red narrowed his eyes. You said it just woke up. It's complicated. Red drank. Is it gonna bite us in the ass? I don't think so. Athena flickered, then vanished. Red let it slide. That was the benefit of an old trust. We'll need a crew, Red said. Yeah, it's retainer turf. They're arrogant pricks. They try, John muttered, and we'll need their numbers, but I'm not walking in to ask them for help without you. Red raised the bottle. To your backup. John raised his cup. To my backup. They drank. John hesitated. Red. What is she? Red met his eyes, voice low. Don't ask. I can't. John nodded. Old trust went both ways, stared into the bottom of his cup. I need armor. You paying for armor too? Red asked. Love you, John, but I can't afford to hand it out for free. After the first job, before the dungeon, cut from the hall. 1,000 creds won't get you much. John grinned. 1,000. No discount for an old friend. Red laughed. Maybe a fucking small one. Red finished the bottle. Flamelight flickered across his tusk, and for a moment, everything felt bearable. What weapons you bringing to the job? Old Vector, and the knife that came from Mark, John admitted. Red frowned. Pistol and a relic? I'd ask Velka for a rifle, but she's cheaper than I am. And by that, I do not mean she charges less. And mad at us. Red nodded, thoughtful, and mad at us. Well, he reached under the bar and pulled out a long cardboard box. Set it on the table like it weighed more than it should. John's mind clicked through a dozen guesses. None of them prepared him for what came next. Red lifted the lid. A katana, black, matte, scarred with age and reverence, crude in shape, elegant in aura, forged from red gold orichalcum, the kind brought from the orcish homeworld Vak Tundar centuries ago, a clan weapon. Old as any myth. John's breath caught. He knew this blade. He knew her. Shavael Bravetide, shield sister, fighter, lover. The blade's original owner. She'd helped him put the pieces back together after Juno. Red had introduced them. She'd broken the walls he'd built from grief and steel after Juno. Her voice, echoing in Orcish, rung in his ears from a distant night. "Let the blade speak when you can't." "Red," John said, voice low and cracked. "Been keeping it," Red said. "Didn't deserve to rot. I can't use it." John frowned, not because he didn't understand, but because he did. Shavael had never let anything rot. Not armor, not weapons, not people. She maintained and cared for what she considered hers with streamlined reverence. Red didn't elaborate, didn't need to. The blade sat between them like a memory that had outlived everyone who carried it. "You need more than a knife, John," Red said. "Your form suits it, and she'd want you to have it." John rubbed the corners of his eyes with thumb and forefinger, inhaled sharp, slow. "No, she fucking wouldn't." Red didn't flinch. "More you than anyone else. She damn sure wouldn't want it stuck in a box." John stared at the blade like it might start breathing. He swallowed the words that rose next. They weren't for this world. John dropped his palm on the bar. "I want more sake." Red nodded, reached under the counter, pulled up another bottle, uncorked it one-handed, poured. John reached for the sword. The handle was bone-carved, cold, familiar. His cyber eye highlighted the sheath in soft orange. He selected yes. Item, Orcish heirloom katana, forged from red gold orichalcum. Approx. 600+ years old. Highly heat-resistant. Semi-mana conductive. Minor thread interactive properties. Weapon tier 3. Market value. Please contact heirloom appraiser. John gripped the hilt tighter. It had a name, and he knew it. He drew the blade halfway free. Red gold shimmer caught the forge light like watching a sunset through bloody eyes. An inscription burned deep into the orichalcum in old Vaktaran glyphs, Thurvahal. Valnar Thuzak, Drathar Ulkar. Gravewind, may our final breath walk beside you. His breath hitched. The forge went quieter than it should have. "It was her clan blade, man," John murmured. Red nodded. "Tried to return it. No kids, no siblings. The elders said it belonged to those she died beside." John sheathed it slowly, set it down, took the cup Red had poured and drank. It didn't burn right suddenly, not like it used to when he drank it with Shavael. "Thanks, Kai." Red raised his bottle. "To Shavael Bravetide, one hell of a shield sister." John lifted his cup, tapped it to Red's bottle again. She'd been more than that, but he didn't say it, didn't need to. Red knew, and the weight of the blade said enough. He looked at the prompt hovering in his HUD. Blink clicked. Another prompt followed. He selected yes, typed Gravewind. Chapter 6, No Light Below. Every city has a graveyard. Ours just keeps building on top of the bones. New Cascadia proverb, blacklisted from official civic archives. Grand Eclipse Theatre. Sector 22, Low, New Cascadia. 6:12 a.m. John and Kaiju stood beneath a low, colorless sky. Rain misted down in half-hearted sheets, too light to soak, too stubborn to ignore. Behind them, Red's rust-scaled pickup hissed steam as it cooled. It was an aging V8 warhorse that sounded like it resented still being alive. John sent a text to Claire. Sector 22's skyline bled into the fog like a dying memory. Corporate graffiti ghosted across cracked concrete, slogans half swallowed by time. Ahead, the Grand Eclipse. A theater turned ruin, a mausoleum of neon screen dreams and velvet rot. "Weird place for a meet," Red muttered, slinging his Kanabo up onto his shoulder. "Makes sense if it's our entry to the Undercity," John said. "Looks like the kind of place that'd open straight into hell." They crossed the threshold. Inside, the Eclipse was everything it had promised on the outside. Mold-choked velvet curtains, busted real cabinets, overturned seats, and shattered memories. The whole place smelled like mildew, piss, and ozone-burnt mana. John's cyber eye adjusted, auto-shifting into low light. A handy feature. Red probably was using his Kai to see. He never needed tech for this kind of dark. "Place looks like it'd be filled with spooks," Red said. Well, John muttered, ghosts can apparently die if you're wondering. That's something to be happy about. Their boots crunched across old glass and sticky floors. Grave wind hung at John's hip. Silent and heavier than memory had any right to be. His vector was holstered low beneath his coat, with an already chambered round, silent and primed. Red walked behind him, taller, broader, encased in a fusion of handcrafted combat plate and Oni ornamentation. A ceramide pauldron hugged one-armed tribal glyphs inked the exposed skin of the other. The lobby creaked. From the shadows, Gaz emerged. He wasn't in riding leathers anymore. Now he wore proper field armor, matte midnight chrome edged in cobalt trim. The brave-tooth sigil shimmered faintly on his right pauldron. No face paint, just the green of his skin, the crack of a broken tusk, and the cold stare of a man who didn't blink first. His eyes fell to Gravewind, held the stare, then shifted to Red. Kaiju. Heard of you. Gaz had sent the text, confirming the fixer had okayed paying another person, to John last night after he and Red had finished catching up. Red didn't blink. We've met. Gaz narrowed one eye. Yeah. Bar 1 sector over. I knocked one of your boys out. He got too handsy with the bartender. Don't remember. Red smiled. You were drunker than he was. Said he had it coming, though. Gaz shrugged. Didn't argue. Then his gaze returned to Gravewind, stayed there. You let him wear that on my job? He asked the Oni. Red didn't flinch. He didn't ask. Gaz's stare shifted. You earn it? John held his ground. Belonged to a friend. A beat. Then the gravel growl of approval. Good. He stepped forward, flicked his wrist. John's HUD pinged. Incoming, map marker, target location. Accept Y or N. He did. Destination, Sector 22, C, Undercity Layer 6. The minimap locked in John's vision, compass band lighting up in soft yellow. Waypoints flickered like breadcrumbs in his top left feed. Damn, he was really starting to love his cyber eye. Client's place went dark 48 hours ago, Gaz said. No pings, no feed. Could be power failure, could be corpses. Red cracked his neck. What's the place even do? Gaz didn't blink. Chrome and meat, deep-cut organ and mod extractions. Mostly human, some meta. John stiffened, jaw flexed. Gaz caught it. Problem? Red laid a hand on John's shoulder, not to argue but to say don't bother. A job's a job, he said. Gaz grunted. Then let's move. Two others stepped from the wings, mercs both and orcs as well. One in a breather mask, the other cradling a glaive with fingers like chrome hooks. Only the one with the breather mask spoke in a distorted, breathy tone. I'm Fex, this is Vorak. Don't expect him to talk to you. Vorak dragged his glaive across the broken tile, the tip sparking faintly. His chrome claws flexed once, like they were itching to draw something's blood. He indeed did not talk. Then a ping cracked in John's head. Threadlink patch through request, ID, signal. Accept, Y/N. He blinked yes. The voice came crisp and dry through his skull. Red murmured at John's side. Reminds me of old times. John grunted, except now we know better, and still say yes. Gaz put a key into a newer-looking overlock on a rust-wrecked maintenance door. The metal groaned open like it knew better. The Undercity didn't roar. It breathed in. Waiting. Basement's been collapsed for 10 years. But it goes where we need it, the orc boss said. He turned, scanned the crew. Everyone ready? No answer, which was answer enough. John cleared his throat. What happens if you bite it halfway? Gaz smirked, sharp, unkind. Then you get jack shit. Don't stab me in the back until we're clear. He descended first, then his men. John followed. Gravewind swayed at his side. Red took the flank. And the worst parts of the Undercity held open its maw for them to walk into willingly. The descent started in silence. A crumbling stairwell behind the Grand Eclipse's maintenance corridor twisted into collapsed floor. They climbed down, following Gaz's lead through the crumbled foundation until they hit solid ground. A concrete throat lined with rusted rebar and water-slick tile surrounded them, obviously not the movie theater anymore, but older construction, buried underneath centuries-old and sunken buildings. A single flickering strip light blinked above them like a dying heartbeat, then went out for good. Then came the hum. Static buzzed faintly in the air. Not sound, pressure. Like a headache forming behind the ears. The further they walked, the more the space warped. Hallways widened, then narrowed. Angles bent subtly wrong. The tiles underfoot stopped matching the walls. What had once been residential corridors, collapsed bunkers and thread-net service loops, now looked more like fallout shelters built by schizophrenic ghosts. John's cyber eye highlighted fragments of warning glyphs half-seared into walls and long rusted holodisplays blinking phrases like residential lockdown and shelter in place in ancient corporate fonts. Drip, drip. Water fell from unseen cracks above, pinging off exposed pipes. The air was damp, stale, almost warm. And everywhere, the pulse. Faint lines of mana scarring veined the walls like spiderweb tattoos. Some glowed steady, others oscillated slow like heartbeats. A few flickered, sickly orange, corrupted. "This really your preferred route?" John asked, his voice low, weapon holstered but hand near the grip. Gaz frowned. "Never been this bad before." Athena bloomed beside him in ghostlight. "Threadway instability here is 340% higher than at Vexy's Jackdock," Athena said, scanning the corridor with a tilted head. "Ambient mana density is distorting fixed reality layers. Be cautious." Then they turned the corner. A child's toy floated, just floated, mid-air, spinning slow, a plush dragon with one wing torn. The speakers glitched, looping a warped voice line in a child's voice. "Daddy come home, home." Red stared at it for half a second and muttered, "Nope." He cursed in Orcish and stepped around it. John followed suit. "Careful, didn't touch it either." Then the hallway changed again, somehow for the worst, fused into the next corridor wall. Corpses. Bodies locked in mana freeze, 3 of them, chrome-laced arms reaching outward, eyes open, still blinking. One woman mouthed a silent word, another twitched, eyelids fluttering, all seemingly unresponsive to their presence. "Are they?" John asked. He stepped forward. The woman's expression changed, from fear to rage. Then it began. Wraiths peeled themselves from the corpses, smoke thin at first, then solidifying like ash into glass. Their voices came after, distorted, echoing. "Wasn't supposed to be this way. Had to run. Had to run." They were everywhere. How did he make Marcella into that? Ran into the wall. Why did we get stuck? Why did we have to die? John reached for Gravewind. Too slow, too unpracticed with the clan blade. The first wraith launched forward, claws extended. Red flashed. One step, a blur of scarlet muscle and ceramic plating. Crack. His Kanabo sang through the air, Kai glowing like wildfire around its studded metal body. He smashed the lead wraith in half, the spirit rupturing into smoke and ash. The second ghost shrieked, forming into shape sharp and primal. John moved now. Level 2 rippled through him, energy channeling along his spine and into his arms. Skill energy remaining. 3. Gravewind snapped free in a blur of skill energy. The katana hissed through both air and living shadow. Shk! One clean, soul-deep cut. The wraith that had charged him unraveled into threadlight. Behind him, Gaz raised a trench-grade shotgun. The runes along its receiver flared with red light. Boom! Boom! 2 more ghosts hit mid-approach. One staggered, the other detonated. Another freezing hand almost found John's back. He spun, reacting on instinct, Gravewind already moving. This time, no skill energy, just metal. But Gravewind's orichalcum cut it anyway. The ghost howled, didn't die, but it bled something ephemeral and gravity-defying. Its blue-black ectoplasmic ichor flashed and glowed Celadon as it twirled in the air like droplets of blood. "Shit," John muttered. It was either the orichalcum's special properties or the weapon's higher tier. He wasn't sure which had just allowed him to bleed a ghost without skill energy. Red moved again, raised his Kanabo to his shoulder like a cannon, and fired. A deafening report rang out. The impact of the club's hidden skill energy infused round ejecting splintered the wraith mid-air. Ghost guts vaporized into thread-laced dust. finishing the enemy John had just staggered. Athena blinked into existence at John's side, eyes narrowing. Instability down 30%, she reported. Localized reality recalibrating. Your presence is affecting it. John didn't have time to ask what that meant. Vorak moved forward. An efficient and powerful stream of streetcutters played out as he cut down 2 wraiths with his glaive. John slashed one more spectral haunt across the chest to stun it, then removed its head with another cut. The last wraith shimmered, collapsed, and soul cores dropped, small crystallized spirals of ghostlight. Cold, flickering. Vorak stepped over, chrome claws gleaming. He didn't speak but nodded at John. "You moved clean," Fex said, and offered him a slap on the shoulder. "Didn't think you'd keep up." John said nothing. Gaz leaned back and reloaded. His tusk cracked in a half-smile. "Take your cores. You earned 'em. Loot's the best form of extra cash." Vorak grunted low, reaching down to scoop up his soul cores with silent reverence, then frowned and placed it in a pouch on his belt. Mana cores. Most people couldn't use them. Red lifted his, turned it over in his palm. "Been a while since I held one of these." John knelt, picked up the one from the ghost Gravewind had beheaded. It pulsed slower than the rest. He stared into it. The echo of the wraith's last thoughts whispered, "We didn't mean to die." He closed his hand around it, felt it pulse once, then crushed it. Athena didn't speak, but she didn't fade either. Mana attribute +5, 10 out of 25. He collected his next core and repeated the process. Mana attribute +5, 15 out of 25. Then Red tossed him the core from the wraith they'd zeroed together. "Catch," John did. "You sure?" "Mm-hmm. You need it more than me," Red said with a smile filled with camaraderie. "Thanks," John said, and crushed the core. Gaz saw that he'd absorbed a mana core, whereas the others, minus Red who used Kai, were storing the cores away for later sale. "You two use magic?" Gaz asked him. John shook his head. "Not really, still learning." "Could have been useful," Gaz said, and then looked to Red. "And you?" "Kai," Red replied. The orc wasn't shocked by Red's answer. It was common enough for exemplary orcs and Oni to use Kai. Even most people with mana couldn't cast real spells. Kai manipulation was a way to use mana as a sort of supercharger for skill energy, if you had the gift of mana but not the spark of a true mage. Mana attribute +5, 20/25. "Come on," Gaz said, nodding toward the next corridor. "Deeper we go, closer we get to the blackout zone." "Sure," Red said. "I'm ready to move," John replied. His fingers tightened around Gravewind's hilt. Chapter 7. Synchronicity Level 1. The residential corridors behind them collapsed into shadow, opened up into a dilapidated lobby. To the front, there was a set of long power-starved, frosted double doors. Everyone's Threadlink voice or CyberEye HUDs pointed the same way. Outside the lobby and through the doors. Signal pinged them. Gaz approached the lobby's doors, grabbing one side in between their separation and looking to Red. "Give me a hand." Kaiju complied. Grabbing the other door, they both braced themselves and pulled the exit open. The doors squeaked, clattered on old rails, but gave in to the orc and taller Oni readily enough. Ahead, and now exposed outside the lobby, an underground street. A street, paved with cracked asphalt, lined with ghosts of storefronts, roofed by an artificial cavern and the weight of the city above. But none of it was right. John slowed. Did we just walk into someone's fever dream? The street was wide, unnervingly so, like it had been designed for many more people than John ever imagined would want to live underground. The edges of buildings shimmered faintly. Light from unseen sources cast shadows in the wrong direction. Graffiti twisted into the air mid-word along brick veneers. Walls curved away from their own structure like bowing pillars. Gravity felt slippery, in stuttering patches as they walked. John's CyberEye's HUD glitched, briefly doubling his field of view before stabilizing. Then the compass flickered red and vanished. "Not usually like this. No one really lives here anymore, but it's not this," Fex said. Gaz didn't say anything at first. Athena appeared, scanning the area with concern. You should check your communications. Signal, John said aloud, a faint crackle through the thread link. Then, losing you, thread static. Hold, pops, need better, rerouting, Gaz replied. Do it, we'll follow the new mark. Static screamed in their ears, painfully. Then silence. No waypoint update came. Gaz growled in annoyance. Then the shrieks. Every head turned towards them. They came from the far end of the street, skittering, twitching, sprinting, managools, dozens. Chrome plating jittering on half-dead nerves, some galloped on all fours, others lurched upright, as if they'd forgotten how legs were supposed to work, but were forcing the issue. Thread tumors bloomed across their backs and shoulders like fungal spines. Their skin was red and blackened, burned raw by spiderwebbing and blue, mana-infested veins, faces half dissolved into mystical circuits and charred rot. They twitched as they ran, jerking spasms in real-time lag. One wore a half-melted lab coat, another still had a coroner's tag stapled to its ankle. A third's mouth, one wearing security armor, blared a looping scream. Evacuate, evacuate, evacua, before the jaw snapped sideways with a wet crunch. Back, Gaz roared, trench shotgun rising. Fex, John, with me. Red advanced beside Vorak, rifle Kanabo already shouldered. Come on, ugly sons of bitches, he muttered, and opened fire. Vorak joined him, glaive in one hand. The orc lifted his chrome right arm, and it partially opened itself. He reached into a pouch and loaded a belt of small cartridges into a slot on his elbow. A submachine gun folded out from inside the chrome, click, click, then opened up with a high-pitched snarl of suppressive fire. Boom, rattle, rattle, shriek. The ghouls didn't care. Some fell, most didn't. John, Fex, and Gauze peeled away, step, shoot, step. Careful not to hit their forward-positioned allies. Stabilizing aim, Athena told him. John dropped a charging ghoul with 2 shots to the throat. Fex landed a clean headshot that popped a skull like a glass sphere filled with black mud. Red, Vorak, Gaz called. Go, Red snapped. We're right behind. The pair didn't run, not even as the ghouls closed in. They held. Vorak's arm had reassembled, and his glaive carved through meat, chrome, and tumor with brutal precision. Red's Kanabo thundered with disciplined violence. Each shot, each key-infused strike, left a crater in something that used to be human. A ghoul slammed into Red just as he brought his weapon down on another. The Oni barely flinched. The mana-mutant's claws skittered uselessly across his armor. He grabbed the attacker mid-motion and hurled it into another ghoul barreling forward, then snapped around into the skull of a third at point-blank range clean. Efficient. Vorak wasn't far behind in his kill count. He'd taken a few shallow cuts, mana burns lacing through the cracks in his own armor's plating, but he hadn't slowed. The orc fought like something built to kill, but even they couldn't hold forever. John knew Red. He'd throw himself into hell to buy them time, and without Red and Vorak holding the line, the rest of them, they weren't getting out easy, maybe not at all. Didn't matter. John was about to dive in, ready to bleed beside them, if just to give them a better chance at surviving themselves. When Gaz snarled and shoved past him. Fall the fuck back, now! The orc barked toward Red and Vorak. The Oni hastily swung his Kanabo. Kai flashed over the weapon once more, and he broke through 3 heads with one swing. Red glanced back, just long enough to see what the orc was planning. Shit, go, the Oni said, grabbing Vorak. Their boots hit pavement. Gaz stepped forward, calm and brutal. With the kind of raw strength and practicality orcs were known for, he hurled a pulse grenade straight into the writhing mass. The explosion bloomed, blinding white-blue, thunderclap loud. Glass shattered in the buildings above. Some of it fell, some of it shimmered and floated despite gravity. Fucking fall back, Gaz yelled to the crew, striding back through flung micro-debris. They ran, took a sharp turn while they still could, buying a moment's lead on the horde. They regrouped in a wide alley mouth, steam curling from ruptured vents, the air sour with scorched mana. It won't stop them, Gaz said. I counted 3 dozen remaining, Athena told John. Still at least 3 dozen. John repeated for the group. The ghouls were already back on their trail, just out of sight, and not by much if their howls were anything to go by. They were closing again. One or two must have been aware enough after the explosion to have seen where the mercenary crew had gone. "I've got one more grenade," Gaz muttered. He pointed toward the warped street on the other side of the alley. "There, pharmacy, 2 buildings down. We break contact while they're stunned, or funnel them through it." "At least we won't get surrounded," John said, sliding a mag home with a sharp metallic click. "Might have a back door we can slip away through." "Funnel's a good backup plan," Red growled as the first ghoul clambered past the alley mouth. "And they're here." Other mutant corpses barreled into the first ghoul, toppling one another, sliding onto hungry arms and legs to catch themselves. Gaz twisted the second grenade to impact mode and lobbed it, hard and high, into the staggering horde, and the crew ran again. They were doing well, but the moment they got surrounded, well, the ghouls looked like they had some sickeningly sharp talons. And a whole lot of them. They piled into the entrance of the pharmacy. Shelves stood rotting, displays flickered with looped promos. A floating pillbot droned, "Welcome to Vital Farm. We're glad you're—" Vorak stepped forward and bisected the bot in mid-air. From outside, the shrieks rose again, more raw with pain and frustration now. Closer. Hungry. "Barricade," Gaz snapped quietly. Red turned, grabbed an entire metal rack with both arms, and pushed it against the door like it weighed nothing. Dust rained. The structure was quiet. For now. They caught their breath, quickly, unsure if the ghouls had seen them enter the building. Gaz tapped his link. "Signal, respond. We need that reroute." Nothing but static. John turned. His cyber eye dimmed, flickered, then recalibrated. He scanned the surroundings, an old habit brought on by one too many guerrilla ambushes. His cyber eye briefly indicated something. Maybe more than 2 somethings. Heat signatures it looked like. Too far away to be sure. "Something's in the back." He moved. "What?" Gaz asked. "Not sure." John looked to Red. Red met his eyes, nodded once. "Let's check." Gaz waved them off, still working the thread link. "Don't die." Red followed John slower. They passed through a wrecked curtain divider in the rear of the storefront. And there it was. What John had just barely seen past the old cloth as his cyber eye had recalibrated. A ghoul, hunched low, ripping tendons with its teeth, chewing, gnawing through spurting meat. The body beneath it twitched. Then the others lifted their heads. John's cyber eye lit up with weak heat signatures, barely there at all, 6 in total, shaking over cooling corpses like dogs over kills. One wore nurse scrubs, soaked in stolen blood. Another was clad in a patient gown and still had a torn-away IV hanging from its arm. They registered John and Red. A hiss, a final slap of a pair of blood-covered swelling lips. And then, all at once, they shrieked and charged haphazardly. "Shit!" John drew Gravewind, tried not to shout over the squad link. "Gaz, 6 more in the back." The pair of veterans fell back with melee strikes. They didn't want to make more noise than they needed. "Where the hell are these things even coming from?" Red swore as he broke every bone in a jumping ghoul's torso with a vertical swipe of his gun club. Gaz turned. "No shooting. We don't want them to hear." Outside, the ghoul horde, likely tipped off by of their screeching kin inside anyway, rammed the barricaded door. A blooded hand smashed through the door's glass. Then a face, then shoulders and crashing reflective shards. Fex shot the ghoul in the face. It slumped in the shattered doorframe. Too late now. Then the door to the pharmacy cracked from its hinges, broken under the weight of multiple bodies. Vorak and Gaz turned and opened fire. Gaz slammed slugs through the collapsing frame. "The shelf's not gonna hold," Red bellowed, turning after he broke the face of another mana-mutated monster. "They're climbing." Ghouls crawled over each other, shoving limbs into broken glass to get through into the pharmacy. One fell and pierced its own eye. It laughed. Vorak swung his glaive like a scythe, bisecting a leaping ghoul as it came up and over the shelving Red had thrown down. "Stay together," Gaz ordered. Ghouls flooded in, from the front door, from the back. Skill activated. Combat draw level 2. Skill energy remaining 3.5. John shot through the mouth of one. Athena was already stabilizing his aim again, but it wasn't going to be enough. He aimed again and shot another ghoul. One that came from the back, and that definitely wasn't one of the original 6. Its chest and shirt was clawed open, ribs cracked, heart and soul core pulsing with the same black-blue glow that emanated from the other monsters. Only the veins around this one's heart were glowing, however, as if whatever animated it was still spreading. Were the ghouls' victims resurrecting to join the horde themselves? "Athena, options," he whispered. "Permission to aid you in combat?" she asked, calm, clinical. "I have an idea, to go beyond merely stabilizing and adjusting you." A ghoul lunged. John slashed its throat, then its abdomen. It dropped, spasmed, and crawled toward him, dragging its entrails like weighted ropes across broken tile. He double-tapped it in the head. "Go." He felt her presence pulse through him, searching, sifting, slotting into his nerves and muscles. Not as an invader, as a partner, not seizing control, but asking to share it. And he gave it. Trusting her fully for the first time. Skill unlocked, synchronicity, body level 1. Skill activated, synchronicity, body level 1. Skill energy remaining, 2. Mana pool remaining, 2. Boosting reflexes and body, overtaking right eye and limb, Athena confirmed. Melee arm remains yours. Kill what gets past me. I'll do the same. His organic eye twitched, moved out of sync with his thoughts. Not blind, occupied. His arm, his real arm, recalibrated on its own, angling the pistol in its hand like it remembered something he didn't. Then the arm fired his pistol, precise, sharp, controlled, at Athena's will. The strange part? He could feel her. Not just the movements, but the intent behind them. He was aware of what she was doing through him, what she was seeing, but didn't need to focus on it. The rest of his body, his stance, his breath, his cyber eye, were still his to command. He could prioritize the melee as long as he trusted his partner. "Fuck," he muttered. Then he stepped into the tide. Athena's shots rang out from his sidearm, surgical, unhurried, headshots mostly, no wasted rounds. He carved through another ghoul. Its ichor hissed as it hit his coat, mana burnt and smoking. Athena never got in his way. She moved through him like water through a clean pipe. Every shot she took was pre-adjusted to his blade arcs. Every movement mirrored his breathing. They weren't just sharing a body, they were fighting together, aware of each other, unoccupied by each other, burning skill, energy, and mana to be one body, synced. Stack left, Vorax holding. The crew pushed, slashed, fired. They fought to hold each other's flanks. John and Athena continued to move as one. Each shot from their pistols snapped off with mechanical precision. Each arc of ghost wind flowed like instinct sharpened to a point. When Athena needed to reload, she passed her awareness into his other arm, guided it with him, then relinquished control again without hesitation. They weren't faster, just perfectly timed, twice as efficient, twice as capable. Two minds, one purpose, shared survival. The others fought harder. Red's blows shook the walls. Fex fired until his barrels hissed. Gars moved with the practiced brutality of someone who'd been here too many times. Vorak was a silent wind that carried death and severed limbs along his path. But the horde didn't care. They kept coming, climbing over their own corpses, laughing without breath, twitching like wire-pulled meat. John missed a parry. A ghoul's claws slashed across his ribs, tearing through his shirt, searing, sharp, and pulsing with corrupted mana. Athena had fired at another, one charging from the side. The tactical call saved them both, but left him open. He staggered. She instantly corrected, pivoted his pistol, fired point blank, and dropped the slasher with a bullet through the eye. "Damage is non-lethal," Athena's voice rang coolly in his head. "I cannot also mitigate pain at this sync depth. I'm sorry, John, 120 seconds remaining." John winced, blood warm under his shirt. "It's fine," he gritted. "Keep fighting." "I'm pinned." Fex's voice cut through the screeches, distant, desperate, behind a toppled shelf. "Can't reach him yet," John muttered, seeing flashes of movement beyond the broken shelf. Then the floor groaned beneath the weight. Too many bodies, too much motion. Cracked, collapsed. Tile split with a keening roar of concrete and rebar. Adrenaline surged. John grabbed Red's arm, yanked him back just in time to dodge a ghoul's snapping jaw. It lunged after them, then jerked, veered past them harmlessly. A single round passed through its eye. John's pistol smoked in front of him as he and Red fell. Athena, threat neutralized. Chapter 8. The Grin. The ground never comes fast enough when you're trying to die, or slow enough when you're trying to live. Disembodied wraith heard in Sector 8 falling. John had a half-second to think, and in that half-second he realized something. The ghouls weren't armed, they were teeth and claws, all melee, and they were falling with the crew. "Shoot while we drop," he snapped. Athena was already reacting. His arm snapped up, pistol locking into line as ghouls twisted mid-air to lunge. Bang, bang, skulls ruptured in air, mana-burnt gore sprayed sideways. "Everybody do it," Gars bellowed, somewhere above or below. It was hard to tell in the chaos. Fex yelled, "Fuck it, we're hitting the ground anyway, why the hell not?" His flechette rifle barked in pneumatic bursts as he rotated mid-air, spraying a pair of ghouls diving from above. Red swung his kanabo sideways mid-fall, cracking a ghoul's head open like a melon against a wall. "Sorry," he muttered, flipping his club back into rifle position. "Needed one more." Bang, bang, bang! Vorak's cyberarm opened again. The submachine gun snapped from its housing and began snarling on full auto. Tiny casings spinning in freefall, muzzle flash blooming like stuttering fireflies. John and Athena worked in sync, every shot clean. He felt her thoughts moving with his arm never lagged. Ghouls died screaming, tumbling into one another, trying to claw or kick even as their insides vented into air. For a moment, it was like falling through a meat storm of their own making. Then impact, crash, bodies slammed into catwalks, ghouls splattered across steel railings and distant floor tiles like thrown sacks of meat. The rest of the crew hit hard, into a warehouse. But not just a warehouse. Skill activated, hard body level 1. Skill energy remaining 3. John hit a catwalk with a bone-jarring clang. His legs nearly buckled, but he gritted his teeth, blood still soaking his shirt. He absorbed the brunt of the impact. The steel groaned beneath him, but held. He panted as his shins sung in pain. Red grabbed the catwalk edge one-handed and mid-fall, snarling with effort. John reached down, gripped his wrist, and pulled him up just as another ghoul splattered against a lower tank. Below them, a factory floor. Wide, glistening, tanks filled with green-tinged preservation fluid and others with what looked like pure blood. Inside the green tanks, organs, limbs, floating hearts, rows of lungs, stacks of labeled kidneys like sealed meat packs, the organ harvest side of the job site. True to the strangeness of reality that had followed them from the street above, occasional crates and clutter floated or spun mid-air. Across the room, a grappling line hissed, thunk, embedding in another catwalk. Vorak swung like a brute-born pendulum, grabbed Fex mid-air, and the two slammed into the far railing together. Fex wheezed as the silent orc held onto him. Then, crash. One of the tanks exploded in a wave of glass and fluid. Gaz had gone through it sideways, slamming into it like a meteor. The orc emerged soaked in green and entrails, covered in fluid and viscera, dazed but quickly upright. "Ow," Gaz muttered. Then he shook his head, wiped a chunk of something unidentifiable off his temple, and chambered another round into his shotgun. Blasted the back of a twitching ghoul's skull in. "Everybody breathing?" he asked over the thread link. "Injuries?" John watched Vorak descend to the warehouse floor with Fex in tow, the grappling line hissing as it unspooled. "Behind you," Fex replied as he limped towards Gaz. "Ghoul gashed my leg good." Gaz turned, saw them land, and gave a curt nod. "Bandage it up. Kaiju, John?" "We're up," John said, glancing at Red. "On the upper catwalk. No casualties." Meanwhile, Vorak went to work methodically applying a pressure bandage to Fex. Gaz grunted. His eyes swept the room, tanks, catwalks, flickering lights, and preserved horrors. He wiped the green fluid from his hands, smearing it down his pant legs. "I think this is the fucking place," the orc muttered. "No idea how." The entry point we were heading for was a few streets over. "We didn't exactly use the front door," John replied. Where to next? Red asked, still catching his breath in a controlled manner. Gaz paused. Never had a tour. Signal had the floor plan, and she's still not pinging us. He growled low in his throat, deep and grim. Bottom line, we figure out what happened. Check the security feed if it's working, locate the client's missing crew if they're in here, and find out what the hell triggered this mess. Athena's voice pinged softly in John's mind. John, our sync is fading. Please prepare yourself for desync. It may be jarring for both of us. John tensed. He hadn't realized he was still sharing control. It had felt natural. Skill deactivated, synchronicity, body level 1. Athena's awareness pulled back from his arm and eye. His limb twitched, his vision blurred. It was like something vital had just unplugged. He grunted, gripping the catwalk railing for balance. You all right? Red asked, watching him closely. Fine, John said. Athena appeared beside him. Your skill energy and mana reserves have already replenished from activation. We can resync at any time, but I advise waiting until it's necessary. Gaz scanned the space again, his voice coming through the thread link. We'll double back for the bastard soul cores, but right now, we don't know what else is here, or what it's doing. Kaiju, John, we'll try to meet you up there. I don't see much of anything down here. John took a moment to catch his breath, leaned against the catwalk railing with his back, sheathed Ghostwind, but kept his PD-11 in his organic hand. Red leaned next to him. Saw what you were doing up there. John turned his head slightly. What do you mean? Fighting better than you ever have before. That the magic? John hesitated. Yeah, just unlocked that. Red grunted. Came in handy. If you were any rustier, we might have gotten zeroed. John chuckled. Right. Maybe I wouldn't have to carry us if your damn club could shoot more than 1 round a minute. Don't need more, Red said, patting the Kanabo. This baby punches through anything. 1 round is 1 kill. Unlike that pea shooter you insist on keeping around. You didn't have it last time we did this, John said. Red smiled. Velka made it for me. Humph, you did say she was a gunsmith. Pretty impressive. Best birthday present I've ever gotten. Thought she didn't want you in shootouts, though. John, it's New Cascadia. Everyone gets in a shootout every now and again. John laughed. Yeah, guess your woman getting you iron is thoughtful enough. Mm-hmm, Red agreed. John frowned, looking out over the warehouse floor, scanning for enemies, but also just taking it all in. Man, this place is dark. Need the money, but whoever's paying us isn't a good guy. Red, who had also been appraising their surrounding the whole time, agreed. Yep, bad as anything in the Reclaim, and this is supposed to be the homeland. You two done? Gaz asked as he approached along the catwalk, flanked by Vorak and a freshly treated but still limping Fex. Ready to go when you are, boss, Red said, somewhat irreverently but not ungood-naturedly. John let the Oni's words speak for him. Gaz gestured with his shotgun, pointing toward a reinforced industrial door at the catwalk's end, scored with old blood and a digital access panel blinking red. One thing I did download before Signal went offline was the access codes to this place. Let's start there. The crew gathered at the reinforced door at the far end of the upper catwalk. Gaz leaned over the access panel, shotgun hanging from one arm like dead weight. His eyes narrowed at the cracked keypad. Something has to work tonight, he muttered, tapping with thick fingers. A soft beep. Then another. Authorization rejected. Gaz grunted. Try it again, Fex offered. Maybe hit it. Don't be an idiot, Gaz snapped. He punched in a fallback string, something he'd scraped from Signal's cache before the link went dark. Authorization rejected. Son of a... He slammed the panel with the heel of his hand. Bizzed. Elevator music clicked on, cheerful, distorted, too chipper. A synth jazz hold line warped through a broken tape deck. The crew exchanged a glance. Then a smiley face appeared on the screen, oversized, pixelated, wrong. Too many teeth, eyes stretched wide like they'd forgotten how to blink. Background, sickly green. Access granted. The door hissed open. John raised his pistol. Didn't like that. Red muttered, almost makes you hate joy. I hate hacked joy, Fex said. Gaz growled low in his throat. Stay sharp. Something's still breathing in this dead site. They stepped through into a short hallway lined with one-way observation glass, half of it cracked. Emergency strips pulsed along the floor in lazy, broken sequence. At the far end of the hallway, static shimmered. A humanoid figure coalesced, flickering, half-formed, jaw too long, grey skin. A permanent grin, too large to be anatomically correct or human, stretched like it was straight out of a nightmare combat suit. Stained and uneven, his chest was bloated and something pulsed under his ballistic weave and threadbare armor plating. John raised his PD-11. Of course, the gross fucker was smiling. The voice hit like screaming in the eardrums. Radio static, threadlink interference, and something worse. Primal, scrapping the skull like a rusted blade. "Hello, interlopers," it cooed. Red sneered. Smiley face checks out. I've heard of these freaks. The grin, anarchist cult. The projection tilted its head, movement jittering, chest pulsing beneath the fabric. Wet, wrong. Very reductive guess, it said to the Oni. The crazy kind of anarchist cult, Red finished. The thing spread its arms wide, grin stretching further. Anyway, you're late, show's over, and everyone's already dead. Mostly. John's finger tightened on the trigger. Athena flickered beside him. Threadnet interference localized, signal suppressed by quantum-jammed mana arrays. This projection isn't real, but it registers in the threadway. Our Oni friend, right? Gaz stepped forward. You grin? Who sent you? The projection's face twitched, then widened into an impossible grin. Oh, that would ruin so many surprises for so many people. With a flourish, it shattered into static, and hell broke loose. Alarms screamed, twin doors slammed open at either end of the corridor. Cybernetic guard bots crawled out, spindly-legged, hunched, spider-like. Optics glowing jaundiced white, limbs twitching, jerking out of sync. Behind them, ghouls, bloated, augmented with jagged surgery-tooled chrome, veins glowing with burning mana, at least a dozen. John spotted a name tag still half hanging onto one of their coats. Now he knew where the site's doctors went. The grin laughed and disappeared in a wash of static. Enjoy your tour, told you. Everything's mostly dead. Gaz didn't wait. Drop anything that moves. Skill activated. Breathe and break, level 2. Time stretched. John's pulse slowed. His limbs surged with skill-fueled speed. Skill energy remaining, 3. Stabilizing aim, Athena noted, sinking alongside him. John moved, Athena deadening the disorientation of the reflex spike. Not perfect sync, but enough. His hand was steady. Bang! A ghoul's skull snapped back, bullet dead center. Breathe, aim, bang. Another dropped, mid-charge. The enemy was too close now. No time to miss. Breathe, aim, bang. A third collapsed. The maybe once pretty face now fully consigned to being ruined meat. 2 more shots, 2 more bodies. Then his skill expired. The world snapped back to real time. His lungs hitched, muscles shuddered. He'd already holstered his pistol. Skill activated, quick slash level 2. Skill energy remaining 2. Reflexes flared again. He drew Gravewind into both hands. They were on him and everyone else now. 1 step. A spider bot swiveled toward Fex, pistol barrel unfolding from its mouth. Skill activated, rend level 2. Skill energy remaining, 1. John struck once, blindingly fast. Orichalcum sheared through industrial white plating and sparking wires. The bot collapsed in 2 twitching halves. But the next bot had already sighted him. Too late. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining, 0. Impact, a brutal hot punch to the gut. Copper slug flattened against his ribs, 9 millimeters, maybe slightly larger. He staggered, barely catching a ghoul's whistling buzzsaw hand on his cybernetic forearm. Red's Kanabo rifle barked. The head of the bot that had shot John erupted in sparks. Fex rolled, unleashed flechettes, shredded the brain of the ghoul trying to get at John. Vorak's glaive sang, steel cleaving through another drone's spider limbs, burying it into the floor with a final downward thrust into its digital brain. Gaz emptied his trench shotgun into another ghoul, then crushed the last's face in with a single punch, fist hitting like a wrecking ball. The fight was vicious but fast, more a distraction than an ambush. "John, you good?" Red shouted, calm but concerned. John touched his side, pulled out the flattened slug from burnt skin. It had barely gotten through the skin, but had cracked a rib. If he hadn't triggered hardbody, would have been worse. Above, the speakers crackled. "Bravo, I want an encore later, if you're still alive, of course." A new ping hit every thread link. No prompt to authorize the download, no opt-out. "Observatory floor," Athena said to John. "He's baiting you." Gaz clenched his jaw. "Fucker!" "It's a trap," Red said. "Yep," Gaz agreed, loading another shell into his weapon. "But we were paid to do a job." "Not nearly enough," John muttered, voice colder now, sharper. "We go, finish what we said we'd do, and when we find him—" Gaz pumped his shotgun. "We shoot the fucker." Chapter 9. The Bound Titan. They moved toward the lift, toward the grin. They crowded into the elevator. Fex planted one hand on the right door to keep it from closing. "What's stopping him from just dropping us down the shaft?" he asked. Everyone looked at the orc. "You see any stairs?" Red said flatly. John glanced at the panel. "Elevators like this aren't built to be overridden like that. You'd need a plasma cutter and about an hour. No code trick's gonna do it." That earned him a few longer looks from everyone but Red. Vorak nodded once. Gaz gave him a slower, more calculating scan. John frowned. "What? Are you a gun guy or a smart guy?" Fex asked. "Used to be a combat engineer," John said. "So did the big guy." "Guilty," Red said, smiling. "But yeah, John's got a brain hiding somewhere in that thick skull." "And what if he already sawed through most of the cable?" Fex muttered. "Just waiting to finish the job once we're halfway up." Red laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Then the line would have snapped the second your orc ass stepped on it." "Fex," Gaz rumbled. "Oh!" Fex yanked his hand back. The elevator doors slid shut. A cheerful ding, then the speaker crackled, low, warped. "Don't worry. Be happy." John blinked. Red tilted his head. "Old song. Guy's got a sense of humor at least." "You call this funny?" Gaz muttered. "Arsehole's got his head up his own ass." John shot Red a look. "He probably heard you compliment him. Bet he's up there shitting rainbows." Red grunted. Still not a bad tune. Then, clang! The unmistakable sound of a cable snapping played through the speakers. Fex flinched, bracing against the wall. Nothing happened. Gaz glanced up. "Sounds like he did hear you, Kaiju." Fex looked around, then slowly peeled himself off the wall, just in time to catch Red's smirk and John's raised brow. Another tune kicked in over the speakers, smug and lazy. "And I'm free fallin'." Fex groaned. "I hate this elevator." "It hates us back," John said. Then shunk. Vorak stabbed the speaker in one fluid motion, his glaive's tip punched through the housing. The music sputtered, glitched, died. He returned the weapon's butt to the carpet like he'd never moved. "Thanks, brother," Fex said. Vorak didn't reply. The elevator groaned as it neared the top floor. Emergency lights flickered overhead. The hum of warped mana interference pressed in like static under the skin. John stood at the front, beside Gaz. PD-11 ready in his right hand. His breathing was controlled. Athena pinged his neural link. "Threadnet distortion peaking. We're close." "We're almost there," John muttered to the others. "I can feel it." The doors opened with a reluctant hiss. Silence. A wide, open observatory floor spread out in front of them. Floor-to-ceiling windows lined one wall, long since spiderwebbed with cracks. The rest of the room was tiled with metal and dried blood. And in the center, a man sat on a broken office chair, or something wearing the shape of a man. The grin agent waited, legs crossed, surrounded by twisted bodies. Blood and viscera had been arranged in intricate patterns around him, sigil work mingled with crude circuitry patterns. A ritual circle coded in death. He looked much less inhuman than his previous hologram. Solid as flesh now. His body no longer pulsed and throbbed like a mana ghoul's, but the lower half of his face still grinned, in the form of a gunmetal half-mask with silvered teeth. Athena's voice was tight. "Caution. The threadnet and threadway are warping around him. Reality is even more unstable here." One more time. Who the hell are you? Gars called out, leveling his shotgun. And what the fuck do you want? The grin tilted his head, raised his wrists up together. I surrender. No one moved. John's grip tightened. Come now, the grin agent said sweetly. Step into the circle. I won't bite. Athena whispered, John, it's a trap. But the threadnet distortion is interfering with all other readings. I can't. No one moved. Come out now, or we drag your body out, Gars ordered. Oh, I'm just kidding. The grin's eyes smiled. Who'd ever step in? His eyes flashed white. The bloodline pattern ignited the same sickly, empty color. And John felt it. Something snapped. The circle lit up, runes flaring like filaments under a welding torch. Every corpse twitched. Lines of arcana rippled through the blood like digital veins. John's eyes widened. Fall back. Too late. John's vision went white. His body locked. Every member of the crew convulsed, eyes glowing the same as the grins, limbs jerking in phantom rhythm. A corrupted stream of threadnet data and something else flooded their neural links. Athena screamed, digitally and mentally, before her voice broke into a dozen glitching fragments. John's soul felt like it was cracking. Then Athena stabilized. John, I've isolated the virus. It's feeding on your mana circuits. The spell's signal is the infection vector, an idea and code made into a pathogen. I can't purge it yet, but I can slow it. The grin agent tilted his head. Oh, you're interesting. He stepped toward John, casually, like a curious observer. But not your big, scary friends. Look at them go already. Fex moved first. John, Athena warned, and her voice glitched with strain. Fex is compromised. Fex turned, eyes pure white, fired at John. John dove, grazed the floor. Red moved, fast, crack. His Kanabo slammed into Fex's skull, enough to knock him out, not kill. Red turned, jaw clenched. It's in me too. Can't stop it long. His eyes flashed white. John reached for his friend. Boom! Red staggered. Smoke and skill energy curled off the small gap, designed to allow bending and movement just beneath his chest plate. Gars lowered his shotgun, trembling, his eyes flashing between white and brown. Couldn't risk it, he growled. Only bastard could have taken us all out on his own. Red hit his knees and then the ground, like a corpse would. Then Vorak moved, eyes white, steel hissed. SHHK. Gars grunted, glowing glaive buried in his ribs. Shit, John shouted. He tried to get up, but whatever Athena was fighting in his head, it did worse than hurt. It numbed everything, made his legs feel like they didn't exist anymore, or that they weren't his anymore. The grin agent walked through it all, laughing softly, watching them like a child observing ants under a magnifying glass, focusing the sun. He leaned toward John. I wonder what you are, he murmured. How can you resist the solution paradigm? And reached out, his fingers pressed into John's forehead and through it, into his mental echoes in the threadway itself. Digging deeper, rooting around for something, his eyes widened. You've got a little secret in there. John's body convulsed. He tried to move, couldn't anymore, could barely think. Athena strained, her voice warping. He's accessing your astral echo. I can't stop him and fight the virus too, unless… And then, you will not lose another of my charges. We do not fail again. The voice wasn't Athena's, it was thunder. Metal and guilt and raw, molten grief turned to wraith. Move, incarnate awakened, the bound titan. Proficiency acquired, pulse novice. Spell unlocked, nullwave level 1. A pulse of power erupted from John's body. His mind was filled with knowledge he didn't know he had. An unknown presence codified his very stubbornness into a mathematical formula that flared as a blue sigil on his forehead. Spell cast, nullwave level 1. Mana pool remaining 1. Mana exploded outward, searing blue light cracking the sigil's lines, unraveling the grin agent's ritual. The magic circle snapped. The virus faltered. The others collapsed, grunting in agony, released, stunned. The grin staggered back, smoking slightly at the edges of his body. John wailed, mana bleeding from every pore. His circuits glowed visibly through his skin. It hurt. It burned. Athena rushed to stabilize him, rerouting internal mana flows, locking in synaptic feedback loops to avoid him going into shock. John, don't pass out." John coughed blood. The same voice from before echoed through his head, through his soul. "Stand your ground. Proficiency acquired. Surge. Novice. Spell unlocked. Amplify kinetic force level 1. New knowledge formulated in his mind. Another arcane formula, one that was his will to move and strike expressed as arcana. John forced himself to stand, his eyes locked on the grin. The pain was immense, so was the rage. Red had been shot, and it was because of the man in front of him. John activated everything. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining 3. Cyberware engaged, neuromuscular overdrive mod, including the spell that had just forcibly revealed to him in his brain. Spell cast, amplify kinetic force level 1. Mana pool remaining 0. His body surged with strength. Mystic energy flared over his organic hand. Skill activated, body blow level 2. Skill energy remaining 2. He charged. The grin's smile widened. "Ah, you're a special little wizard, aren't you? Pulse? Who has pulse?" John reached him, fist raised, mana surging, and hit air. The grin vanished, like smoke unraveling. His voice echoed through the flickering threadnet, revealing him to be another illusion, or something like it. "You broke the pattern, so I can't stay, but bravo." The grin laughed. "What a test run, so many bodies dancing to death's tune." John spun, breathing hard. Where the grin had stood in the middle of his circle, a mask and a handwritten note. "I'm so surprised anyone's alive enough to read this. We'll fix that eventually. Smile soon." John stumbled toward Red, who was barely or maybe not even conscious, blood leaking from his mouth, his eyes fluttering. Shit, hold on," he said, kneeling and putting pressure onto Red's abdomen. Vorak approached slowly. Gars behind him, bleeding, one arm cradling his side. John spun, gun raised at Gars. "Back off." Vorak stopped, slowly reached into his coat, and held out a combat auto-injector. "Medicine. Stabilizer." John hesitated, lowered his gun somewhat. He saw 2 Voraks. "John, you're crashing," Athena said. "Please lie down." Then he collapsed. His head thunked the floor. The last thing he saw before blacking out was Red's face next to his own, and Vorak stepping forward. Chapter 10. Corrupted Blood. Darkness pulsed behind John's eyelids, residual images carved into the black, red blood on tile, a code virus burning through his veins, a voice like thunder screaming action back into his body, willing him to fight. And then nothing. And something again, but only in flashes of lagged awareness. Someone carried him, laid him on a stretcher. He drifted again. The next time he surfaced, it was a different kind of pain, low pressure at the crook of his arm, cold antiseptic, a needle nudging at his skin, plastic tubing, a faint tugging sensation, hands on his skin. Someone's hand. Then a voice, not external. "Athena." "Don't let her inject that. We don't know them," she said. Her tone was surgical, sharp. His right arm moved on its own, not a twitch, not a reflex, full override. It slapped the hand away with a sharp whack, a gasp, feminine and not Athena this time. Then darkness reclaimed him. "John, I can't keep us awake," Athena replied. "There's too much metaphysical damage." Drifting. Heat touched his lips next. He tried to turn away but couldn't move. Something warm dripped into his mouth, sweet, rich, metallic. Blood. It tasted like blood, but richer, wrong. It slid down his throat. Thick, viscous. He would have gagged if he could. But the heat spread, fast, blooming in his gut, like molten honey laced with mana. A woman's voice. "Goshujin-sama, you gave him your blood." A pause, then a man's deep and accented voice. "He will not remember, Nabe-san, and I require him conscious sooner rather than later." Athena's voice again, staticky this time, like her signal was caught in a broken relay. "John, I'm losing integrity. That blood is mana resonant. You need to wake up." A trickle of water, digital chimes, incense on the air, sweet, faintly floral, undercut by ozone and the sterile smell of air purification. John's eye fluttered open. Migraine auras flickered in his organic vision. His cybernetic eye zoomed, recalibrated with a low mechanical click. He was in a bed, crisp sheets, the scent of cedar and sterilized silk. The room around him was all contrasts, black lacquered walls with warm amber lighting, spirit charms hanging like wind chimes from a bamboo rod, floor mats of woven carbon thread, Japanese corporate, money, influence, feng shui, and danger. Athena shimmered into view beside him, sitting on the edge of the mattress like a digital nurse who'd been on call for too long. "I'm glad you're alive," she said, bags under her non-organic eyes. John blinked. "Define alive." "You're stable, mostly. Your mana circuits are still fluctuating. I'm suppressing the worst of it." He pushed himself up slightly, wincing. "What happened?" "I was only partially aware. When the virus and then mana surge hit, I had to reroute nearly all priority to preserving your executive brain function. I believe we're in the home of the client or fixer who hired Gaz." John's brow furrowed. "Gaz." The name landed like a punch. He flinched, remembered the boom of the shotgun, Red's body hitting the floor. He exhaled through his nose. "How the hell did I use magic? What was that?" "That null wave thing? It blew the whole Grin circle apart." Athena tilted her head, flickering slightly. "I'd like to know that as well." "You didn't hear him." "Hear who?" "The voice, the Titan." She paused, really paused, almost like buffering. "I saw the system notification," she said carefully, "but I didn't hear anything. No auditory signal. I only saw the spells execute." John stared at her. "You can't hear it. You can't talk to it." "No," Athena said, her expression unreadable. "It appears not." John looked toward the ceiling, breath shallow. He said he wouldn't let me fail another one of his charges. Sounded like he stepped out of some tragic play. Athena gave a small, tired smile. "If your incarnate is your subconscious given structure, maybe you should be blaming yourself for the Shakespearean flair." He scoffed. "You blame everything on me, your name, your voice, your face, now this." "I just tell the truth." She flickered again. A holographic interface unfolded in the air next to her, scrolls of stats and traits weaving through empty space. "John," she said more quietly, "you had a real awakening, but—" She didn't finish the sentence. Instead, she handed the data sheet off, sliding the glowing, half-transparent UI window toward him. His eyes moved across the system entries and his stomach dropped. The spell section of his character sheet had entries, for the first time in his entire life. 3 angle brackets. 3 angle brackets. Nullwave level 1. Locked incarnate misalignment. Sphere. Pulse type. Disruption. Anti-sigil. Defensive cost. 2 mana cooldown. 1 minute effect. Releases a destabilizing pulse of raw mana interference designed to sever hostile threadway manipulation. Disrupts magical circles, sigils, viral threadnet astral constructs, and threadnet-based illusions within a 10-meter radius. Fails if your resonance attribute is lower than the opposing target's casters. Amplify kinetic force level 1. Locked incarnate misalignment. Sphere, surge type, self-buff, physical enhancement. Cost, 2 mana duration, 30 seconds. Effect, temporarily amplifies the kinetic force of a target, can be applied to your own movements or to an object within 10 meters. If cast on self, melee attacks are treated as if your body and reflexes attributes were increased by +2. If cast on a ranged weapon or thrown object, increase weapon tier by +2 for the next impact. If cast on any other moving object, doubles its current velocity and force if object is your size or smaller. But there was a new trait and matching debuff on his sheet that cancelled out the excitement that should have brought him. The trait being Incarnate Awakened, the Bound Titan. Your incarnate has stirred from within the thread of your soul, but it has not yet offered its strength. Linked debuff, Incarnate Misalignment. And the debuff that came with it. Incarnate Misalignment, ongoing. Your arcane channel is unstable. Spellcasting denied. All spells are locked and unavailable for casting. Cause, incomplete synchronization between host and incarnate. Resolution: reconcile with your incarnate through ritual, meditation, or confrontation. He groaned. So I do have spells now, but I can't use them. Athena folded her hands in her lap. Your incarnate awakened, but it didn't grant you access. Something about the connection is unstable, misaligned. I can feel that much without the system sheet. John stared. I don't even know the guy, and we already have problems. Athena raised an eyebrow. It's as the system says. You need to reconcile. Meditation, ritual, dream state traversal. Any of those could let you meet him. John dragged his hand down his face. So what? We need couples therapy now? John, I can feel how hungry you are. I would assume that is why you are being so sarcastic, Athena said. The shoji door slid open. A young woman entered. Black silk robe, hair braided with red thread, a small spirit glyph stitched into her collar. She paused mid-step, startled. You're awake, she said, voice polite but surprised. The master will be pleased. You should not be, moving. John straightened a little. So did Athena. Her threadway echo is human, Athena said privately, but something's wrong. She's stained by something else. John watched the girl for a moment. Who are you? Athena continued. It is reminiscent of Velka's thread echo, but much weaker and distinct in form. I am Kiyoshi Nabe, Ranson-sama, she said, inclining her head. You are in the home of my employer, Onizuka Kaito. You were recovered from the remains of one of his investments after Gaz-sama informed us of your injuries. Why? She straightened. As a courtesy. You completed the contract. The master believes in payment and stewardship. Stewardship? John muttered. Is there anything else you require? John looked down, saw the IV in his arm, gently pulled it out. Is the Oni here? Kaiju? He was hurt too. I'm afraid he was taken by a woman some time ago. Who? John asked. Was he all right? I believe her name was Velka. He was wounded, but stable when he left. Not fully conscious. How did she know to get him? That he was here? That is something you should discuss with my employer. Is there anything else? That made zero sense. On one hand, John was glad Red was at least alive. On the other hand, the fact that the pale elf with an attitude had some sort of connections with the master of the home he was in. It unnerved him. If someone could bring me water and get me that meeting with your boss before I find him myself, that'd be great. Of course, she said again, bowed once, turned. The door slid shut behind her. John stared at the empty doorway. The silence hummed. Athena, he muttered, his memory hazy. You said someone gave me blood. It wasn't a transfusion, was it? No, it was a drop, in your mouth. His skin went cold with unease. Who? Why? John asked. Athena hesitated. I wasn't fully conscious, but I believe it was her employer, to heal you. John's expression twisted, and it worked. Almost immediately. It stabilized your physical body, dimmed your mana pathways, and gave them a chance to realign. But it also interfered with our sync. For several seconds, I thought I was unraveling. He swallowed. Shit, I'm sorry. I'm functional again, she said quietly, but I won't forget that feeling. John dragged a hand across his jaw. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Knowing some spook fed me mana blood while I was out. If I were you, I'd be cautious, Athena replied. And considering I live inside your body as well, I already am. John let out a breath. Good, glad we're both appropriately horrified. He glanced around the room, clean, ordered, quiet. The faint memory of the blood lingered and grew stronger. Sweet, warm. Hunger crept under his tongue, and he shoved it down hard. He stood on shaky but surprisingly functional legs. One more thing, he muttered. Where the hell are my weapons? Chapter 11. Kaito. His boots and socks, freshly washed, waited beside the bed. So did his jacket. He pulled everything on in silence. Athena rose, fluid and alert. Do me a favor, John said. Watch for anything weird. Of course. He stepped out. The floor was chilled hardwood underfoot. The hallway beyond was shadow-lit. Rice paper panels backlit by soft red neon, trimmed in matte black steel. His cybernetic eye auto-adjusted. Thermal overlays flickered. No heartbeats, no motion trails. The house was still, too still. He moved slowly, boots soft against wood. Something in the hush itched at his nerves worse than the dark. The hallway opened into a breath of green and glass. A courtyard sprawled beneath a dome of clear tech glass, half greenhouse, half observation bubble. Bamboo stalks rose over a koi pond, fed by a gentle waterfall. The sky above was slate grey. The dome shimmered faintly, mana-reactive shielding humming behind the quiet. Military grade. Could black out the whole sky. Could stop a .50 caliber rune round mid-spin. Why does a fixer need that much cover? He didn't have long to ponder. "Kuso," came a soft voice behind him. He turned. Kiyoshi Nabe stood in the doorway, hair still braided with crimson thread. She looked like a startled warden. "You should not be up yet, Ranson-sama. The master was just coming to see him." A smooth, low voice cut in. Onizuka Kaito emerged from the far hall like he belonged there. He wore an ash-black kimono with slate trim. No visible chrome, no cyber signature, no weapon metadata pinged. Just a man, slender, refined. And somehow, John knew, lethal. The feeling hit low in the gut, ancient and instinctive. Predator. His heat signature was dimmed. Extremities blue. "Do you like my home?" he asked. John eyed the garden. "Not bad, not my style." "I am Onizuka Kaito," he said with a smile. "Taste is personal. I wouldn't expect ours to align." He passed Nabe without a glance. She bowed and left without a word. "I came to check on you," Kaito said. "How do you feel?" Athena's voice buzzed in John's feed, quiet, sharp. His thread echo, "It's like Velka's, but older, deeper. He's not a mage, but he's something." John didn't confront the topic of the blood he'd been fed. Not yet. "What sort of medicine did you give me? And how much do I owe you?" Kaito's smile curved. "You owe nothing. You're my guest, my responsibility." "Right," John muttered. "Do guests get their weapons back? They're sentimental." "Of course, sentiment matters." Kaito turned, calm, unarmed, walking like someone who never needed weapons. "Come, they are in my study. Forgive me, but they interested me." Scene break. "Sit, please," Kaito offered, lowering himself behind the desk. John hesitated, then sat, one of two chairs set before the desk. Kaito gestured toward Gravewind. "I understand your attachment. Orcish culture bears many parallels to my own, despite the differences of world or species." He tapped the blade with a long fingernail. "Many would call it a katana, but it isn't. Not quite. Subtle divergences, a shift in curvature. Grip optimized for different musculature, and yet so close in intention it's uncanny, especially considering these were brandished by the orcs long before they or the thread rifts reached our world." "You into history?" John asked. "History is essential," Kaito said. "If one wishes to shape the future, they must know the bones it's built on." John narrowed his eyes. "So why bring me here?" "Really? You were injured under my contract. Duty required I see you made whole." "That's it?" Kaito offered a small, elegant shrug. "There was also a matter of curiosity." "Such as?" Kaito's gaze met his, suddenly cold. "Predator Silver. You will help me with a job." John blinked, the words nestled into his mind like an old thought returning, like something he'd already decided. "Yes, John," Athena's voice cut in, urgent. "Neural patterns under intrusion. I'm re-establishing your baseline." John snapped back, blinked hard. His thoughts cleared. Then he lunged forward, reaching for Gravewind. "I would not do that," Kaito said gently, but his words hung like a panther's growl at dusk. John froze, half standing, hand on the hilt. Muscles tight, cyberware primed, skills humming. Kaito stayed perfectly still. "Forgive me, I needed to confirm what Gaz told me. You are resistant to mental intrusion. I heard of your struggle with the Grin agent." John's jaw flexed. "Why does that matter to you?" "The Grin are destabilizing my sectors. I require someone to investigate, discreetly." "You've got a funny way of asking. Please, sit. I will test you no further." John released the blade, slow and cautious, and eased back into the chair. What the hell are you? Why is this your problem? There are layers to New Cascadia, Ranson-san. More players than most presume. Most only see the surface. John exhaled. Don't dodge. Who are you? I'm someone offering you 10,000 credits. That stopped him. If you can retrieve data from the local Grin cell, Kaito continued, infiltrate their threadnet systems. I wish very much to know what they're planning. I'm not a black hat. Kaito tilted his head slightly. But competent with data? Yeah, sure, I can code. Better with systems than intrusion. But I'm no runner. Kaito steepled his fingers. Better than I expected. I already have a construct virus. I need someone to plant it. Enter the data fortress extract clean, no trail. You mean someone who won't get caught and interrogated, John said. Hard to believe no one else came to mind. No one with your resistance, and no one I can afford to risk falling to the Grin. Why not go in remotely? Unfortunately, their servers are not consistently connected to the public net. My so-called resistance nearly got me killed. It's not perfect. That was a ritual, Kaito said. The local Grin can't reproduce it easily. Their virus requires death to be as effective as you experienced freshly inflicted pain. A trigger ritual to amplify its reach. If you can resist me, you'll resist it in an unaugmented state. Then why did they already have one set up when we got there? John asked. I know they weren't sitting around waiting for us. I have had the ritual circle you encountered examined. I believe it was designed to create the creatures you fought, Kaito said. An experiment, I believe, meant to use the mana virus on the dead rather than just the living. When you intervened, the Grin agent likely repurposed it to attempt to infect you. Dark, John remarked. You said local. There are more of them? Kaito gave a faint nod, a glint of respect in his eyes. Yes, you encountered a mid-tier agent. I believe they've embedded themselves to varying degrees in every layer of the city's society, short of the highest, but they themselves are amateurs. The tools they use are not their own. They have a benefactor. I must assume so. The virus is too advanced. If it had taken root in you and your companions, you'd be mere puppets. No will, no return. That's how they spread their influence, infection, permanent control. Bad enemy to have, John muttered. Not one I want. They aren't capable enough to create their virus, nor smart enough to deploy it properly, and yet, they have it and have used it well. Kaito's voice was sharper now. If I can locate the real threat behind them, I can respond accordingly, but I need information. You're angling hard to sell this, John said. They undercutting you, or is it personal? It is, Kaito said simply. I believe it is for you too. Is it not? John thought of Red, shot, barely breathing. Why for you? I've worked too hard to keep extremists like the Grin from fracturing this city. John frowned. He didn't buy the clean-cut image. But then again, no power broker or fixer was clean-cut. What do they want? They're anarchists, right? Malcontents dissidents, of the sort that would burn everything our society has rebuilt following the collapse, merely to watch it fall. Maybe, but most people aren't cut-and-dry villains, John said, and I don't have a cyber deck or defensive software. Are you averse to further augmentation? Kaito asked. If not, I'll deliver an internal deck to your residence, combat programs included. John blinked. You know where I live? You've been asleep for an entire day. I had time. John's gut twisted. Claire. Shit. Problem? Kaito asked. I need a ride. To my car. Kaito raised a brow. Will you accept the job? When? You may spend tomorrow preparing. Do you have a technician for the install of the deck? It was looking like another visit to Vexy might be in the cards. I know someone. Where's the Grin base? Sector 28. John cursed under his breath. That meant gang turf. You expect me to make it out without anyone tracing me back to you, right? What the hell am I walking into? I expect you to be capable, Kaito replied. Survival is your prerogative, but it does benefit me. The building is a standard residential tower. Unfortunately, the residents are no longer themselves. John stared, sounding like innocents might die if this goes sideways. That's not my scene. Their minds are already gone, hollowed out. No more than automatons, Kaito said flatly. Does that not disturb you enough to act? What makes you think it does? I looked into you, Kaito said. You were a soldier. And now, here, you don't strike me as a man who serves without purpose of character. That's a big assumption, John said. You ever wear a uniform, or are you just talking? Long ago, Kaito said, but not for this country's army. Still, I don't intend to let a death cult infest the city I call home. If I'm working with you, John said slowly, I want to know what you are. Kaito's eyes cooled. You do not. I do. You fed me blood. Healed me. Kaito frowned, then pressed a buzzer on the desk. Nabe-san, pull the car around. Bring Ranson-san his share of the recovered soul cores. And prepare the salvaged cyberware from the ghouls for delivery to his home. John lifted a brow. Generous, but you still haven't answered me. You are pushing politeness. I'm not feeling polite after you jumped into my head, John growled. If you want my help, you come clean. About you, about Velka, about Red. Kaito considered. I believe you already know enough to draw your own conclusions. John stared him and his hungry eyes down. Thought of the blood tanks, the mind control and how Kaito had healed him. The predatory aura. Only one thing they could be. But, shit, weren't they a myth? You're fucking vampires, Kaito stood. I wouldn't make that accusation again. I imagine if you did encounter such creatures, they would be particular about their privacy. He gestured to the door as Nab entered. She'll drive you wherever you wish to go. John didn't move. Is Red one of you? Have you seen him in the sunlight recently? Then how'd Velka know to find him? I contacted her. Out of courtesy. Why? John asked. Why would you need to let her know Kaiju was hurt? Even if she is one of you. You should ask your friend that, should you not? John grunted. Velka sharing a thread echo type with Kaito didn't make sense, unless she really was a vampire or something adjacent. In which case, what the hell was Red doing dating her? A beat passed. Are you accepting my offer, Ranson-san? The grin had nearly killed Red. Had played with their minds, and it was sounding like they were going to hurt a lot more people. Had already hurt a lot of people. Vampire or not, Kaito at least seemed like he wanted to root the grin out. You actually trying to make this city safer? I am, Kaito said. Then why the organ harvesting and blood tanks? John asked. I know you didn't get willing donors. That is not my investment. But I was obligated to the individual whom has a stake in it. You know the grin were there. I suspected, Kaito replied. They are accelerating their movements against those associated with me. John appraised him, frowned. He actually believed the fucker. And Claire needed shoes, clothes, hell, everything. Not to mention another payout, especially one this big, before he planned to go dungeon diving would be pretty helpful. John nodded slow. I keep the deck once I chip it. With the programs, and I want 6,000 up front. Kaito smiled faintly. I will contact you with all the details you will need by tomorrow night. ThreadNet transfer, incoming, 6,000 credits. Accept Y or N. He took the money, stood, collected Gravewind, holstered his PD-11, sheathed the knife. Chapter 12. Rules and Consequences. The car was too nice. Gloss black, low-slung, stitched with chrome and blue filament lines that pulsed gently with deep light. The inside smelled like new synth leather and faint jasmine corpo luxury on 4 obsidian rim wheels. John sat in the back, boots scuffed against the pristine floor mat, a canvas satchel beside him. The bag clicked faintly as the car rolled through New Cascadia's layered streets. Soul cores, his share from the job, mana-glinting remnants from the ghouls he'd helped put down. He didn't look inside. Mind if I make a call? He asked. Nabe didn't look back. Of course. John blink-clicked through his HUD, cyber eye syncing. His contacts shimmered into view. Claire. 6 missed calls, a string of messages, with the last being, Johnny, where are you? Are you okay? Please answer. I'm going to walk if you don't pick up. He winced, opened the call. It rang once. Johnny. Claire's voice hit fast and loud. Are you all right? What happened? Got hurt, John said. Nothing serious. Just couldn't make calls. They were treating me. What does hurt mean? He exhaled. Felt like a bad hangover, just without the fun beforehand. A pause. Then, you didn't pick me up for school. Yeah, John said. I'm sorry. I didn't go, she said quietly. I mean, not like I learn much, I don't know anyway, but figures. What the hell am I paying for then? She didn't answer. He tapped the transfer command. ThreadNet transfer, 500 credits, Claire R. Claire went quiet. What? Johnny, that's a lot. Just something I want you to have, he said. Tonight order food. Just remember the rules. Half open the door, spare piece in hand, safety off. She exhaled slowly. Did you get this from the new job? Yeah, there's more coming. Just, please be careful. He closed his eyes for a second, felt the ache behind them. I always am. This is the only thing I've ever been good at. You were unconscious for a day, Johnny. You left me alone. He let the silence sit for a beat. I love you, kiddo, he said finally. We'll go shopping tomorrow. New clothes, yeah? A small voice. Love you too. Call ended. Nub didn't say anything, but glanced back at him through the rear view. A long look. She's a good kid, John said. She doesn't like your work. She worries. My daughter was the same, Nabu said softly, always worrying beyond her age. John noted the was, didn't push, didn't clarify Claire was his cousin. I've got her asked, he said. Nabe frowned. Yes? He changed tack. Why work for a vampire? Or are you going to melt if the sun peeks out? He nodded at the moonlight brushing the dash. Bet not you don't look half as pale as your boss. Nabe didn't reply. John gave a half frown. Come on, jokes aside, I'm just trying to figure out who I'm working for. Kaito-sama is a good man. The best kind of man, she said. He will honor his contract with you if you honor your own side of it. But I suggest you do not cross him. Why? Because he'll drain me dry. Or is that your job? Athena appeared in the seat beside him, silent blue hollow flicker. I am fairly certain she is not a vampire, Athena said. I've scanned her thread echo again, cross-referenced every known rumor and data point I could find on short-notice Kaito, matches the traits. She doesn't. Nabe turned on the radio and spoke up. Would you like to choose the music, Ranson-san? John fully frowned. Dealer's choice. The rest of the ride passed with music just loud enough to kill any attempt at conversation. Scene break. The car stopped in front of the boil point. John stepped out. Thanks for the ride, and the riveting conversation, he said, sarcastic but not ungrateful. You don't seem like bad people, Nabe. Nabe nodded once. Take care of yourself, Ranson-san. I will arrange for the delivery of the rest of what you are owed by the morning. Appreciate that, John replied and stepped back. She pulled off. The tail lights faded. John turned. His beat-up car sat where he left it, tucked in the alley beside the forge's side entrance. But he didn't head to it yet. He pinged red. No answer. Approached the front of the boil point. Closed. Lights dim. He knocked. No response. Called red again. The door cracked open. Velka, silver-eyed, pissed. You're mad at me, I'm guessing, John asked. She tried to punch him. He triggered slip and counter level 2 and stepped past the blow, pivoting smoothly. Skill energy remaining 3. His organic fist cracked her square across the jaw. Even with the large body and reflexes boost from the skill, it felt like hitting concrete. Stabilizing reflexes and footwork, Athena's voice entered his mind. Velka swayed a bit from the hit and looked up to him with shocked disgust and surprise. Not in the mood, he muttered to the elf. Then the woman snarled and moved, fast as any animal. Velka slashed at his face, nails gleaming. John activated Combat Draw Level 2. His PD-11 came into his hand rapidly, barrel to her head. Skill energy remaining, 2.5. Calm down, he said. I'm just here to check if Red's still breathing. He is, no thanks to you, so you can leave now. He didn't lower the gun, didn't even blink. Fair, and I'm not looking to shoot my best friend's girlfriend tonight, but I'm not taking chances. Considering what you are. Her silver eyes narrowed, turned to vertical cat slits. Glowed. You really shouldn't have said that. He narrowed his eyes, trying not to be unnerved. Why's that? Bad manners. Because there are rules. And now I can show you what I am. Her body broke apart, missed, slipped under his gun arm before he could readjust. She half-formed behind him, nails pressed to his throat as they lengthened into bony talons. John froze, tried not to wince. Planning to bleed me out in the street, let Red find the body in the morning. Athena's voice, John, I can activate synchronicity, and with quick draw and hard body and your cyberware, you should have enough speed and strength to counterattack. He wasn't sure how deadly a vampire's claws were. He was guessing very. He was half a second from heeding Athena's advice and activating everything he had, skills and cyberware included, though Velka practically spat her reply into his ear. No, but only because Kaiju would never forgive me. I don't want to see you near him again. If I have to suffer your living for his happiness, I will, but stick to postcards and calls, cross that line, and I'll deal with the consequences. Yep, he was done with this vampire shit for tonight. First mind control, waking up in a strange black and red Japanese-themed compound, and now this feral elf. He didn't take orders anymore. And that had been a major life decision. Wasn't about to start now, not when said commands kept him away from someone he cared about, from making sure said person wasn't some vampire's puppet or blood bag. He felt his neuromuscular overdrive mod respond to his mental touch, priming to engage. Began to channel his skills too, preparing to activate them in a burst of strength and speed. Athena, do it. Enough. The voice boomed from the doorway, red, bandaged, stooped, kanabo in hand. I will shoot both of you if you don't stand the fuck down. John, still a heartbeat or unfortunate twitch away from having his throat slit, looked up to his friend, elation surging through him that he seemed alive and still like himself. Hey there, Kai. Feeling all right? Velka hissed, and her talons slowly retracted back and came off John's throat. Red stared the woman down. Velka turned and walked away. John raised an eyebrow, rubbing his throat where the vampiric talons had been. Bad night for a visit? Chapter 13. Bruises Between Brothers. In blooded etiquette, courtesy is the velvet sheath over the poisoned blade. Veil aphorism. Velka vanished into the dark, her silver eyes reflecting light as she trailed off into the night. Red stared after her a second longer, then turned to John. Not angry, just tired. That kind of quiet, disappointed tired only reserved for people you love who've done something deeply dumb. John shifted. I probably deserve that look. Red didn't reply, just nodded at the gun still in John's hand. You pull that on her? John holstered the PD-11, slow. Yeah, and I punched her. Red grunted, walked forward, bandaged and bruised but still moving like a freight truck built for wartime logistics. He stopped right in front of John, met his eyes. John sighed. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill energy remaining, 3. Red slugged him. John hit a knee. Pain went nova through his jaw. Blood traced the taste of copper on his tongue. Fair, he muttered, rubbing his chin. We even now? Red sniffed, turned toward the boil point. Yeah, I got Onikara ramen going. Made enough for 2. John got up with a wince and followed. Athena flickered into view behind them. I do not understand either of you. John gave her half a smile. The other half of his face hurt too much to use. Inside, the boil point was dim, quiet, closed. Red moved behind the bar, pulled 2 bowls from the warmer, and set one in front of John. They sat in steam and silence. So, Red said. John lifted noodles. She tried to hit me first. Red raised a brow. Looked like she was going to finish the job. John snorted. Didn't get me the first time, and I wasn't done. Red poured sake into 2 cheap cups, the kind he served to humans and customers, not friends. Weak brew. John took his. Glad you're all right. Red downed his, poured again. Should you be drinking? John muttered. You got shot. I'm fine. John eyed him, wrapped in blood-stained bandages, moving like none of it mattered. I noticed. Red didn't meet his gaze. You hear about what happened, or the other job you talked me into? Told Velka I came for you. Her too, I guess. Red frowned. What do you mean? I mean, stop bullshitting me, Kai. You don't eat a skill-infused trench gun to the chest and walk it off. Not even an Oni does that. Red exhaled. Armor stopped most of it. No, it didn't, John said flat. Gars shot you in the gap. You think I designed my stuff that sloppy? Red replied. Had synth kev laced through the padding, only a little got through. John nodded toward the crimson soaking his wrappings. Doesn't look like a little gunshot wound. Red stared at the counter. You're not my NCO anymore, John, and I'm tired. John sipped his sake. Was it her blood? Red flinched. What do you think you know? I know she had her claws to my throat tonight, and I know how fast you bounced back. I have assumptions, and some other info to back them up. Red's grip on the bar went tight. I love her. John nodded. And that's fine. You stood up to her and to me, makes me think she hasn't turned you into a blood bag or fried your brain. Her hating me? Doesn't matter, you still being you. That's what counts in my book of shits to give. Red relaxed. Just a hair. Thanks. You've earned my trust a dozen times over. Red glanced down. More times than that. John sipped. Sure. I was going to come after you, if Kaito hadn't let you walk. I figured, he paused. But why'd he call Velka? Said something about courtesy. Sounded like some conspiracy bullshit. I wasn't very awake when she came to get me, Red said. Didn't ask. John huffed. I was out cold after my vampire blood sampler too. Red tried pivoting. He gave you blood. John squinted. She's been with you all day. Unless she left you alone, which I doubt, you had time to ask what her deal with Kaito is. He paused. Red didn't respond. Oh, you motherfuckers, John said, realization dawning. You were going to come get me after you two were done. Red gave a tiny grin. Caught. You blame me. Or her. I almost died. Gars hit me hard. John rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, isn't she like a corp? Red raised a hand. Finish that sentence and I hit you again. John shrugged. Fair, old habits, but I'd hit you back this time. Red drank. Velka told me Kaito doesn't screw over people who handle business. Figured you were breathing and not being drained. That was enough not to go full breach and clear. Reasonable, John admitted, slurping broth. His place is a fortress. Red leaned in slightly. How much blood he give you? Just a drop, I think. You feel different. Why? What happens if it's too much? Red's voice flattened. Depends, and I don't know all the rules. John narrowed his eyes. Guess Velka's still got secrets. Red didn't argue. I feel fine. He did try to mind-whammy me, though. Red blinked. Did it work? Not for long. My magic got in the way. A lie, but not one he liked. Athena wasn't something he could explain right now, not without derailing the current topic. Red leaned back. The way you fought back in the Undercity. And now this. You're really a mage now. Sort of, John muttered. Can't use much. Why not? John exhaled. Something called an incarnate, basically a magic soul ghost. Mine's pissed off, locked my spells. Red grimaced. That's rough. John raised his glass. Tell me about it. I'm special now, but the special part of me hates me. What did you do to piss it off? If you find out, let me know. Red poured again. Mana and no way to use it. Waste. He paused. I could teach you Kai. Athena appeared on a nearby stool, arms folded. I have also considered this. John didn't look at her, just raised an eyebrow at Red. What's it take? Not hard enough not to learn, just takes focus. You breathe right, learn to feed mana and skill energy together. Push them into each other, make Kai. Channel it into your skills. No angry ghost involved. None. But if you want to fight with it, I'm going to need to hit you a few more times. John smirked. Think I can manage, maybe with some painkillers. Red nodded. Before or after we meet with the retainers. Tonight work. I've got another job. Day and a half from now. Red raised a brow. What job? Kaito wants me to break into the Grin's data fortress. Red stared. You're an idiot. He paid me 6,000 up front. I need the creds, and half of me believes he's not full of shit. Red shook his head. Guy doesn't spend that kind of cash unless he's desperate. Why you? Grin's mana virus lets them puppet people, just like we saw. Apparently, I'm uniquely resistant. It's why Kaito tried his voodoo on me, to test that. Red frowned. Where's the job? Residential tower, full of said zombie puppets. You're gonna get yourself killed. Maybe, John said, might help if I became a real street samurai first. Red snorted. Takes more than one night to learn Kai. You need body control, different sort of mana manipulation, kind most casters suck at. John glanced sideways at Athena. Might not be true for me. She tilted her head. You may be right. If he can explain the internal mechanics, I should be able to replicate them. Your body's skill, energy, and mana pathways are already within my realm of control. Red sipped. You sound cocky. John shrugged. You got anything better to do than prove me wrong? I already scared off your company. Chapter 14. Iron Spirit and Kai. The sun hadn't broken the skyline yet, just a pale hush on the ruins. Light brushing the skeletal silhouette of a city that didn't know it was dead. Steel bones jutted like ribs melted girders. Twisted loader arms, the scrapyard stretched out like a graveyard for machines that used to dream. John had absorbed the cores from the managools on the way over as Red drove. Turns out Kaito had delivered Red's share to the Oni as well. Say what you wanted about the vampire fixer, but he was efficient and timely. Regardless, the cores brought John's mana attribute up to the second tier. Red stepped over a heap of slagged alloy, grunted. This place is a shit pile. John followed, boots crunched through rust and broken drone frames. Yeah, it's where I learned to fight. Red raised a brow. How the hell didn't you get tetanus? My aunt paid the doc extra to keep my boosters current. I was always getting into shit I shouldn't. In places I shouldn't. Pretty sure it was that, or let me become a biohazard. At the center of the wreckage stood the ring. Not regulation, not legal, just welded car hoods bolted into a crooked square, chain-linked ropes sagging between fence posts. Forgotten by city ordinance, remembered by the few who had grown up under the tutelage of Uncle Benjean, an old retired and poor-as-hell boxing champion who had trained John and the other young ruffians in the sweet science. Benjean had done it for free, on the condition that his pupils stayed out of the gangs and drugs. John stepped through the chains. Still here, Red followed, tossed him a cracked pair of MMA gloves. Barely. John tugged them on. Guess I won't be losing any teeth this time. Red smirked. Wouldn't want to ruin that pretty little smile. John flexed his shoulders, starting to think you just like hitting me. Was that ever a mystery? John rolled his neck. So how do we start? Breathing. That's it? To use Kai, Red said, you need control. Skill energy runs in your body and blood. Mana runs in your circuits. Breath brings them into sync. It's the bridge. Simple, reliable, universal. You fuck that up, you fuck up everything else. Show me. Red nodded, drew a slow inhale. For a moment nothing changed. John squinted. Color me dazzled. That was one key point. Red inhaled again, slower and again and again. This time the air around him flickered. Not light, not aura, just distortion, like heat haze on asphalt, candle glow bleeding out from his skin. Now try to hit me. John eased into stance, bounced on the balls of his feet. Seen this before. Red didn't posture like a boxer. He rooted. Thai stance, compact, coiled. John jabbed, fast and crisp. Red's shimmer of aura caught the hit itself, slowing and smothering it, giving the Oni just enough to pivot. Into a sidekick that landed high and hard on John's shoulder. John grunted, triggered body blow level 2 on reflex, drove a shot to Red's ribs. The punch connected, but it didn't land right. Red's Kai blurred the impact again, bled it off. His counter smashed John in the ribs with the opposite foot as before. John staggered, sucked air. 2 kicks in a boxing ring? Come on, man. You'd have slipped a punch. John rolled his shoulder. You've used that slow aura trick before. Seen it. Kai-enhanced Iron Strike, Red said, usually just boosts stats. With Kai, it becomes defense too. He stepped forward. Now watch what happens with Death Clinch. Red surged, the afterimage of his movement left behind like a smear of ghostlight. And he did indeed clinch John. John triggered, clenching tactics, slid, shifted, denied leverage. Didn't matter. Red moved like gravity was on his side, more force in every twitch than should have been possible, even for him. His aura itself also proved slippery, making it hard for John to get a grip, even with his skill designed to help him do just that. You're augmenting your skills and upgrading their effects. John grunted and launched a liver shot. Body blow again. Red flared Kai, diffused it once more, and side-hooked an elbow into John's jaw. John reeled, slung an uppercut to break the clinch on his way out. Red, still protected by his aura, barely flinched. Took a breath. Punched at John as he retreated. His fist didn't stop at skin. Kai shot forward like an invisible blade, slammed into John's sternum. John activated hardbody right before the impact. Didn't matter. Still got rocked by the key punch as it rushed into him and then diffused over his ribs. John wiped his mouth. Blood again, from the elbow before. System's unfair. You already get more out of body because you started bigger. Kai just turns your stat block into a cheat code. Impressed? Useful, John admitted. How much can you use it, though? Depends on control. You burn skill energy and mana to make Kai. How much you can hold, how fast you recover. That's all in Kai manipulation. So how do I start? Feel your skill energy in your muscles. Feel your mana in your circuits. Breathe deep. Bridge them in your core with the air you suck in. John inhaled, focused. Mana still buzzed like foreign static. But his body knew skill energy, knew how to call it. Then Athena's voice slipped into his mind. Attempting his routing method. I'll handle the internals. Just breathe. John let her. He felt her in his lungs, in his diaphragm, breathing for him, more efficiently than he ever had. Skill energy flowed into his torso, bleeding out of other muscles. Mana followed, changing its flow to go where Athena willed it. For the first time, they met. Heat pooled in his core, dense, stable, whole. Proficiency acquired. Kai manipulation, novice. Skill acquired, focused breath level 1. Skill activated, focused breath level 1. 1. Skill energy remaining, 3. Mana remaining, 3. Kai points gained, 1/4. We were successful, Athena said. Optimizing protocol. John smirked. How long did it take you to learn Kai? He asked Red. Weeks. Don't feel bad. John nodded. Once I've got Kai, I just use it on skills. Any physical one, some mental, just takes control. Athena again. John, breathe again. I'm testing a better loop. He didn't even have to think about moving his mana or skill energy. This time just wanted it, and she made it happen. Proficiency upgraded, Kai control, competent. Skill upgraded, focused breath level 2. Skill activated, focused breath level 2. Skill energy remaining, 2.5. Mana remaining, 2.5. Kai points gained, 1, 2 out of 4. Process refined, Athena said. I'll automate Kai generation based on intent, breathe, and act. I'll do the rest. John grinned, tugged off a glove, held up his fist as if about to demonstrate something. Triggered, hard body level 2, but Kai surged with it and changed it into something else. Kai skill activated, Iron Spirit level 2. The Kai variant of the skill activated, and not a bit of his skill energy surged within him. Instead, Kai points remaining. 1. His skin glowed faint, a shield of energy. But that wasn't the point. The power wasn't around him. It was in him, in tendon, muscle, bone. He flexed, felt like steel woven in flesh. Red blinked. What the hell did you just do? Athena materialized on the ring's edge, arms folded. Smug. Further advancement will require sparring experience and upgrading our attributes. John raised a brow. Guess I've got something you don't. You little shit, Red laughed. Proud of you. Now put your glove back on. Been a while since I had someone with real Kai to spar. John grinned, tugged the glove back. Nah, you just lost your edge, Kai. You're not hitting anybody. You're welcome, John, Athena commented, smiling. For the next hour, the scrapyard echoed with fists, curses, and joy. Grit and hits and Kai traded under the bleeding sky, until the morning broke free of the night in earnest. Chapter 15, Family Matters. Everyone's got a reason. Sometimes you fight for money, sometimes you fight for family, but you better find out what it is, or the world'll beat you down before you can. Veteran Sigil Runner's advice column, Street Samurai Weekly. The Boyle Point's neon faded into the bruised dawn, sunlight bleeding through smog like diluted blood. Red parked beside John's battered sedan. The truck's exhaust sighed like a fighter after a finished match gone on too long. John climbed out, muscles aching. The good kind of pain, though, the kind reminding you your body still had some room left to grow. Red rounded the truck, holding out an arm. John met it, gripped tight. Brothers, same as always, but tonight they'd reminded each other why. "Thanks," John muttered, "for everything. Sorry again about Velka." Red shrugged, expression quietly amused. She's always a little volatile, her conditions rough on her. Deep down, she's softer than she acts. John hesitated. "You sure you're all right? Dating a vampire isn't exactly safe." "We're fine," Red interrupted firmly. "You're one to talk, charging a grin hive alone. Sure you don't want backup?" "You don't have my weird immunity," John replied bluntly. "They mind jack you. I lose a friend and gain a problem." "We already figured that out once." Red exhaled slowly, accepting that truth. "Fair, still hate leaving you solo. So what's next until then?" John softened a little. "Shopping with a certain 14-year-old who's probably pissed at me." Red chuckled. "The runt okay?" John smiled slightly. "She's adjusting, been through enough. Deserves nice things. Hell, deserves a life without worrying about credits." "She's a good kid," Red said softly, then shifted gears. "Still want the armor you asked me about? Might help tomorrow." John hesitated. "Can you even finish it by then?" "My designs are modular. Synth-Kev undersuit, plug-and-play plates. Easy to get a custom job made if I have the parts prefabbed already. And I do." "How much, though?" Red leaned back against the truck, thoughtful. "Depends. What's your planned level of getting shot?" John grimaced. "I need handgun and SMG coverage, and enough to give my skills a buffer to be able to eat the rifle rounds. But you gotta move clean, swing ghost wind and throw punches." "Right, and I doubt I can afford the light and strong stuff. So no full plate. Can't get the ultra-light stuff short notice anyway, or make armor out of it in time," Red admitted. "Sounds like you're looking at needing mid-grade plates for your vitals. Thinner composites elsewhere, it'll cost you 3,000 credits, and that's the very good friend price." John winced. "Steep." Red snorted. "Materials alone cost me 2,500. You're stealing it already." John relaxed. "Fair enough. I'll take it." Red smiled slightly. "I'll deliver it to your shithole tomorrow, and say hi to Claire while I'm at it." "She'll like that," John said softly. Red held out an arm again. "Go. Take care of your kid." "Thanks, Kai." Red clasped John's forearm warmly, pulled him briefly into a hug. "Stay alive, John, and if you need to call me, do it. I'll shoot the fuckers before they can mind-fuck me if I have to." "You too, Kai." John turned away with a wave, feeling lighter as he opened his car door. Sliding into his worn seat, John pinged Vexy's threadlink with a message quickly. Her reply came instantly. John frowned. "Exactly what you wanted your cyber surgeon to say," he sighed. "Fucking weird-ass tech junkie." Athena materialized beside him, voice unusually eager. "We're going shopping now?" John raised an eyebrow. "Didn't peg you for the shopping type." "I'm curious, excited even." He blinked. "You almost sound like a real woman." Athena's gaze turned thoughtful. "Should I not?" "Something wrong?" he asked, starting the engine. "Not exactly," she murmured, "just noticing irregularities in myself." "Like?" "I liked the suck Red poured. I tasted it through your senses. I have preferences, opinions. I don't understand why." John paused. "Should I be worried?" "No, my internal stability remains optimal. I am just puzzled by my own behavior." "You sure?" "Yes, John, I wouldn't risk you." He pulled onto cracked asphalt, trusting her. Maybe you're just becoming more human now that you're soul-strapped to one. To be honest, I've noticed it too. Athena smiled faintly. I still don't know if I'd like being human. He shot her an amused look. Yeah, that tracks with it. Scene break. John called Claire as he pulled into their apartment lot. You home? Her voice was groggy. Just pulled up. You coming in? Early for school. You're going to be late today. Pause. Why? Mall opens at the same time as your academy. You want boots that fit. You'll be late. I'm coming. She hung up quickly. Seconds later, Claire bolted downstairs, 14 and thin, clothes a size too small. Athena vanished as Claire climbed into the seat she'd previously occupied in her ghostly way. Hey, Johnny. Hey, kid. You ordered dinner last night? Claire flushed. Thai. Why not sushi? I know it's your favorite. It's expensive. John softened. Things are getting better now. Time to learn to spend when I say you can. She looked unsure but nodded eagerly. Okay. I mean it, and it's starting today. We're getting you shoes, a coat, and outfits that actually fit. Claire's eyes widened. You sure that's okay? John's voice grew gentler, not running merc work again to pinch pennies. Claire shifted nervously. John noticed. Teenagers. You upset? She hesitated. I'm not that mad about you doing jobs, but I brought it up before. You're my cousin, Johnny. You don't have to do this stuff. What if you get tired of doing it for me? John's heart twisted. Your mom raised me like a son. When you were born, she handed you to me. I was a little younger than you, but you know what I thought. What? That I had a little sister now. Claire swallowed, turned her face away. I just wish she'd wake up. John tightened his grip on the wheel. Me too. Maybe soon. I'm not just running jobs for rent and sushi, Claire. What do you mean? John hesitated. I found out. I can use mana now. It's opening doors. What? She said softly. Are you sure? It woke up the other day. Now tomorrow's job pays 10,000 credits. I got 6 of that up front. Sure, the doctors wanted over 200,000 credits to cure his aunt, and Claire knew that too, but it was a big step up from where they'd been. Claire's voice shook. That's insane. Are they going to shoot at you? I usually try to shoot them first. Johnny. Maybe, he admitted, but I can take hits. Mana helps. Kai's bringing armor tomorrow. Her tone brightened. Uncle Kai's coming? John smiled. The damn Oni was much better with kids than he was, by far. He misses you. She sniffled. Thanks for everything. I just want my family happy. You sure you have magic? That you're not just going crazy? You can ask Kai. He saw me use it. Sorta. Claire turned back, tears streaming. You know, Johnny, for my cousin, you're a good big brother. John swallowed, throat tight. You're the best little sister. Athena reappeared in the back seat. I'm proud of you, John. This is the first adult conversation I've seen you have without considering resorting to violence. It is somewhat amusing it is with a teenager, however. Scene break. Hours later, John returned home and killed the engine to his car. Claire was at school, wearing clothes that actually made her smile, worth every one of the 200+ credits he'd spent. Carrying his cousin's shopping bags, John spotted Nub outside his complex, leaning against Kaito's sleek sedan, waiting. He approached carefully. Hey, stranger. Nabi straightened, immaculate despite Sector 22's grime. There was not a desk attendant. I was unwilling to leave your packages unattended. Smart. Would have vanished quick here, John admitted. You probably aren't much safer waiting around here alone. She adjusted her jacket. I'm armed. His cyber eye subtly scanned her. Nothing registered, not a bit of metadata for weapons or cyberware. Either she was lying or her clothes had high-end anti-scan tech weaved in. Interesting. Expensive. She opened her car door, handing him a small box from out of the back. Your cyberdeck implant, loaded with mid-tier defensive programs. John accepted it awkwardly, juggling it with Claire's bags of clothes. Thanks. She produced a crimson credit card from her inner jacket pocket next. For its installation and reasonable job-related expenses. John whistled softly. You're making me feel fancy, Nabe. Her lips twitched, suppressing a faint smile. She walked past him and opened her car's trunk, hands free. Presumably with her thread link, she lifted out a large transport container effortlessly. Despite her small size, she probably had strength mods, he realized. And this is the cyberware salvaged from your recent job. Onizuka-sama believed you'd appreciate it. Let me drop these off first, if you're willing to wait, John said, and gestured with his very full hands. I went shopping with my cousin. She needed clothes. This is how you are using your advance. She needed them, John said firmly. Deserved it. Everything she had was too small or too big and second-hand. Kid didn't deserve that. Neighbor hesitated. I thought she was your daughter. He recalled their brief conversation when she'd driven him to the boil point. Somewhere between that and a little sister. She nodded and then paused before replying. I can assist you to your apartment. Surprised, John nodded gratefully. I'd appreciate it. It's just on the first floor. Should be quick. She followed him into the shabby residential complex's lobby. John noticed the look on her face and the fact that she didn't say anything, always so polite. Yeah, you look out of place here. What do you mean? She asked him. Beautiful Japanese woman, looking every bit the corpo, he asked. Don't see that often in Sector 22. Nabi seemed displeased for a moment. I owe allegiances to no conglomerate. The look in her eye, like what she'd just said, was personal. For some reason, it reminded John of the fact that she'd alluded to losing a child when they'd talked before. If that was the source of her hate of corporations, she wouldn't be the first mother to lose their child due to a company. For any one of 1,000 greed-born reasons, John apologized as he opened his unit's door with his thread link. Right, sorry. Inside, Nabe glanced around politely, distantly unimpressed. It's very clean. My aunt insisted on that. Living clean meant you still cared, John said softly. You can set that down. She placed the container on the kitchen floor gently. She sounds like she was a wise woman. She's alive, sleeping right down the hallway, actually, he corrected quietly. Mana coma, corporate accident. Nabe softened. Her doctors can't help? They can, but won't unless paid handsomely. And this is why you're working for my master, her and your ward. Tried normal work, didn't pay enough. Her eyes warmed unexpectedly. Then it is honorable, what you are doing for your loved ones. John paused, struck by the sudden non-frigid sincerity. Thanks, haven't heard that much. Except from an old buddy, I guess. She nodded softly. Of course. Something passed between them then, something that surprised John greatly. He could see Nebe weighing him in her eyes. He hesitated. Want a drink? Nebe didn't deny him right away. Your job is tomorrow night. Do you not need to prepare? John didn't press the issue. You're probably right. She paused at the doorway before leaving. Perhaps after your mission succeeds, we may have a meal. I'd like that. I'll take you somewhere suitable. She slipped out quietly. The door closed behind her. Athena materialized knowingly. What? John asked defensively. She smiled inscrutably. Nothing. Bullshit. John shook his head, smiling slightly. Come on, we've got an appointment with a sleep-deprived surgeon. Bringing coffee? He sighed. Guess so. We can pick it up on the way. Chapter 16. Glitches and Sushi. The metro tunnel sighed around him. Faint steam, distant hum of broken transit rails still breathing electricity. John reached the locked vault door at the far end of the shut-down platform and buzzed the rusted intercom. Vex, you alive in there? A beat. Then the wards flickered. The sigil-laced steel door peeled back with a groan like a dying mech suit. Lights inside the jackdock flashed, not in any rhythmic diagnostic way either. Emergency red, static white, then gutter blue. Electrical chaos that seemed like it was on as much caffeine as the jackdock in the center of it all. John stepped through and froze. Vexy sat sideways on her own patient chair, a surgeon's perch now turned throne of madness. Wires hung from her empty eye sockets. Her cyber eyes, in her damn hands, twin chrome spheres flickered faint blue between her blackened fingers. What the hell, Vex? He said, voice flat. One of her repair drones, Chuck was its name maybe, twitched violently on the ground nearby, half smashed and leaking servo fluid. The other, Lindsay, clacked closer, head rotating toward John, cameras whirring. Vexy looked up, but not at him. She was seeing through Lindsay's optical feed, John realized, patched through either her terminal or thread link. "Hey, John, yeah. Had some problems." She casually waved the eye in her left hand. "Can you help me out here?" "Vex, I'm not a cyber surgeon," he muttered, trying very hard not to look at the raw wire nests in her sockets. "You're a good enough engineer to plug in some lenses." "Come on," she said, a bit too cheerfully. I cheaped out on her eyes, and the feed is really grainy, I'm getting dizzy. A nod at Lindsay. John sighed, stepped forward. "You're lucky I'm nice to you." He sat down the cyberdeck box and the bag of coffee he'd brought on Vexy's surgical trolley. "Come on, I'm blind and need help." He took one of the eyes. Up close, it wasn't eyeball-shaped except on the front. Behind, where no one could see when it was installed. Just a flat-backed module with female ports and magnetic anchor lines. Delicately, he held it near her socket. "You want this now?" "Yes, now. Eyeballs are important." John gently caught the lead from her port, plugged it in. She shivered, her pupil relit, booting up with a soft iris glow. "Fuck, it's weird seeing from this angle," she muttered. "Careful." He eased the unit into her eye socket. It clicked, then whirred. Socket lines retracting the module smoothly under her eyelid. "Now this one," she said, holding out the twin. John took it. "What the hell happened in here?" "You happened." He frowned. "Doubt it." She sighed. "Spent all yesterday and last night debugging my systems." "That transponder you brought me? The one summoning dungeon shit in Sector 22. It tried to hijack my entire shop when I plugged it in." John's gaze shifted to the busted drone. "Chuck didn't like that?" "Chuck got violent. Lindsay broke him." The working drone hummed smugly. John grunted. "What kind of virus took you this long to root out?" "No fucking idea. Just know when I plugged it in, all I saw on my displays was a creepy-ass smiley face trying to hijack my wear and brainwipe me with black code, pulled my own damn eyes out and killed my thread link to stop it. Next second, everything with a server connection in my shop tried to eat me." He looked at the now BIOS-only screens. "You debugged this whole place blind?" "Got easier once I fixed Lindsay, junked Chuck and got my terminal stabilized. After that, just had to scrub every system. The eyes I left out just in case didn't trust them until I'd gone through every line of their OS." John hesitated. "How'd you know you were getting brain-jacked before it was too late?" "I know subjugation code when I see it. Idiots who run the thread and don't study that stuff get eaten alive." He nodded, then paused. "I might know who wrote it." She blinked. "So do I. Someone who didn't want their shit poked around in." John leaned back. "Yeah, group calls themselves the Grin, smiley face tracks with their MO. Been running into them more than I like, still don't know how they tie into the transponder." "And how the hell do you know them that well?" "I've got a job tomorrow night. I'm raiding their servers." He gestured to the cyberdeck case he'd set down earlier. "Thought I'd get some help installing that so I can." Vexy crooked a finger. "Hand it over." He did. She popped the case. "Huh. Mid-grade but solid. Military issue, but not the garbage tier kind. Holds 6 active programs. Nice RAM base." She paused at the chip slot. "Already got some wear loaded in." "Yeah, got it from the fixer who gave me the job." "Think you can check it for black hat bullshit?" "You don't trust him?" "I'd be stupid if I did." Vexy grinned. "You might not be as dumb as you look." She stood, slotted the deck into her terminal. John winced. "You sure that's safe?" "Relax, my system's clean now. I was better than whatever they threw at me." He hesitated. "So was it a code virus or a mana virus?" She tapped at her terminal. "What the hell do you mean?" "They're mixing them now," he said quietly. "Code to infect cyberware, mana to infect people through their fucking souls." Vexy looked at him, then back at the screen. "No, this was just code. Optical hijack through the cortex, routed into the thread link for neural overload repgramming attempt. If it was mana-infected, I'd probably be dead or a zombie. I'm a wizard, but not that kind of wizard." John didn't answer. He was thinking of the supposedly brainwashed residents at the Grin apartment complex. Thinking that it sounded like Kaito was right and Vexy couldn't whip anything up help them either. "How much for install?" She raised a brow. Free, if it means you're going after the assholes who wrecked my place. John pulled out the red creds card Naby had given him. Not on my tab. Vexy whistled. Well then, full market rate. I'll split it with you. He laughed. Greedy fuck. She swiped it, plugged it into a card reader hooked up to her terminal, and initiated the transfers. She sent him 1,250 credits. He accepted. Vexy handed the card back. Still want a freebie? In a better mood now. I'll toss in an uplink cable in your cyberarm so you can jack into shit direct deck to systems interface. No Wi-Fi required. He blinked. That'd be great. Got a box of 'em. I'll find one that won't fry you. He nodded, then asked, how much will the deck mess with my mana circuits? Your cyber debuff is only moderate tier, right? Yeah. Then you're fine. This deck mounts spine top. It's small, but chip anything else big. That tier'll climb. Understood. He looked at the Grin transponder currently steaming on the floor. You didn't get any data off that thing? Nope. Whole board was wired to burn after it uploaded its bullshit. Got fuck all. She tapped again. Give me 20 minutes to finish scrubbing this one. Her gaze shifted to the bag of coffee he'd also set on the trolley. Is this for me? Yeah, she smirked. Go make it, or I'll fall asleep while I'm elbow deep in your spinal column. You treat all your clients like waiters? Coffee machine's right over there. He grabbed the bag and moved to the machine. Athena flickered in beside him, voice smug. I told you she'd like the coffee. From across the room, Vexy called out, I'm going to link the deck to your new eye when I mount it. Software matches. I'll toss in a RAM stick too. Help your potato brain sync with the deck's OS. Scene break. The apartment smelled like soy salmon and vinegar rice. John sat at the table with Claire, half a sushi roll in his mouth when the ping hit. Red's thread link. Kai's here, he told Claire. He opened the door with a mental flick. Red strode in carrying a crate like it weighed nothing. He set it down with a dull thunk as Claire sprang up and hugged him. John's cyber eye highlighted Red's chrome leg like it always did when it pinged metadata. However, a new option now lit up thanks to his cyberdeck. It had let him attempt to hack into and upload any programs he had installed on the cyberdeck, now implanted at the base of his skull. Vexy had done good work. All that he could feel when he touched the implantation site was the small data port that came with the deck, one that could allow for deeper threadnet dives. Uncle Kaiju. Hey, Runt, you get taller since last week? Claire smirked. Why don't you visit more? Red side-eyed John. Your cousin only shows up at my place when he wants a drink. John shrugged. Who doesn't like free drinks? Grab a beer or something. Later. First the armor. I'm eating. Red crossed his arms, patient and obsessed with his job. John rolled his eyes, wiped his hands, and stood. Fine, let's see. Red opened the crate. Inside, a sleek synth-kev suit, matte black. Sturdy gunmetal-hued plates over a ballistic weave undersuit. Torso shrug-off SMGs, arms and legs are plated with lighter composites. Knives won't get through the weave underneath unless they're skill-enhanced. And it'll catch ricochets. John nodded. Nicer than anything I've owned. You get some more creds. I'll make you something prettier. Proud of this one, though. Red pulled out a pair of armored boots next. Slip-resistant, shockproof, fire-retardant, reinforced ankles. They'll take a jolt or flamethrower better than you. John squinted. You guessed my size? Trade secret. John scoffed and transferred the 3,000 creds. Less painful after the boost from Vexy. Claire cleared her throat. Are you two done nerding out? Red laughed. When did you get so mouthy? Came with puberty, she grinned. You staying for dinner? John nodded. I'll order more sushi. Red smiled. Wouldn't miss it. John leaned back, sipping a bottle of Coke. Tomorrow night, he'd go to war with a bunch of smiling freaks. Tonight, he had a family. Chapter 17, Syntax and Soul. The night wound down slow. Claire had gone to bed, her laughter still echoing faint in John's ears. Red leaned back in the kitchen chair, arms crossed, the sushi mostly gone, the room quiet. Yep, you think you're ready to tangle with the Grin again? Red asked finally, voice low. John didn't hesitate. I'm as ready as I could be, man. Don't think the asshole we ran into is supposed to be there, but who knows? Red nodded, then offered, "Want me to take Claire to school in the morning? Buy you some sleep?" John gave a half smile. "I'll be fine. I'd like to see her before. But the morning after the job? Yeah, that'd help. Don't want her missing more classes because of me, in case something goes sideways and holds me off on getting home." "I don't mind." John looked at him. "Thanks." Red held his gaze. "And John, if anything ever happened, just know I'd make sure those two were okay." John froze. "That's a lot to ask you, Red. Ain't got much other real family anymore." A breath, a beat. Then John sighed. "I'm gonna have to start paying you back for everything you do, man." Red smirked. "Oh, I'm going to get my cred's worth. Knowing you, you'll need repairs on that armor after every damn job." John raised his drink to that. "I see. That's the real play, customer retention." Scene break. John's workshop was dead quiet, save the soft buzzing of his workbench light and terminal. The box of cybernetic scrap Nabe delivered sat beside his chair, half open. Most of it was junk. Then again, so was his arm. He sat hunched, his cybernetic forearm dissembled open, outer plating stripped. With Athena's help, he began swapping the worst of the cracked plating with the best of the salvage. "After Kaito's job, we should be able to purchase what we need to construct a new arm after," Athena noted. "Sure," John muttered, tightening a screw, "but it'll be expensive. Estimated cost, 5,000 credits minimum. Money's burning fast." "Perhaps, but the designs I've prepared would significantly enhance your combat capabilities." John paused, then said, "You've never actually shown me the designs. We've been too busy, I guess. May I?" He felt her presence drift through his organic hand. "Sure. Please face your terminal." He did and felt her guide his fingers, both cybernetic and flesh, to the keys. "Didn't know you could control my cyberarm. It's a matter of interpreting neural input. I've improved my capability to pilot your body post-synchronization. It feels more natural now and requires less strain." Her typing speed was inhuman. Code blurred across the screen, too fast for him to read, but in a language he understood, made sense, as far as he can. Athena had learned what she knew from him. "This will take 10 minutes. "What will?" "I am outlining your optimal replacement limb visually." John watched as wireframe diagrams compiled. Green lines formed the cybernetic musculature of a new arm, then its sockets, wiring, and plating. "Okay, won't say this isn't impressive," he said finally. "What the hell can it do?" With a few final clicks, Athena highlighted specs on the screen. "Responsiveness and software integration will be doubled in comparison to your current arm. The strength and durability output will be equivalent to Body 5. Also," a panel on the display's cyberarm opened. A forearm sequestered cannon emerged on the digital model. "You're shitting me. We're going to load grenades into it. With a low-grade mana crystal in the shoulder mount, it can draw from your mana circuits and generate either piercing bursts or explosive blasts." In that moment, he was reminded that Athena had only learned his proficiencies from his mind. Her inherent link to magical theory was all her own. "All right, didn't think we could do that, but a low-grade crystal is 1,500 easy. We can compromise with crystal dust suspended in mana fluid. The damage of the blasts will be reduced, however, but it should still be as effective as a large frag grenade or large-caliber rifle round." "How much mana will it cost per shot?" "Depends on the blast strength. We'll write scaling software, neural linked. At least we'll finally get some more mileage out of my mana stat, besides using just Kai. We'll need 200 hours of code work for the BIOS, or 50 with synchronicity." John frowned. The thought of full sync lingered in his chest. The memory of the last sync intoxicating, hollow, heavy, all at the same time. That long in sync, we'd burn out. "We can work in bursts. Your diagnose skill would also assist us greatly to refine the mechanical design." "Fair. If we have sync, we might as well use it for more than killing shit." "Do you dislike being merged with me?" He hesitated. "Not exactly, just weird feeling like I'm not entirely myself." "You seemed pleased last time." He remembered. The clarity, the power, the dangerous joy of being more than just a man, beyond more than a singular brain in a bone cage. Us people, we cling to our identity. For what it's worth, I enjoyed it. He smiled faintly. Yeah, wasn't so bad, Athena. Didn't mean that, okay? Then he shifted topics. Let's finish the arm later. For now, if you're really up for synchronizing, we could optimize the deck. Athena materialized, leaning on the desk, half-cropped jacket and a new messy bun. First time he'd seen her change her look at all. I'm not opposed. Upgrading our digital weaponry before we require it is an intelligent decision. John nodded and reached for the data cable of his terminal, and plugged said cable into the deck port at the base of his skill. A UI flared into life on the terminal screen, replacing Athena's cyberarm diagram. NSX-88 Mindlock Tactical Cyber Deck. 10.0 C capacity. 1 RAM. Manufacturer, Kurovalis Systems, CF Defense Contractor. Deck RAM, 10 per minute. Program. Storage, 6/6. Installed programs, Ghost Mask, Signal Spike, Burst Jack, Black Wave, Shield Wall, Overwatch Geist. He skimmed the list of programs. Black Wave was an offensive construct and icebreaker. Signal Stun, a cyberware overload offensive program. Shield Wall, basically personal ice. Burst Jack, system override controller that could open doors, control drones, etc. Ghost Mask offered minor surveillance interference Kaito hadn't cheaped out. What really shocked John, however, was the presence of the Overwatch Geist. Geist were like autonomous dumb AI. The single program was easily the most expensive of any on the list. The Overwatch Geist, in particular, was a combat-oriented auto-scanner and threadnet mapper, basically a tactical assistant. You think the Geist'll help? I mean, I already have you. Yes, it has better and more expanded capabilities within the net that I do. However, we could modify it. Piggyback its subroutines for my use. How? By excising the Geist's mental faculties, but keeping the framework for its capabilities. I could pilot its subroutines through your brain if we reoriented the program's code for direct neural control. All right, let's do it. I trust you more than some random AI. Also, Black Wave. I want to tweak it, make it fit me better. Right now, it basically just shoots a code beam within the net. I'm not much of a caster. Then shall we sync? He hesitated, then nodded. Sure, let's go. Skill activated synchronicity, body level 1. Skill energy remaining 2. Mana points remaining 2. Initiating partial neural personality merger. Co-opting arms and eyes. She slid into his being, thoughts blurred, fingers moved before he commanded them. Reflexes surged, logic rewired as his mind attribute was boosted by 2. His hands fell on his terminal keys, opened the source code for the programs on his deck. And they coded. Together, time fractured, ideas spilled through the membranes of what they both were, what they could be. Thea programming became a shared conversation, perfectly communicated. Then it became instinct. Past a certain point, John didn't know if it was him working and thinking or Athena, and he could feel that she didn't either. They were still separate beings, but separate beings that were entirely aware of one another's every thought and movement, in a way that blurred the separation to the extent of it meaning almost nothing. The longer the sync went on, the more true this became. He, they, created strings of code John never would have imagined attempting without the sync. They were only limited by their programming proficiency's limits. Somewhere along the line, they began to reteach John what he already knew, to redefine his understanding. And proficiency upgraded, programming, expert, skill acquired, code sprint level 1. Code sprint level 1, mind, programming. Passive, hours melt away when the code flows. Your neural pathways have better adapted to sustained cognitive load. When focused on programming tasks, you enter a deep flow state. Cost, 0 skill energy. Activates after 1 hour of continuous coding. Mind +1 while coding is sustained. Finally, his finger, Athena's finger, their finger, clicked the key that would compile their code. He slumped. Skill deactivated, synchronicity, body level 1. Athena peeled away from his mind. He missed her more intimate touch instantly. He stared at his computer screen and the endless lines of data they'd created. And the clock on the terminal UI. Hours had passed. Fuck, he muttered. That's like snorting speed that actually makes you smarter. Athena reappeared, more solid, more real somehow. As if touching his personhood for so long had made her even more of a person herself. Surprisingly, her eyes were tired too. "You good?" he asked her. "Yes. Are you all right as well, John?" John nodded. "Yeah, let's see how we did." Still cable-tethered to his terminal via his cyberdeck port, John pulled up the programs they'd retooled had become, and somehow they'd managed to turn it into a Geist, but only after taking apart the and learning how it worked. Black Fang, Geist, Offensive, Black Ice, a semi-self-aware, self-adapting code Katana forged from offensive structures. Learns from every string of data it cuts to target the weaknesses of opposing programs and constructs. Cost, 5 deck RAM per minute. Program class, 5. Speaking of they'd completely gutted its internal logic, replacing it with a backdoor for Athena, which cut the deck RAM costs down enough to allow them to integrate Shield Wall into the program, turning the lobotomized Geist into a sort of multi-purpose tactical ThreadNet suite. It was still expensive to activate and keep running, but it was also one hell of a package now. Umbra, Geist, Support, AGI bound. Silent, non-sentient coprocessor tethered to Athena. Offers ambient signal and ThreadNet scanning, netspace mapping, and ice detection and prediction, may be used once per minute to negate one enemy offensive hack or attack of program class 3 or lower. Cost, 5 deck RAM per minute. Program class, 5. "We did good, thanks," John said to Athena. Athena smiled at him, still looking weary. "Always, John." Then came a ThreadLink call. "Incoming call, Kaito. Right on time." John answered. "Are you prepared, Ranson-san? And did you find that the cyberdeck was acceptable?" "Yeah, it's nice as can be. Thanks. Still waiting on that extra intel, though." Kaito sent a data packet. The HUD of John's cyber eye lit up with images when he accepted it. An overlaid blueprint of the apartment tower formed in front of him. "I believe this should prove useful in navigating the complex," Kaito said. "You're thorough. Where's the Grin server, though, or do I have to find it myself?" Kaito highlighted the basement level on John's HUD display. The basement level is the only portion of the building that is entirely shielded from outside digital intrusion. So it's either there or they're idiots. Entry plan? John's cyber eye HUD shifted again. On the 3D blueprints, another long passage appeared running parallel to the lower levels of the apartment complex. There is an old undercity tunnel. It shares a wall with the boiler room of the complex's sublevels. If you use a small pinpoint breaching charge, you should be able to enter there quiet, controlled. John blinked. Don't exactly have any tactical plastics lying around. Check again. He was confused for a moment, doubly so due to the come-on of a strong migraine. Then he got a bad feeling. He looked at the box of scrap. Dug. Found a small sealed pack. Inside? Breaching charge, and a small separately sealed circular detonator plate meant to be affixed to the charge. "You put a bomb in my house." "It's inert without the detonator, as I'm sure you well know." John grunted. "Fine." Kaito sent one last file. "Upload this virus at the CPU core of their system's data fortress, if they do indeed have one. I will take over from there, and you will merely need to focus on your departure." "Got it." "That is excellent, Ranson-san. Do you require anything else from me?" "No, I can't say I do. Minus the fucking bomb, you've been more helpful and professional than anyone I've worked with, including a good many freehold army officers. This is something I pride myself on. I have invested much in you for this purpose. I wish you the best of luck." The call ended. Man. Kaito both gave him the creeps and strangely made him want to trust him. It wasn't happening. The motherfucker was a damn vampire after all. John turned to where Red's armor was also laid out on the bench. His cyber eye scanned it. Item: lightweight custom composite plate, hand-fitted by an expert-tier armorsmith. built from custom-forged combat plating mounted onto a ballistic weave undersuit and breathable carbon poly mesh, optimized for kinetic dispersion and resistance to ballistics, fire damage, and bladed weapons. Non-reflective coating reduces scanner profile, hidden gel layer absorbs blunt shock. Armor tier 4+. Market value 5,000 credits. It was everything Red had promised. SMGs might hurt, but they'd bounce off most of the suit. He exhaled slowly. "All right," he said. "I think we're ready." "As do I," Athena agreed. He hadn't lied to Red either. He was pretty sure he'd made sure he could at least probably survive Kaito's job. John rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I think I need those 2 hours of sleep now." Chapter 18. Cold Roots. John tightened the last strap of the composite armor Red had crafted for him. The ballistic weave hugged close. Matte black armor panels slid smoothly over his torso, solid, yet not impeding his movement too much thanks to how they were affixed to the suit's base layer. Not the fanciest-looking kit, but leagues better than the cheap plating he'd worn in the army. Minus the short stint they'd loaned him powered gear. He shrugged his battered red-brown leather jacket over the ensemble, tugging the sleeves down to hide the lighter protective panels beneath. Athena shimmered into existence beside the cracked mirror, inspecting him carefully. "You're wearing your jacket." John slipped his PD-11 snugly into the shoulder holster Kaito had built into his armor. "Makes it harder to tell my arms are less armored." Athena tilted her head, skeptical. "You just prefer how it looks." Gravewind came next, sheath clicking securely into the tactical belt Red had also seamlessly integrated. The breaching charge and its small circular detonator found a home in a side pouch on the same belt. His combat knife settled comfortably into an included sheath at his lower back. Red really had thought of everything he'd specifically want, and somehow made it all come together in less than a full day. John smirked slightly, conceding to his neural passenger. That too. A soft ping flashed in his cyber eyes HUD, a threadnet message from Kaito. John replied quickly, accepting Kaito's location pin. The threadnet marker in question appeared, blinking faintly at the edge of his cyber eye's vision. John hesitated, fingers hovering. John frowned, closed the chat window. Kaito was many things, but careless wasn't one John would bet on him being. He stepped into the small living room of his apartment, armor quiet, but his boots heavier on the thin carpet. "Claire?" She appeared almost instantly from the hall, clearly having waited. "Are you leaving now?" "Yeah." He opened his arms and she rushed into them, squeezing tight. She pulled back, inspecting him. "You look less like a bum tonight." "Thanks. Listen, I'm leaving the car. Red will pick you up for school. Call him if anything happens. Anyone else tries to get in, even NCPD Blues, shoot them through the door." "NCPD never comes here," Claire said softly. John nodded. "Exactly." She looked up at him, determined. "I'll check on Mom like I always do. We'll both be fine." "I know you will. Get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow." She hugged him again fiercely. "Love you, Johnny." "Love you too, kid. It's just another job." "Chin up." Scene break. The new route cab glided silently through slick city streets, neon bleeding into smog-streaked windows. His cyber eye flickered with light as he scanned the luxurious interior of the cab. Threadnet pulses crisscrossed everywhere, signals layered like a web, the vehicle alive with them, literally driven by them. "How much does a ride like this cost?" he asked the empty and real leather front seat. "Rates vary," the AI replied coolly through the cab's speakers, based on distance, damage risk, and potential liability. Sounds corporate. My speech patterns were modeled on corporate HR guidelines. John scoffed. "Can't believe I'm inside you right now." A pause. "Was that intended humor, sir?" "Nope, but the sir made it weird." "Apologies, sir." Athena materialized in the back seat beside him. "I'm thankful I'm not merely an AI." He glanced at the cab's dashboard camera and gave her a look. One that said, "Me fucking too." Scene break. The door to the new route cab closed autonomously behind him, the vehicle itself soon peeling off in a manner that was swiftly and perfectly executed. If John had to explain it, he'd say Sector 28 felt like Sector 22's forgotten corpse. Dark, rotten, and alive with gang graffiti and miasmic desperation. Unlike with 22, you couldn't even hear NCPD sirens in the distance if you listened hard enough. The gangs owned these streets outright. They were the law, with only the spread-thin retainers to challenge them. The net parlor loomed ahead. Bullet-scarred, buzz-flickering neon sign, cracked window panes, a thread junkie's haunt, or maybe haven, probably depending on who you asked. He walked through the rusted door into stale air and flickering screens. Rows of rental terminals and a few low-grade full-dive VR rigs lined the space shadows hunched over keyboards. Nothing but meat suits for digital avatars jacked into better lives. A woman sat behind the counter, mid-20s, worn down, track-mark scars healed but permanent on her arms. Her face was sagged, but it had curves that said it could have been very pretty, if life hadn't sucked and food hadn't cost too many creds. Flashing neurodive glasses covered her eyes, a thread-link cable trailed from her neck into her desk's computer. Before he could speak, she opened her mouth without even looking at him. Not that she was capable of doing so while mostly within whatever half-dive she was. Renting, or what? Here to see someone. Friend from 67 sent me. She went rigid, slowly sat up from where she'd been leaning back in her chair, jacked out of her terminal abruptly and yanked the neurodive glasses off as their glow died. She blinked like she was surfacing from a coma. Shit. Running a hand through her hair, she stood a bit uneasily, focusing finally on John fully. Boss is in the back. Wait here. John leaned against the counter as she vanished. Athena appeared, not leaning herself, eyes soft. No one here looks happy. He glanced to her. You met anyone fully happy since you downloaded into my head? They look worse than that. Yeah. She studied the full-dive users, the ones laying back in synthetic lined cushion chairs and thread-jacked fully into different lives. Perhaps the worlds they visit give them relief. I'd bet. Gotta be better than here. She shifted the conversation's focus. John, Athena's voice dropped lower. That woman's thread echo nearly matches Naba's. Similar but distorted. Every time we've encountered one like it, a vampire was close by. Her mentioning Nabe somewhat soured his mood. There'd been something there when she'd offered to take him to dinner, a potential premonition of a spark, maybe. One he hadn't let himself feel in a long time, but of course she was a vampire's lackey. Which was an issue. Couldn't have led with that? I wanted to chat first. John laughed to himself once and very lightly, despite the news nature, just as the woman returned. He'll see you. Come around. As he passed her at the back of the counter, she grabbed his arm firmly. Don't screw with him, okay? He's good people. John's eyes flicked down, then met hers. Just here for business tonight. Good. He looked back down to her hand on his arm. You mind? She released him. Last door. John descended the stairs she'd just come up. The stairwell was dark, buzzing fluorescence barely lighting his descent. But his cyber eye compensated. When he reached it, he knocked on the reinforced door the attendant had directed him to. A slot slid open. Bloodshot eyes assessed him briefly. Then the door unlocked heavily and swung inward. A hooded, hunchbacked and masked figure stood behind it. Nothing but pale skin around his ravaged but focused eyes, hands marred with lesions, but having oddly well-groomed fingernails. Human, maybe. Too small to be an orc or troll, at least. No way in hell was he an elf. Could maybe be something different. God knew there was a lot of species variety in the world nowadays. Regardless of his race, the man was cold as death on John's thermals. A blank spot, worse than Kaito, who at least had some heat to him. And definitely not like Velka, who appeared pretty much entirely human through his eyes' scanners. Athena's whisper confirmed what he was thinking. He has nearly the same thread echo as Kaito and Velka. We should assume he is a vampire as well. Rough hand to play unlife with, John thought as he took in the broken-looking man before him. He offered a cautious nod to the would-be vamp. Evening. Inside, the man replied. Rough voice. It had an intelligent quality to it, but an ugly and uncomfortable tone. John stepped past the masked man and entered a freezing cold server room. Towers hummed, data cables crisscrossed like veins underfoot. Nice tech, John remarked genuinely. He thought he heard the vampire's voice soften fractionally in response. Don't look too close. Kaito wouldn't send a snoop, but keep your eyes to yourself anyway. No one needs to know I'm down here, and with what? I don't run my mouth about jobs. Follow me. They stepped over the many thick data cables. Another, even more reinforced door waited at the far side of the room. This leads down to the Undercity, the masked vampire said. Follow your location marker. You'll find a locked door and a keypad doing that, code 7310. You're safe until you open it. Safe in the Undercity? John raised an eyebrow. Weren't you told not to ask questions? Just surprised you can promise that. I can. John paused, sighed faintly. Comforting. Use the same code to get back in when you're done. Don't drag trouble back with you. Not if I can help it. But if I do, you'll survive. Might wake up in here with a headache afterward, depending on how much your employer trusts you. That a threat? No, the vampire said simply. I said you'll live. John stared a moment, then nodded. All right, sure, good enough. Thanks. The vampire unlocked the heavy vault door, swinging it outward. A small lift corridor was behind it. Down the lift, then I lock this behind you. I'll know when you come back up. Uh-huh. Makes sense. John didn't blame him. He'd lock the door too if their roles were reversed. The Undercity was nearly always a special kind of weird hell. It'd probably be better for everyone if all of its entrances were fastened tight. Chapter 19. The Things That Follow. The vault door slammed shut, its heavy echo reverberating through John's bones like a coffin lid ceiling. John stood in the elevator's cage, gears creaking softly as the old lift began its slow descent into the bowels of the Undercity. Athena's voice murmured in his skull. He was kinder than we might have expected. His thread echo felt human beneath the cold. John didn't reply, just grunted, eyes narrowing subtly at the corners. He wasn't risking open conversation with Athena, not in a vampire's private and possibly surveyed elevator. But in the quiet spaces of his mind, he agreed with her. The masked techie vamp hadn't tried to charm or threaten. He'd just existed, cold, misshapen, and straightforward. But there was something in his eyes that felt more alive than Kaito's polished perfection. Like the mask he was physically wearing might have been the only one he employed on any level. The lift clattered to a halt, doors wheezing open only a minute or two later. They opened into what looked like a maintenance tunnel, clean, industrial, surprisingly well-maintained for a remnant of the city's past. Athena piped up again. Threadway activity here is minimal, unusually so for the Undercity. Still cautious, John said nothing aloud, just started forward quietly, footsteps echoing softly off clean metal floors. After a beat, Athena's tone sharpened, maybe even becoming a bit annoyed with his paranoia. Our reliance on spoken dialogue is becoming increasingly inefficient. I'd like permission to open a mental channel. A minor modification of your neural pathways will allow seamless telepathic communication between us. John hesitated, but not for long. She'd already shared his thoughts during sync, already scanned his past when they'd integrated. Sharing a few more brainwaves wasn't really crossing a new line, not any that he figured mattered. He nodded slightly, consenting silently. Initializing. No sensation, no jolt, but some sort of change he couldn't name. Maybe. You hear me, Athena? John tested mentally. I hear you fine now, John. Less cranky about me not answering you now, John thought. This was a practical step for us. Previously, if you lost your tongue, communication would become difficult. That's a gruesome way to phrase it. Thanks for that. They moved forward, conversation now seamless thought exchange, effortless and rapid fire. Then Athena went suddenly quiet, tension radiating through their shared connection. Athena? You good? I momentarily sensed a sudden thread echo. Undead, potentially vampiric. Then it vanished. John's pulse ticked up, his pace steady, outwardly calm. Could it be a mistake, or something like mana interference messing with you? We are in the Undercity. Shit's weird down here. No, I don't believe it was interference. So someone's watching us. That is a potentiality. Do not look for them. Continue walking as you have been, as if nothing has happened to alarm us. Why are you so spooked? Because they also hid from your thermals, John. They're somehow cloaking their physical, astral, and mana presence. If they attacked now, I'm unsure I could help you. John's blood chilled. If someone like that decided to pounce, how the hell did you even fight them? By blind feel? One of the masked guy's friends, maybe. And you did sense them for a second, right? Might mean whatever mojo they're using isn't foolproof. Possibly, that might explain his assurances to you about this locale being secure. Feels real damn safe down here, doesn't it? Athena hesitated and then agreed with his sarcasm. No, not remotely. John realized in that moment that Athena didn't like things that she, with all her connections to the mystic layers of reality, couldn't see or evaluate. She didn't like unknowns any more than he did. Maybe even more so than him. We're close by anyway. Any trace of our tail? No, I am not even sure if they intended to follow us, she replied. Hope not, or that they're at least not up for spelunking deeper into wherever we're going. They pressed on, following Kaito's waypoint, wall lights guiding them down sterile tunnels until John stopped at a sleek, reinforced door marked subtly by faint glyphs and a keypad. He entered the code into the door's keypad, 7310. A beep. The door slid open soundlessly. John drew his PD-11, stepping through carefully. The door immediately sealed shut behind him with a solid pneumatic thunk. And another locking beep. The scenery had changed, and by a lot. He was in a sewer now, old and abandoned. John doubted it was still in use. It definitely wasn't being maintained anymore. And the smell hit like a punch. Stale water churned beneath the rusted grating he stepped out onto. The walls were curved concrete, overgrown with moss and glowing lichen. To make matters worse, flickers of static twitched in the air, reflections shimmered off nothing. He clicked on the light built into his circular belt buckle. A cone of amber light fanned out, barely cutting the gloom. Just another nice little feature Red had shown him he'd included over their shared sushi dinner with Claire. His cyber eye flickered, calibrating to make up for what his organic eye couldn't do. It was enough for it to give him something to see by. The walkway stretched forward, grating over darkness. Murky water pulsed below. He sent us into a sewer, John grimaced mentally. He did pay you quite a bit of money. True. Before long he entered another tunnel, stepped down a short stair, and onto a thin sidewalk lining another sewer canal. Athena observed wryly. Threadway distortion levels are increasing sharply. Yeah, the flickering air everywhere gave it away. Just glad I'm not wading through that, John said, eyeing the sludge off to the side of the sidewalk. Yes, it smells horrid. I have already cut myself off from your sense of smell. Would you like me to mute your olfactory input as well? Please and thank you. She severed the scent. It was subtle at first, but a drastic improvement. He could still feel the air entering his nose, but it was just cool moisture without the rot. So much better. Thought it'd feel like a stuffed nose. But this isn't so bad. But your nose is not stuffed. I'm merely blocking signals pertaining to anything you'd consider unpleasant, not airflow. If anything registered favorably scent-wise, you'd still detect it. Well, either way, this might be my new favorite thing about you, he replied. He kept his cyber eye scanning, looking for anything that could be a threat as they walked. Eventually, John entered a massive circular basin chamber. Walkways crisscrossed above a slow-whirling vortex of grey water below. And then, Johnny! Claire's voice, desperate, terrified. He raised his gun, heart hammering up a bit out of instinct. It's not her, Athena warned. Then another voice, one he'd heard all too often in his own nightmares for so many years. Survive, survive, survive. It sounded almost like Athena, but not. Broken, haunted, long dead, Juno's. His hands shook violently, fingers tightening on his weapon. John, your cortisol is spiking dangerously. It's only an auditory hallucination. I'm stabilizing your muscles now, but I'm not willing to dampen your emotions. Please calm down. His grip steadied at Athena's caring touch. Then another voice. John, help me, I'm drowning. Shavael, John growled and fired a round into the filthy water. The false voice twisted into an inhuman shriek. "John, are you all right?" John lowered the smoking pistol slightly, breathing harsh. "Chavael wouldn't whine. You know what this shit is?" More screams rose, wet echoes, from family, friends, fallen squadmates, and even thread beasts he'd killed years ago, all distorted, all tormenting, as if they'd been ripped from his own long-waiting personal layer of hell. Athena's voice was ice-cold and urgent. "Something's approaching beneath the water. Multiple entities. Threadway distortion is reaching critically high levels of turbulence." His eyes snapped to the HUD waypoint faintly glowing across the main catwalk. His exit. Let's not wait to be their welcoming party. He broke into a full sprint, just hoping the ancient grating would hold. Would be a hell of a way to go, tumbling into the water below. He wasn't about to let the past, or whatever was pretending to be it, drag him under. He wouldn't drown in memories, not tonight, not when he'd been fighting for so long to keep his head above them. He made it halfway across the walkway, leading to the next corridor. Before filthy water exploded upwards around him, multiple disgusting droplet arcs spiraled, twisting into grotesque skin-winged shapes, half-formed and worm-like monstrosities shrieking in an unnatural rage. Chapter 20, Mana Feeders. Water exploded around him, dark arcs spiraling into the flickering light. More shapes twisted from the sewer vortex, winged, worm-like, screaming in no voice a throat should make. They looked like overgrown leeches, brown-fleshed and twitching, with slick bat wings, misshapen claw-topped arms, and human teeth too white to be natural. You have broken through their illusion. And they have stopped manipulating the local thread around you, Athena told him. You should be clear to focus on engaging. John pivoted, PD-11 in one hand, Gravewind coming out of its sheath and into the other. One streaked toward him, low and fast. Too fast for a clean interception. He reached for his quick-slash skill, feeling the skill energy surging to obey him, but he instead infused it with Kai. Kai skill activated, aftercut level 2. Kai points remaining, 3. His body moved before thought. Gravewind burned a silver line through the thick, wet air. The blade sang, leaving afterimages in its wake and cleaving the leech in two. The thing ruptured mid-flight, its rot-tinged mana hissing into vapor as its pieces slammed wetly into the walkway. Twitching, split in half. Behind John, something whipped with a rubbery crack. A stretchy tendril punched through his red-brown jacket, puncturing the leather with a pop. But it didn't break the armor underneath. He stumbled forward, hissing. "I loved this jacket." He twisted, raised the PD-11 and fired. A tight burst to the center mass. The leech screeched, spun, dropped limp. Another one coiled its tongue tendril forward. He tried to reposition, but the strike licked his throat and latched on. It burned and took something from him. Mana points remaining, 4. Cold lanced into his veins, his limbs spasmed. Static shot through his vision, his organic eye flickered, twitching under the stress of the sudden internal drain. "Fuck!" Athena's voice cut through the ringing static, suddenly existing in his ears. "It's draining mana directly from your circuits, disrupting my internal stability as well. You need to detach it, John." Kai skill activated, Iron Body level 2. Kai points remaining, 2. His skin pulsed. A thin aura flickered across his flesh like light bouncing off steel. His muscles surged, tension coiling into strength. He flexed them, energy surged outward from his neck. The leech's tendril was torn off with a snapping jerk. He lifted the PD-11 and fired again. A third leech shot its tongue forward, but John's Kai aura around him slowed its tendril and kept it off his flesh long enough. John planted his feet, took aim and shot the bastard in its eyeless face. Another shot followed, and one more corpse hit the walkway, writhing in death. "I'm stabilizing," Athena said, her voice already strengthening. "We must avoid further contact with them." More shapes burst from the vortex below. "Athena, we need to sync, now." He pushed the thought to her hard, faster than a word. "Agreed, deep sync initiated. Skill activated, synchronicity, body level 1. Skill energy remaining, 2. Mana remaining, 2. The floodgates in his mind opened. Everything merged between them, his awareness extended. Reflexes surged, mind clear. No separation between them. They were getting better at being one. His movements tightened. Every thought they shared became a plan, every enemy a solution. Gravewind danced. His PD-11 barked and reloaded. Footwork and calculated bullet patterns turned the walkway into a kill box. Tongues snapped at him, but were deflected or severed. Wings beat against air and were sliced apart. Claws raked his key aura and failed to pierce it. One leech flew low and snapped at him, probably trying to tackle John off his dry footing and into the water below. But his mind and body were just working too damn fast now, though. He sidestepped, then slammed Gravewind upward into its belly and out the spine. He let the winged leech fall to his feet as he ripped his orichalcum katana from its body. The Athena half of John's merged consciousness calculated bullet trajectories, or maybe he did too, it was hard to tell now, and he pulled the trigger before the shot was needed. They were a storm. Then, the monsters stopped attacking. As another leech fell, the few remaining screamed. Wings flared, their bodies folded and twisted backward, and they dived back into the swirling sewer below. Gone. Silence save for the churning swirl hiss of grey water. John panted. PD-11 still raised, barrel hot, Gravewind slick with decayed blue flickering blood. He scanned the area as he crossed the grating walkway toward the basin's far exit. No movement. No threats. His HUD waypoint glowed ahead. He'd have to come back for the monster cores of the leeches later. He didn't have the time to cut them open. He had a job to do. He passed through an archway into a smaller tunnel, a tight, mostly dry corridor, as if they were leaving the sewer now. Might have been another maintenance tunnel at some point. The Undercity was frankly too disjointed to make much sense in how it was laid out, as if reality had just started to glue different pieces of itself together in places. Skill deactivated, synchronicity, body level 1. He blinked as their minds unfused, took a few moments to reorient himself. Desync felt like exhaling after a held breath. Not to mention, it just never felt good to become objectively dumber. Any idea what the hell they were? I am scanning the threadnet now, Athena replied. A pause. There are no known registered organisms matching their description. However, I found a legacy entry from a defunct biotech corporation. 2 decades ago, they designed a series of sewer-cleaning bioforms, proto-organic, adaptive, designed to digest waste and sludge. Someone made those things. It is likely that long-term exposure to ambient mana caused them to evolve. I would guess that they no longer consume only waste. They consume magic, a byproduct of having made their way into the Undercity. Mana is a much more energy-dense food source and is in abundance. John rubbed his neck where the leech's sucker tongue had latched on. Kaito should start offering health insurance. If your body begins to experience infection that I cannot stabilize, I will alert you. You've been optimizing my immune system too. I have terminated 2,337 strains of influenza and common cold since integration. Additionally, I have eliminated 6,333 cancer cells from your system. John scrunched his face. You're serious? Yes. He exhaled slowly. Thanks, that's a lot. And I didn't even think about it. I want you alive, healthy and whole, John. We're partners, remember? He smirked a little at the proud tone in her voice. Yeah. Starting to wonder what I'd do without you. Likely die, Athena said. John scoffed. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I am happy we're together. He continued walking, deeper into the dark, boots echoing against ancient concrete. Me too. And he meant it. Especially after every sync. She wasn't just magic code anymore. Not to him. Not even close. Every time they merged, she filled the parts of him that had gone hollow. Thought with him, fought for him, grounded him. More than a system upgrade, more than a neural passenger. She made him feel more. To share a consciousness with her was to see and think things that had been beyond him before. And it wasn't just the boost to his mind attribute. With her bleeding into him, he saw everything from 2 mental angles instead of 1. 2 smarter, more effective perspectives. And he felt completed by her ever-loyal support. He recalled something she had said not so long ago. I think it would be uncomfortable. To be alone in a mind that's only mine. Her words had resonated then, but he'd still thought them just the affection of something not quite human. But now? Now he wasn't so sure. She was starting to blur the line between human and not, for both of them. And he was starting to think he really might agree with what she'd said. Chapter 21. Near Alive. The waypoint pulsed like a heartbeat in his HUD, dragging John deeper into the guts of the Undercity. The space had fully shifted now, sewer stink giving way to something more oil and steam-laden. Nothing but maintenance corridors now, narrower but cleaner, and yet still crooked, like someone bent the place into its shape and hoped no one would notice. The more time John spent in it, the more he thought the Undercity really wasn't anything like a sector of its own. It was more like a crazy god's scrapbook of civilization's leftovers, all stitched together with rust and mana and ideas that hadn't aged well. He walked slow, deliberate, and breathed in. Things were calm for now, and he intended to take advantage of that to get back to full strength. Athena sensed his intentions to replace his lost key without him needing to say, or think, a word to her. Skill activated, focused breath level 1, skill energy remaining 3, mana pool remaining 4, Chi points gained, +1, 3 out of 4. Air slid through his nose, pressure regulated, every breath a metronome thanks to the automating touch of his neural passenger. Athena perfectly tuned his body and the flow of his mana and skill energy. Within moments, renewed ki surged within his core once more. Chi was a powerful resource, but one that didn't just generate on its own, unlike its individual components. He repeated the process of activating focused breath once more until his Chi stores were back to being full. And just in time, he stopped walking. Ahead, just past the next intersection of pipelined hallways, something moved. Something metal. A security drone hobbled into view, rusted, one leg twitching, sparks spit from its shoulder actuator. Old military frame, outdated even 2 decades ago. Should have been in a scrapyard. It has a thread echo, Athena said quietly in his head. How the hell does that track? Likely the same as how the creatures from before came to be. Long-term exposure to a magic-rich environment. Mana has somehow seeped into its circuits, and it has begun to produce its own. He gripped his gun. Great, so does that mean it's as batshit as the leeches were, or… The drone stopped mid-step. Its head cracked sideways with a servo squeal. Red targeting lens zoomed and locked straight on John. Its arm raised, not a hand, a barrel. Shit. Skill activated, breathe and brake level 2. Skill energy remaining 3. Time stretched as his reflexes surged. John dropped sideways to a knee as the drone released a volley of semi-automatic rounds at him. Bullets ripped across the corridor, a few pinged off Red's armor. He barely felt the hits. His PD-11 came up, and he returned fire. The rounds hit, but the drone barely flinched. It shuddered a bit, but kept moving towards him, closing the distance, likely to make up for its aged targeting software. Our ranged firepower is not enough to breach its armor. Athena's tone didn't waver. John figured Gravewind could probably cut through the drone's armor, but it'd be stupid to try to close with it and give it a clear shot at his head. He also didn't want to use heavy shot. He had something else he wanted to test out. Yeah, I got that. Can you take over the shooting for a second? Yes. Athena overrode his right arm, firing another shot at the drone, if only to keep it slightly off balance. Meanwhile, John focused on his Sibary's HUD and the prompt hovering over the automaton within it. He selected yes with a thought. The cyberdeck implant at the base of his neck buzzed to life. His HUD shifted as the drone lit up with a pulsing red within it. At the same time, his cyberdeck began to visualize the threadnet for him through his cybernetic eye. The world was overlaid with blue digital lines that crisscrossed the signal streams he'd already been seeing through his HUD. But now it was like a second reality had been revealed. And in a way, John figured it had. He lifted his chrome arm, took another shot to the chest, one that made him wince back, not from pain, but from the force. And a flick of thought sent a code wave surging forth from his raised metal fingers, but only within his digital vision. The digital spike cut through cyberspace rapidly and struck home, exploding around the robot's body, and sending it staggering like a physical hit. The drone's eye dimmed mid-bullet burst. It stopped firing. John stayed still, watched, waited. The drone didn't fall, but it froze. Then, a tag appeared in his HUD over the drone, Alley. Under it, a soft radial menu, deactivate short circuit, follow wait guard. John lowered the PD-11 slightly. Huh? Well, guess the programs aren't defective. We already knew that. We saw their source code, Athena offered. An additional ally could be useful. Assuming the Grin don't counter-hack and turn it right back on me. He stood up and stepped closer to his former enemy. The drone remained still as he closed the distance. He examined the drone. Old, just like he'd thought, but not too terribly worse for wear, all things considered. He could probably repair it himself, and on the cheap, if he got it back to his workshop. But hadn't Athena said something about a thread echo? Then he saw it, where the chest plate had cracked open. A dim pulse of blue inside, not mechanical, organic-looking. He narrowed his eyes. There was something inside the pulsing light. It was crystalline, faintly heart-shaped, beating, dim, nested deep inside the frame, and black veins, that didn't look at all synthetic, grew out from it and fed into the drone's machine bits. Athena, does that look like a soul core to you? Yes, it appears to be one. In a robot? Does that mean it's alive? Not fully, but likely close enough, she said. Its thread echo is emanating almost solely from the core. He hesitated, not taking his eyes off the drone's glowing soul core. So putting aside how weird this is, does that mean it can be hacked and mind-controlled if we take it with us? No, I don't believe so. Mana is within its shell, but it doesn't possess an organic brain, Athena explained. The Grin mana virus we encountered worked through infectious digital code that spread into your neural pathways through your thread link, and then that hijacked those neural pathways to manipulate your mana circuits. This drone has no neural pathways. But it has mana circuits, right? Couldn't the Grin just overtake those right away? I also only experienced the virus briefly, but no, I believe it was too complex in its operation to deviate from an exact step-by-step methodology of infection. John took her words in and then moved on, gesturing to the drone's frame. I don't get it. It's not made of living metal. I can tell that just by looking at it. How the hell did mana even stick to it? Perhaps it is more possible than we think, given enough time for the mana to bond. Or it could be that the drone's programming was adjacent enough to sapient thought to allow the bonding. John stepped up, looked the drone in the singular eye. You think you're alive? The drone hesitated, then shrugged. He blinked. Behavioral code, or something more? All right, what were you even guarding that was worth wasting bullets over? The drone looked down, scratched its head, slow and confused, like it didn't understand the question, then shrugged again. Great, John sighed. You want to come with? The drone nodded. He selected guard on the HUD. Walk in front. I'm not getting shot in the back if you glitch out. It tilted its head slightly. Hurt? Maybe. But it complied anyway and didn't try to get behind him. They moved, the drone keeping a distance ahead of him, only stopping for him to point out which turns to take to it. Their journey took them through tight corridors, rusted pipes and fiber optic bundles spidering across the ceiling. Footsteps echoed over grime and silence. Until John's HUD waypoint pulsed faster. They rounded a final curve, stopped. A wall, flat concrete, not even reinforced, unmarked. But the blue glow in his HUD framed it neatly. This was it. John exhaled, rolled his neck, cracked his knuckles. Athena appeared next to the wall, looking at it closely. The drone stared at him, as if unsure why he'd stopped moving. Guess this is it. Athena looked to him. I suggest we activate Umbra now, to scan for potential ice and physical security from here on out. We are likely dealing with thread runners of some sort. Sure, good idea, John agreed. Athena's form surged in his cyber eye and in the net. He watched as Umbra's data swirled around her, forming into the shape of two glitching shadow-formed panthers. To either side of her shapely and glowing legs, two small code ravens joined the ensemble, perching on her shoulders. She lifted a hand, one of the code ravens squawked and flapped into the air briefly, before it then perched on her wrist. She brought it closer to her pupilless eyes and smiled. I believe I like NetSpace quite a bit. Other people still won't be able to see you, John asked to confirm. She looked at him quizzically. They will not see me. Only the icons of Umbra's digital avatars will be visible as I control them. John hesitated. Sure, that's still safe, though. I believe we should be fine. We did code Umbra together, John. He tried not to frown. Yeah, well, some things blur after we desync. For me as well, Athena admitted. Perhaps we should resync before we enter. We'd be much more capable if we did. Let's hold off, okay? We might need the mana and skill energy. Athena tilted her head at him. Of course, John, I understand. Chapter 22. Breachpoint. The C4 was small, matte grey, sealed tight in polymer casing. Military issue, clean, mean, and surgical. John peeled back the adhesive strip on the explosive's backing, slapped it onto the concrete slab marked by Kaito's waypoint overlay, and locked the circular detonator Kaito had provided into place. With a firm push, every movement was muscle memory, honed back when he wore a uniform instead of armor designed by a friend. He glanced at the repurposed combat droid beside him. With me. It nodded once, surprisingly obedient post-override. Athena shimmered out of the air, invisible to him now, but her presence was still noticeable in NetSpace as she controlled her new minions. Within the digital overlayer's threadnet constructs padded after him as he made distance between himself and the tactical charge. The Panthers were built of blacklight code, the Ravens made of fragmented packets of numbers and mirrored static. John turned the corner he'd come from, crouched behind a support column, and covered his ears. 1, 2, 3. Whump! The hall trembled, concrete groaned, spread dust sifted like fallout snow. John peeked back, drew his PD-11 with one hand, and slid Gravewind from its scabbard with the other. After you, he muttered to the combat droid, still crouching even after he'd stood. They moved back to the wall they'd come here to partially collapse, and sure enough, the charge had done its job. John raised his finger and pointed at the new hole in the wall. And his robot ally stepped through said opening. John followed, grinning marginally. God, I love breaching charges. Athena rematerialized beside him, voice amused. Your fondness for explosions was a recurring trait in your archived memories when we integrated. Mm-hmm. The boiler room yawned wide, muggy and metallic. Pipes twisted in overhead tangles, steam hissed from corroded junctions. It smelled like copper and burnt pressure. Somewhere, hydraulics thudded with the rhythm of a tired heart. Umbra's familiars dispersed, code panthers stalking between terminal racks, glitch ravens hopping from pipe to pipe in the overlay. See anything weird? We're mapping NetSpace now, signals are minimal. We? Umbra's constructs and myself, they are learning quickly. You've got pets now. One of the panthers is quite elegant, and I believe I have a fondness for birds, though I'm not sure why. He watched the digital feline in question ripple like liquid shadow around a rusted boiler tank. You gonna name it? I have considered it. Kaito's HUD marker pinged and updated, highlighting a door in the back of the boiler room. Steel. Sealed. Let's see what we're dealing with. Program deployed, burst jack, cyberdeck RAM. Remaining 1, he lifted Ghostwind and sent the program's code wave off the katana and straight at the door. The door's programming offered no resistance, code folding and becoming obedient immediately. A cheap smart lock, nothing custom. Once it was under John's control, he opened the door with a soft sliding. One moment, Athena said before he could walk through it. One of her digital birds glided through the door. A minute or so later, John's HUD blinked with a basic net layout of the hallway beyond it. The map was relatively bare bones, but it showed the threadnet-enabled devices Athena had detected, which amounted to one wall-mounted camera, and no active alarms. Can we hack the camera from here? He asked mentally. Yes, focus your eye on the icon on the net map. He did so, and then willed Burstjack to target the camera. His cyberdeck produced no visual representation of the program this time. Program deployed, Burstjack. Cyberdeck RAM. Remaining 1. Semi-familiar options blinked into view. View feed, deactivate short-circuit loop footage. He hijacked the feed. His cyber eye's vision staggered, then shifted as it streamed what the camera saw. The security camera feed showed a clean corridor, dimly lit, lined with unlabeled doors. Looking like we're real lucky, not a soul in sight. Wait, shit, he cursed. A lone figure in the distance of the hallway John was observing, walking. Male, middle-aged, worker coveralls. No armor, no weapons beyond a sidearm and a utility belt with a radio. Flashlight in one hand. Looked more like a night custodian than a guard. Athena's voice flicked through. He appears to be a minimal threat. Not one of the Grin's puppets? I cannot assess his thread echo through a camera feed. That is only possible when we are in close proximity. John scrunched his brows. Kaito had made it sound like this place was just a nest of controlled husks. That guy, he looked like someone's uncle just trying to pay bills. Let's just try not to shoot anyone who doesn't earn it, he muttered over their mental bond. John mentally sealed the door in front of him while he tracked the guard's position via the camera feed. When the man passed by the boiler room door and turned a corner, he made his move. But not before setting the camera he'd hacked to loop upload the previous hour's footage. He reopened the boiler room door. He and his droid slipped out, moved as fast as his new droid could manage to follow. Beelined it down the hallway for the door that Kaito's marker was highlighting. When he'd reached it, John quickly appraised the door. It had a keypad with a card lock. His cyber eye pinged the pad's metadata, the readout revealing that wasn't going to cut it to get the door open. The program class of his new go-to tool for breaking and entering was too low. We could hack it manually, Athena offered. Hacking isn't exactly our forte, he said, and focused on the keypad's card slot. We're going to need that guard's keycard. Were we not going to avoid dispatching bystanders? We're not going to kill him, we're just going to say hi. John said to Athena and then looked at the droid, stay. Shoot only if you're shot at. The drone gave him a mechanical thumbs up. John squinted his eyes at the robot. Good. He shifted his focus. Athena, can you see if there are any cameras down the way the guard went? One moment, she replied. One of her data ravens took off, flapping down the hallway in question. He stepped forward, fast and smooth in the same direction. He watched as his net map updated to show one camera that he'd be coming into visual range of. Soon Athena verbally confirmed what he saw. One camera. John selected the camera's net icon and once again overtook it. Program deployed, burst jack. Cyberdeck RAM remaining 1. Before the camera could broadcast his face, John set it to loop upload its previous footage to its parent server as well. Meanwhile, the camera feed shimmered into his cyber eye. The guard walked slowly in the footage, calm, not knowing what was coming. Zooming in, John saw what he was looking for, a keycard clipped to the man's shirt pocket. Got it, and I see him. He doesn't have cyber eyes, so he's not streaming his patrol. Makes this simpler. It was all the confirmation he needed. He moved faster to catch up to the guard. Once he got close, he made his move. Hey, he called out to the man. The guard turned, maybe a bit startled. What? John closed the remaining distance between them and punched the other man hard in the gut, then cracked a clean shot across his jaw. The older gentleman folded over. John snapped his boot into his chin just to be sure he was solidly knocked out. That last kick may have been unnecessary, Athena noted. Better than getting caught later. He took the keycard off the guard, then the radio too, and clipped it to his belt. A walkie-talkie either meant the guard had a direct line to his boss or that there were others like him on patrol. Either way, John wanted to be apprised of any radio traffic in the building. Finally, he picked up and disassembled the man's pistol in seconds with practiced motions. He removed and slipped the firing pin into his belt pouch and left the rest of the firearm's internals beside the unconscious man. Back at the door, the droid still waited. John stepped past the robot and to the keypad. He slotted the card he'd stolen. The pad beeped. The door opened, and he saw a different world from the mundane sub-level hallways. Server towers blinked in low light, screens flickered with passive feeds, data racks lined the walls, cobbled together but functional. The hum of power saturated the room, muggy and electric. Before entering, he paused. Athena, you should sweep it. Umbra's panthers flowed in. His net map updated, the net icons of terminals, routers, hotspots flickering onto his HUD. No cameras or security systems that I can detect, but there's a thread echo. I don't see anyone. There within the cooling capsule. Look to the far side of the room. He did and saw it. A containment tank in front of what appeared to be a mainframe. He knew the type, thread-chilled and designed for deep threadnet dives into cyberspace proper. Motherfucker has a whole-ass net coffin. His presence complicates things, Athena remarked. Yeah, I was really hoping no one would be in here tonight. Too much to ask for. Yes, John. He stepped inside the server room, very carefully. Halfway through, a warning ping suddenly blinked onto his HUD. John, hostile Geist detected. 2 aerial drones whirred to life, floating off of cluttered shelves. A figure appeared in net space, elongated limbs, robed in glitch static, face hidden under a hood. It pointed at John. Gunfire erupted from the drones. Shit! John dove behind a metal rack. His droid followed him, ducking clumsily as well. Shoot them, asshole. The military bot hesitated, then leaned out and opened fire with its gun arm, ineffective rounds pinging off the aerial drone's armor. John's own PD-11 didn't do much better. He also leaned out and popped off 2 shots at the attack drones, but his bullets were likewise deflected off their plating. He glanced at the digital Geist that was directing the drones from the far side of the room. "Can you cover me?" he quickly asked the droid beside him. Their shots might not pierce the armor of the attack drones, but the robots were still modest in size, and the force from concentrated small arms fire would rattle them around. The droid nodded and fired off a few more rounds. John prepared to move quickly, and then, click, the droid was out of ammo. "Oh, fuck you," John growled as he ran out from behind the metal shelf. Kai skill activated, iron body level 1, 2. Kai points remaining, 3. Energy surged within him, muscles inflated, a white aura covered his body. He rushed forward through the gunfire, rounds sparked off his armor. One clipped his face, his cheek bloomed with pain, but his fortified skin and Kai aura held. He raised his pistol. He reached for the feeling of activating heavy shot level 2, but activated its Kai variant instead. Kai skill activated, Kai caliber level 2. Kai points remaining, 2. White afterimages flared from out of his pistol's muzzle as he pulled its trigger. His key-enhanced bullet punched through one of the drones mid-air. It spiraled, hit the ground hard. John lunged for the Geist. Gravewind shimmered in his cyber eye's net vision as it was coated in flickering black data. He swung and slashed the Geist across the chest. John felt no feedback as his offensive program tore through the digital construct. The thing screamed, its code glitching, form fracturing, against the unraveling data of his personal combat program. The Geist turned to retreat, scattering its form into a digital cloud of data vapor. John didn't let it get away. Neither did. His digital katana extended off of his real one, the adaptive blade slicing into the Geist's fleeing, half-formed body again. The Geist glitched and froze, reforming somewhat. John closed for the kill. The final sword blow decapitated it in net space. Within seconds, the Geist had disintegrated in John's digital vision. The remaining drone, bereft of a command and control Geist, powered down. It landed gently. Silence returned. John panted, his face throbbed. He touched the bruises that were already forming there and winced. Without the armor and/or key, he'd be dead. He turned back to the thread-running capsule, approached it, and the flickering mainframe it was hooked up to. John looked down into the tank, peering through its frost-covered plastic glass lid. Inside the tank was a thread-runner. He was pale and emaciated. Wires fed into exposed bone ports and cyberware all across his nude body. A thick cable ran from an internal deck port on his neck and into the tank's electronics itself. "Do you plan to remove him from the net?" Athena asked. John glanced to the mainframe. "Yeah, if I've already got to jack into their data fortress, I'm not trying to run into him in there. But first..." He glanced over to the powered-down drone. He raised his hand and aimed it at the aerial attack bot. Once he had access, the drone hummed back to life. "You intend to let it guard us while you're diving?" He glanced at the military droid still standing awkwardly nearby. Something's got her. The droid rubbed the back of its square head sheepishly. John turned back to the thread coffin. We made a lot of noise. That guard could wake up any minute. We need to get out of here. He cracked his knuckles. So let's yank this asshole out of his little bath. Chapter 23. No one counted. Skill activated, hard body level 2. Skill points remaining, 3. His muscles surged, fiber bundles locked tight beneath skin. The tendons in his hands groaned with tension as he slipped his fingers into the narrow gap where the lid of the thread coffin met its steel housing. The chilled glass resisted him as he applied upward force to it. Then it budged. John grunted, lifted harder. The coffin's glass lid hissed along its tracks as he slid it up, cold vapors espaying the pod and rolling over his shoulders. The smell was antiseptic and artificial, like refrigerated plastic and stale skin. Inside, the Grin Threadrunner, pale, almost blue, emaciated body floating in the thick, half-gel coolant. John's eyes fell on the data cable that snaked from the man's neck. He sheathed Gravewind, then reached into the pod. The coolant clung to his arm like chilled jelly, thicker than water, unnervingly organic. He grabbed the cable at the base of the Grin Threadrunner's skull and yanked it out. The connection tore free with a wet click. The Threadrunner convulsed. His eyes flickered. Chest spasmed. John leveled his PD-11 at the man's skull. A beat passed, then the Threadrunner jerked upward, coughing, gasping. "Take your oxygen mask off," John ordered, "and after that, don't fucking move." The man blinked, eyes watery and unfocused. "Now, asshole." The Threadrunner reached up, detached the mask, set it aside on the pod's rim. "Just like that," John said. "Nice and easy." The man's bony fingers gripped the edge of the tank. He exhaled slowly. Cooling liquid dripped from his jaw and bare shoulders. "You could have killed me, jacking me out like that," he rasped. John's grip didn't shift on the pistol. "The chances of that are low, and you know it." "That makes it justifiable." "No," John replied, "but all the people you and your cult lobotomized. That makes it okay." The Grin Runner's eyes narrowed. "We granted them salvation from their own minds." Anger bloomed in John's chest. "Oh yeah? Funny how you still seem like a person." "Only until our mission is complete," the man said. "Awareness is my burden." John didn't blink. "Give me one reason not to put a bullet in your brain. If you did, my only regret would be not seeing the day of salvation." "What the fuck are you even talking about?" "A day when no one suffers from thought or pain, when hunger and fear dissolve with identity, when we are all made one." "You want to make everyone mindless," John said, jaw tightening. "How's that supposed to even work?" "Can you honestly say your life has been happy in this world?" the Threadrunner asked. "What if we were all forced to work for the common good, free of selfishness, free of self?" John stared at him. "And you want to make the decision on how we do that for everyone?" The Grin agent didn't flinch. "What's the difference between doing that and refusing to let us do it?" John struck him. The butt of the PD-11 slammed into the man's cheek. The Threadrunner's head snapped sideways. The coolant rippled. The man slowly turned back, a trickle of blood in his teeth. "Do you feel better?" John's voice dropped. "A little. Tired of hearing your cult doublespeak. Just pretty words wrapped around poison." "And who gets to decide how we live then?" the Threadrunner whispered. "The core? They already do. The politicians. They think they do. Your own outdated ideals." John felt his finger fall on the trigger of his pistol. "Did you ask a single person in this building if they wanted your help before you mind-wiped them? They wouldn't have understood, not at first." "Can they be changed back?" The Threadrunner met his eyes. "Their salvation is irreversible, and soon the world's will be too." John's jaw clenched. How many kids were in the building? Silence as a small bit of humanity, maybe even regret, flashed in the Grin Threadrunner's eyes. "We didn't count," the Grin Runner finally said, "but their lives are better. Everyone works together. In this one place, everyone cares for each other. They have no choice but to do so." Athena's voice flickered in his mind. "John, I can sense your stress levels spiking, but—" John's mind flashed to Kaito's words and the vampire's suspicion that the Grin were working towards something. What are your plans? What's next? I know you're planning something big. The grin squinted. I would sooner die than tell you. Torture me, beat me, it doesn't matter. I don't believe you. Not someone like you, John said with disgust, but I don't have the time. The grin stared at him. What does that mean? John's expression hardened, as if he'd made a decision, or was on the cusp of one. What's your name? A little bit of fear creeped into the Threadrunner's expression. Why? John examined the man's face, as if mapping every bit of it into his memory. Tell me your name. The grin hesitated. It's Matthew, but John's PD-11 barked. The Threadrunner's skull cracked open. His body slumped forward into the gel surrounding him. The blue coolant of the thread coffin swirled with a new redness around the corpse within it. John said nothing, just holstered his weapon and stepped closer to the tank. Athena's voice was soft now. John? He stared down at the body. Guess he's free now too. Are you all right? No. He reached into the now blood-polluted gel, grabbed the threadjack cable still plugged into the tank's data port, the one the grin had been jacked into, and yanked it free. Then he rolled his other sleeve back, reached under his cyberarm, found the small access port Vexy had hardwired into his wrist. He pulled the slimline threadnet cable free from his cyberarm and plugged it into the tank's data port. His cyber eye flashed. A new prompt filled his HUD. You still got my back for this? He asked quietly. Yes, John. Why wouldn't I? Athena replied. I just shot someone who couldn't fight back. In front of you. I've seen your memories, lived them. This wasn't the first time you've killed. I understand why you did it. I am always with you. Thanks. Always, Athena reiterated. He selected yes to the prompt. The world unfolded, or at least his awareness of it. Digital light enveloped him as his mind left real space behind. The Grin data fortress awaited, and whatever secrets it might hold within it. Chapter 24. Where the Faceless Go. White. Blinding, soul-flaying white. Digital dissolution consumed him as his mind was condensed and pulsed through the data cable sticking out of his cybernetic arm. His existence became signal, flesh dissolved into bandwidth. Thought stretched through his cyber deck and into the net. He wasn't falling, he was transmitting, being unwound into light, and carried into the Grin data fortress. For a few stretching moments, he felt the free-floating embrace of nothingness. No direction, no self. Then sensation returned. He had form and shape again, only abruptly and partially at first, but then fully. The blinding glare faded from his eyes, shadows returned, edges framed the world once more, even if they were now only simulated. He found himself standing calf-deep in clear, mirror-still water. The horizon split before him, an ocean's edge kissing the skyline of a perfect city. No smoke, no decay, none of the rot of the real-world arcologies. The buildings before him were made of luminous and beautifully rendered geometry, symmetrical and perfect, but yet also so cold in an indescribable way. Clean in a way only the threadnet could be. John looked down. He still wore his combat armor, but he had no weapons. His body had been reconstructed here as a visual abstraction of himself, by his cyberdeck, but his guns hadn't followed him into the net. Then he saw them. All around him, hundreds of them, all almost entirely faceless, but not quite. Men, women, children, blank white flesh, eyeless, featureless ovals for faces, bearing smiling, toothy mouths that looked like they'd been carved, not born. And they walked, single file in multiple forever stretching lines. No sound, no speaking, no hint that they had any souls to speak of, all moving in one direction, out from the city streets and their edge, and into the water that John stood within. Into the ocean, marching forward wordlessly, and drowning themselves. John turned to look over his shoulder. He watched a whole row of the Not People step calmly beneath the still water. Another followed, then 3 more. They each disappeared in turn and were replaced by others, willingly being consumed by the ocean as if to a metronome's timing. John's skin crawled. The existence of something like this required intent. Someone had designed this. But why? Athena, he murmured aloud, you up? A core cut through the air. One of his digital raven constructs dove from the sky, updating his netspace map in his HUD before swooping back toward the digital city ahead. Seconds later, Athena's Facarit code panthers emerged from the water beside him, their limbs made of code light and mirrored packet trails. "I'm here, John," Athena's voice answered in his mind. "Stability in this cyberspace node is consistent. Give me time and I'll map it." John eyed the drowning crowd. "You think you can find the right path in this mess?" "I believe so, with the aid of Umbra's constructs, but it may not be safe to stay here in the open." John watched one of the faceless children walk by, its mouth locked in that perfect, awful smile. He fell into step against the line's flow, moving slowly through their perfectly spaced numbers, never taking his eyes off the closest faceless constructs as he passed them. "This place gives me the fucking creeps," he muttered. "There is a certain macabre aspect," Athena said. "Is that your way of agreeing that it's fucked as all hell?" "It's too clean and yet too horrible in other ways," Athena replied. "And those things, they feel like remnants. Each of them carries what feels like a deadened thread echo, but one that fails to stretch beyond the net and into the threadway itself." John slowed. His eyes tracked another child. Just a little girl, hollow, smiling like the other kid had, appearing oblivious to her own existence. "Athena, you're not saying these are actually people, are you?" "Perhaps fragments, leftovers of the Grin's victims." He stopped walking, his hands curled into fists. "And they're here why? Trophies? Fucking art pieces? Why the hell would the Grin waste bandwidth simulating this, making them drown themselves?" "John, I don't know. I can't pass the rationale. Why are you so upset?" "Talk to me." His voice dropped. "You know why." Images of Claire passed through his mind, mostly of when she was younger, of the scared little girl who was slowing losing her mother to a disease of the mind. The sound of water lapped around his ankles. He was nearly on the concrete shore now. The distant footsteps of the Not People never stopped. "You feel empathy? That is reasonable, John. Adults die every day. Most probably don't deserve it. But I get it. That's our world. No one owes us shit. But hurting children," his jaw tightened, "that always pisses me off." "You don't just hate seeing children hurt," Athena challenged him in a kind voice. "You didn't just kill the Threadrunner for the sake of them. You hate anyone suffering." John shook his head. "I'm not here to play hero. I'm a merc getting paid." "Can't you be both?" He sighed. "Shit. Who knows?" A shriek interrupted him, causing him to snap his head towards it. Glitching pixels flashed in the periphery of his vision, a faceless figure to his right warped, its neck snapping sideways, arms twisting, hands forming into webbed claws. It lunged. "Fuck!" John stumbled back into another smiling figure just as one of his panthers pounced. The data cat tackled the black ice monster mid-lunge, tore into it, and the faceless abomination exploded into binary shards that screamed. But the construct behind him, the one he'd bumped into, twitched next. Its own neck jerked, and its hands snapped up and gripped him. "John, they're black ice. They can damage your neural scaffold directly through your net uplink. Arm yourself." His hand snapped open as an obsidian blade took shape in it. The construct shrieked and tackled him into the now ankle-deep code water. Its claws tore into John's shoulder, ripping through his avatar's armor, slashing through the net data body he was piloting and triggering a screaming perception of pain within him. He gritted his teeth and swung his weapon across his flattened torso, sliced through the warped monster's midsection. It disintegrated mid-howl, disappearing into a number cloud atop him. He rolled to one knee, shoulder burning, avatar flickering. No time to breathe. He pushed himself to his feet. And just in time, 3 more faceless constructs began twitching, then morphing as the first had before it had become rabid. Then all 3 broke ranks with their individual lines of bodies and charged. John moved too, unwilling to be easy or docile prey. He slashed through the first enemy before it could fully establish itself as a threat. Then he turned on the second and skewered it through its chest. Finally, he spun with a sword arc that carved through the approaching third monster. Their bodies disassembled instantly under Ez's geometry cutting edge. Apparently the faceless constructs even turned into black ice, were no match for. Each swing of the code katana sang in his hand, the weapon learned as it killed. He felt it through his cyberdeck's link to his brain, his Geist blade adjusting, optimizing its structure, and understanding what it hunted better with each dispatch. Athena's voice flickered, and all but one of his constructs, a code panther to be exact, bolted off and left him. Hold out, John. I'm pushing Umbra's constructs forward. I'm still tiring to find the access point for the next node. I know you've got this. Another monster lunged. He sidestepped, slashed upward. It burst like glass. But maybe hurry anyway. A second swiped at him, but this one caught his arm. More pain bled through him. He didn't lose blood, though. His wounds flashed with blue light, and instead bled consciousness. He didn't stop, though. He eviscerated another construct as his panther ally tackled the one who had wounded him. Then John cut through two more enemies just as they became threats instead of scenery. But three more hungry data beasts appeared from out of the soulless lines of bodies for everyone he killed. Then four, then five, before a large majority of the lines had broken around him. Glitched, smiling constructs twitching into monsters and lunging like static-born nightmares. For a moment, as he fought the growing horde, John realized what Athena meant. He was angry, not just at the monsters, at what they represented. Leftovers, fragments, she'd said. The last shadows of people who never got a choice. And he was killing the only thing they'd left behind, just to survive. And no one would probably ever know or care. He slashed through another, but she'd still been wrong about one thing. He didn't feel like a hero because of it. Athena's voice hit again. John, I think I've found the next node's access point, but something's wrong. The source code of this fortress layer is shifting. John cut through three more faceless constructs at once, the lightest touch of now destroying them before they stopped coming entirely. Athena, what's happening here? There was silence. The water at his ankles ceased rippling. The footsteps of the city stopped altogether. As every single construct in all of the lines froze around him, all of the remaining faceless creatures turned to face him. Hundreds of them, not just the ones who had changed into offensive programs designed to kill him. All still smiling, all eyeless, all looking through him. What the fuck? He raised, braced for a truly endless swarm. But they didn't attack, they melted. Every line, every man, every woman, every child, every body with a stolen face. They collapsed into binary ooze, pooling across the digital pavement and top layers of water in every direction. Athena's voice snapped through. John, you need to move. Think it's too late? The pools of combining people code churned, swirled, then rose back up as one shape. From the coalescing code emerged limbs, faces, 100 faces, twisting over a swollen, heaving body the size of a truck. Four sturdy and literally screaming legs held horse-like lower legs up atop the bottom half. A twisted and deformed and genderless human torso emerged. It had 4 arms, each clawed and webbed and deadly-looking, writhing tendrils of ligaments and teeth extended from its back. Its massive main mouth opened upon what served as its head, its jaw snapped, and from in between its huge shining teeth, another human face, stretched into a fleshy beak, emerged and screamed. John stepped back. A tooth-covered tentacle launched from the back of the code centaur at him, fast. He raised his Geist blade, just in time. He swiped through the horror-born tendril that struck at him. He severed it before it could knock him down, but only the part he had cut off dissolved into code. He realized that wouldn't be immediately killing the hulking titan before him, and the real fight began. Chapter 25. Black Fang versus the Centaur. The code centaur roared, all ivory sinew and beak and stolen bastardized faces. It charged. John barely got his blade up as its webbed, clawed hand swept toward him from above. He dipped low and slashed, bit clean, removing the monstrosity's hand at the wrist in a fizzle of broken light and screaming information. The centaur didn't flinch, just continued forward with its ground-shaking momentum. One of its many face-plastered legs slammed down beside him, and John twisted, trying to get an attack in wherever he could, carving into its calf. Screams erupted from the monster's severed code flesh as it flew through the air. The wailing was not entirely mechanical, not entirely modulated, but mostly human. Dozens of voices, children asking for their mothers, fathers decrying their inability to protect their families, mothers asking for their children, old men not knowing why they'd had their souls stolen when they were already so close to the grave, every cry a sobbing death echo. The agony in the voices made John's teeth ache. His ears rang from the deafening sound. The code centaur thundered past him, hooves cracking the city's fake streets beneath it. But then it turned again, cycled wide. It lifted its stump wrist, and from the light-bleeding, glitched stub, a new hand emerged. It closed the distance between itself and John as it healed. Then a war axe, born from malformed code, shimmered into existence in the monster's regenerating palm. John saw the incoming strike and weapon too late. The centaur was already too close again by the time he could have registered what was happening. The axe swung down at him, too late to dive backwards. He lunged forward to narrowly avoid the blade, and to try to cut the haft instead. Flashed, but the Geist blade didn't pierce the elongated handle of the incoming weapon. His Geist blade hadn't yet adapted to John's new enemy enough. The centaur's haft slammed his own weapon back into his chest, hitting with all the force of a H-beam being swung by a demigod. John's feet lifted off the ground and he flew. Far and fast enough that the landing would have hurt in real life, even with his real armor. He hit the concrete hard. The streets of the digital city cracked beneath him. For a split second, his avatar's form shuddered. His body glitched, its code frame blinking. Athena's voice came, concerned. "I can't effectively block your pain in cyberspace, John." A sound shook the space, 100 mouths crying out in fury and hunger. The centaur was charging again. John groaned and pushed himself to his feet. His hands were half translucent. His left leg flickered, ankle to shin. The damage he was taking was causing him to unravel. A few feet away, lay twitching on the ground, its form jittering with hungry and protective data. John reached out. The katana's handle jerked toward him through the air and snapped into his palm. The Geist blade settled, no longer shaking angrily as it was reunited with its master's touch. "How far are we from the exit?" he panted. "Too far," Athena replied, "but your cyberspace reflexes and reactions are dictated by your mind and reflex attributes. I cannot block your pain, but I can bear it with you. If we sink, I can help." The centaur was coming fast now. Another tendril shot from its back, snarling, still ringed in bone and teeth. It stabbed down toward him. John ducked just in time. "How? I can't use my skills in here." He communicated the question to her at the speed of thought. The centaur's tentacle pierced the cracked code concrete behind him, further shattering it. "I can still access your real space body. I can activate it for us." He didn't argue with Athena about merging this time. If he could ever use the added confidence from her touch, it was now. "All right, let's go." Skill activated, synchronicity, body level 1. Skill energy remaining 2. Mana remaining 2. As always, the feeling of sinking hit him like a depth charge cracking against a ship's hull. Despite John having become much more accustomed to it, he could feel the sensation of diving into cyberspace as Athena did now too. He shared her awareness as it also reached back into the real. He was suddenly both in the net and not. Simultaneously made of code and distantly watching the Grin Runner's thread coffin from behind his own waking eyes. The clarity of sin settled back into John's, now fully shared again, mind. He moved, his avatar's body accelerated. Limbs moved faster than thought. Reaction met stimulus in a way that felt like they were predicting one another. Cut through the centaur's other leg as it charged him, deeper this time as the blade adapted. A horizontal slash, brutal and sure. The monster's data scattered against his attack. The creature shrieked, reared, and then crashed its weight back down with a hulking force meant to crush its opponent. John rolled, came up in a low crouch, and ducked beneath another sweeping axe blow. He countered this time, extended mid-swing, becoming a curved wave of slicing code. The code wave struck deep into the centaur's chest. A scream exploded from its beak mouth, but the scream warped and became visible in the digital air, becoming a sonic burst of corrupted black ice. John felt his mouth fall open as his digital ears burst. His avatar dropped to one knee, every simulated nerve ending on fire. The scream was sound and virus and punishment. He tried to root himself in his awareness of real space, but it hardly worked. His real brain spasmed. Blood trickled from his nose. His fingernails in real space twitched, but he realized his physical body was frozen in pain. His spine, from where his cyberdeck was implanted, felt like it had caught fire inside the Threadrunner's cold lair. The attack would have done much more damage if he and Athena hadn't nearly instantly begun to curtail the electric signals being sent from his cyberdeck, courtesy of the Centaur's offensive program's override. Still, even as it was, the code screech was enough to shake John and his neural passenger. He focused back in on cyberspace, the only place where he could combat the enemy. Still down on a knee, he reached out mentally. He controlled Umbra, Athena's growing expertise at doing so, now something he shared. One of the program's glitch ravens dove from the sky. It slammed into the beak mouth of the centaur and burst like a suicide drone. Numerical shrapnel filled the beast's gullet. The black ice scream silenced, but not before damage was done. John and Athena tried to stand. His legs literally glitched and half disappeared out from under him, and only reappeared as they hit the pavement again. They were too slow to recover. The centaur's axe came back down. It slammed into his ribs, moments away from bisecting his avatar and potentially frying his real space brain. Pain bloomed inside both his skulls. His vision pixelated. His real-world nose bled harder. His spine sparked. And then, time fractured, sound ceased, the pain stopped. John was no longer in the data fortress, or standing next to the cooling pod in the real world, or in a body, either digital or meat at all. He existed only as presence, suspended and unmoving, but not blind. He saw himself, his real self, from the outside, saw his own real body back in the server room. Mouth slack, blood on his face, head back on the floor where he'd collapsed beside the thread coffin. Funny, he hadn't realized he'd done that. His eyes were wide and dilated, locked into the net, even as his nervous system began to fail. He and Athena could stop it together, couldn't they? If he could just reach her and the touch of their sync. And then, his awareness bent inward, folded, dragged screaming into his body's own wide, frozen and desperate eyes. Blackness overtook him, and new sounds emerged. Boom, boom, boom. Distant artillery, somewhere far away. A slow, repetitive killing thunder. The hiss of failing hydraulics somewhat closer. Air filtration pumps, perhaps, but drowned out by a scraping reinforced door's death whine. And then, the scrape of metal chains. John found that he now, suddenly and abruptly, stood before huge doors as they opened into a bunker. Cavernous, industrial, walls of steel and stone reinforced with wartime practicality. It smelled like ozone and old blood. The stale air shimmered with the hazy quality of a dream. And in front of him, a giant, a bronze and gunmetal golem, ancient and martial in its design. It was bound by massive chains connected to manacles upon its ankles, wrists, and a wide, thick collar. Each link of the golem's chains was somehow forged from failures, John's failures, being more symbols of every regret he'd ever tried to bury than metal. When he even momentarily glanced at the links, John saw moments of inaction, flashes of cowardice, and heard treasured names he preferred to keep unspoken. The bound titan stirred. The deep-set darkness, where its eyes should have been, glowed to life, pure, arcane, and blue. A voice, ancient and absolute, rumbled into the air. You are about to die. Not cruel, not mocking, just true. Chapter 26. The First Unbinding. Twin furnaces of mana light, locked behind rusted chains and the glacial weight of judgment. They weren't cruel, they weren't kind. They just were, like gravity just was. But ancient, exhausted, angry. John swallowed. I know you. The titan didn't move. The chains clinked slightly, as if in response. You should, it said, voice low and monumental. I have been with you longer than your threadway ghost. Athena. John's heart jerked sideways in his chest. He couldn't feel her, not at all. No whisper in his thoughts, no guiding presence behind his eyes, just a cold silence. He hadn't realized how much comfort she'd become, how deeply he'd come to rely on her just being near him at all times. Do you have a problem with her? He asked, voice sharper than he meant. The bound titan didn't rouse, didn't look away. She will die with you, it said. I will merely move on. John flinched. It wasn't just the idea of dying, it was the idea of her dying with him. The silence in his mind felt colder now, like he'd left something warm and alive out in the cold. And then, pain. White-hot and real, like a rail spike through his gut. He screamed. The sound echoed through the Titan's realm as his awareness was torn in two. Cyberspace and this place overlapping just long enough for him to feel the Code Centaur's axe beginning to split his avatar's ribs. He collapsed to his knees in the dream space. Why? He gasped. Why am I here? Let me go back. Let me fight. Let me try. The Titan's realm rumbled. All you do is fight. All you do is fail. All you do is ignore our responsibility. Images slammed through his mind. Juno, torn apart. Chauvel, bleeding out in his arms. His aunt, hooked to that glowing coffin of a manopod, wasting away while he scraped together credits to barely feed her true daughter. The ache inside him was worse than the axe. What do you want from me? He growled. You let them die, the Titan said. You let the woman who was all but your mother waste away. You accepted the world's filth as its truth. The realm shuddered harder now, like a storm was winding up beneath it. John gritted his teeth, rage scraping up his spine like broken glass, and then more memory hit him. Not grief, not horror, warmth. Laughing in a canvas tent with Juno, hesitantly kissing Chauvel under neon lights, his aunt holding him close in an embrace, whispering how proud she was when he'd enlisted. I did what I could, he shouted. The Titan's voice boomed, louder than thunder, deeper than loss. And it wasn't enough. John pushed against the shaking world, forcing himself to stand. Barely. What do you want from me? He roared. For you to accept it. Accept that you caused your loss. I didn't, John shouted. I didn't have magic. I didn't have Kai. I didn't have her. You had strength. You had me, the Titan answered, voice louder than even the distant artillery rounds. I was always here, chained by your own refusal to accept what we are. I'm not you, John bellowed. My life isn't your tragedy to dissect. If you were there, if you were real, why didn't you help? Why didn't you save them? Because you wouldn't allow it, the Titan thundered. I am defiance. I am protection. I am a bulwark against the dark. Everything you were too weak to be. The chains snapped taut as the Titans strained against them, link after link screaming with voices John knew. Juno's final scream. Chauvel's whispered, I love you. A dozen more, including those of his old squadmates, voices of the dead. The world pressed down on him, crushed him. John dropped to his knees again, then fully to his hands as well. This world is shit, he muttered, eyes raised. You try to defy it, and it grinds you down for that. It ruins you. If you had ever truly rejected that truth, the Titan growled, I could have helped you withstand it. You never said anything. I never even knew you existed. The Titan didn't respond, but in the silence, John felt the truth anyway. Yes, you did. The chains groaned again. I should let you die, the Titan said, voice low. John lifted his head. I still want to protect them, he said. Claire, Mona, Red. The world rumbled. It is not enough. Then what is? John screamed. That I want to protect everyone else too. To tear apart assholes like the Grin. To rip and shred through the monsters in people suits. How the hell am I supposed to do that? I'm just one man. Unchain me, the Titan said, and I will fight, but I will not stop. I will not allow you to forget our purpose again. John understood what it meant. It meant accepting that he'd let himself rot, that he'd let responsibility become guilt, that he'd stopped trying to change the world and started just trying to survive in it as another grey man in the crowd. Even after Athena, he was still just trying to survive, albeit more luxuriously. How? He shouted. The question wasn't just volume, it was truth. Raw and soul-sourced. The Titan's realm responded to his honesty. John's voice shattered the silence like an iron bell. The sound echoed through the foundations of the realm, through himself, and struck the manacle on the Titan's right arm. Crack! It split. A single molten link burst and unraveled the rest of its chain. The Titan gasped. The sound wasn't fury this time, it was relief. One chain, it said. That is enough. For now. The Titan raised its freed hand, reached toward John. John didn't move. He let the hand plunge into him, like fire, like steel, still like gravity, but now forged in defiance rather than the resolution of grief and judgment. Knowledge and the power that came with the Titan's touch poured into his bones, searing him from the inside out like molten metal. And for the first time, he felt what mana truly was for. His eyes burned in the bound realm, then flared to life in cyberspace. He understood now. Reality was never concrete. It was always a suggestion, rotting, wounded, but breakable and reinforceable. He returned to himself just as the Code Centaur's axe continued its cutting motion. The edge was inches from his completely piercing through his ribs. Proficiency upgraded, pulse competent. Spellcast nullwave level 1. Mana points remaining 3. Boom! A wave of pure disruptive force exploded outward from his body. Data peeled away, unraveling the Code Centaur's axe and its upper arm mid-swing. Both dissolved into shivering pixels. The centaur shrieked in digital pain. John stood, breathing hard. Real space sensations surged within him as well. His nose was bleeding in the physical. His brain was swelling. But his body, his true body, responded. Proficiency acquired. Biomancy, novice. Spell unlocked. Mend flesh level 1. Spell cast. Mend flesh level 1. Mana points remaining 0. His pain dulled as mana surged through him in real space. Tissue regenerated. Pressure lessened. John, I lost our sync. Athena's voice found him. You're using magic. He was glad she was back. Or rather, that he was. John smiled. A small one, but real. The Code Centaur raged above him. Round 2, motherfucker, he said, and raised. Chapter 27. Surge of Purpose. Athena seemed genuinely surprised he'd just used magic. Who knew it worked in the net? John muttered to her across their mental link. The threadnet is sequestered inside the threadway. The source of magic, Athena's voice trailed. His mana still burned inside him, something he could somehow feel even in the net, even when not synced to Athena. Not wildly, not out of control, but hotter than ever before, and as if the magical energy was raging deliberately. He felt the bound Titan now. His incarnate was no longer a complete enigma. It was silent and nowhere near as mentally close as Athena, but still present and connected to him in a way he couldn't quite articulate, but surging through him like earth-deep pressure. And when he looked at the Code Centaur, reeling backwards and glitching, malformed, a twisted amalgam of stolen minds and recompiled pain, he didn't feel a battle-born anger. His soul core thudded against his ribcage like a war drum, and he felt purpose. The kind that didn't just want to kill the wrong thing that was in front of him. The kind that wanted to end it, to release it from existence, from whatever purpose it was still made to exist for even in its suffering. For good. John grimaced. Part of him tried to shove the emotions back down. They weren't his, not fully. They came from the Titan. But another part of him, it welcomed them. It felt good to feel truly driven towards something. He lifted, and the Geist blade responded without hesitation. His thoughts spilled into the katana's hungry code through their cyberdeck-born connection. The blade surged wider and split outward in a cutting beam of light, then collapsed again with a whip-like snap, slashing across the Code Centaur's neck. The wound from the cut bloomed open with pixelated gore on the creature's huge jugular. The faces on its shoulders screamed. Athena's voice snapped back into his mind. John, your resonance attribute just increased. What happened? The centaur reeled further, clutching its glitching throat. Its missing arm still hadn't regenerated, had scrambled the code too deeply. Then the monster roared, and its back tendrils fired towards John, a half-dozen of them. Met with the Titan, John communicated with his thoughts flatly as he twisted into a dodge. The first tendril missed by inches, but another was aimed to take him through the chest. I've got it, Athena said. One of Umbra's code panthers leapt from his side and detonated in a wave of disruptive force, sacrificing itself to intercept the blow. It became a shield made of fangs and phantom light. We're still at a disadvantage, Athena added. John jumped away from another tendril and landed hard, skidding across the glitched concrete. The same tendril followed to whip at him. John slashed it apart with. The centaur's neck was healing now. It was been buying itself time to recover. Only until we can resync. You'll have enough mana in 30 seconds. The centaur summoned another axe into its remaining hand. Roared, charged. John's body surged into position, his blade held high. Not too bad a wait, he communicated to her at the speed of thought. Might not even need it. He swung, another code slash burst from his digital katana and ripped across the centaur's elbow. Its other forearm exploded off in a chunk of data and light. It stumbled past him, roaring in a glitching rage that was somehow still intensifying. John twisted around and smirked. Had its number now. His instincts were sharper somehow, more focused, his swings more deliberate, and the Titan's righteous indignation poured through him along with these gifts. It wasn't bloodlust he was beginning to feel as he sank deeper into the rhythm of the fight. No, nothing so base and self-indulgent. But it was close. Athena's voice tensed. Your mana circuits are bleeding excess energy into your neural pathways. Your cognition is being affected slightly. Yeah, think that's the Titan's fault. He turned to finish the stumbling centaur, only to freeze as a massive eye opened in the air in front of him. John backpedaled away from the ocular-themed tear in digital reality. What the fuck, he said aloud. The centaur's body warped. It broke apart, splintered into 4 monstrous shapes, each bat-like and massive, made of the same screaming white flesh and glitching faces that once composed the centaur's body. The environment is shifting, Athena warned. The simulation is changing. And as if on cue, the ground cracked. Lifted. The road beneath his boots, once solid, cracked and tilted upwards, buildings fractured above him, their windows shattering and structural beams disconnecting. Entire streets floated into the sky like they'd been caught in a hungry gravity well, and more person-sized eyes opened across every surface, across walls, roads, the horizon itself. I think I hate cyberspace, John hissed over his and Athena's mental link. We even still know where the next node is. It's shifting with the simulation, the first newly born code bat dove at John. It was faster than the hulking centaur had been, a true blur of lethal intent. It reached John in mere seconds, and its claws sliced across the shoulder of his avatar data sparks flew. Translated and transcoded pain followed in John's awareness. The code bat flapped by him and lifted high, likely preparing for another flyby. Sync is ready, Athena reported. He felt the data burning off of his wounds, knew his physical body would be suffering for it in real space. We might need the mana, he growled. The second of the 4 bats was already diving towards him as well. 2 more circled above, holding back for whatever reason, maybe just looking for openings to exploit. John deflected one talon's slash off his blade, but couldn't get the creature who had stuck at him. Then cut cleanly through the bat that came at him next, the same one that had wounded his shoulder. The bisected program screamed and exploded into data. Data which flowed into the other bat, coming up behind John. Shit. The bat changed as it absorbed the remnants of the one John had slain. It writhed, grew larger, and changed shape. It became a serpent. Its body was a slithering rope of eyeless faces and grinning mouths, and it rapidly and swiftly wrapped around him. The code snake reared its head back, vibrating fangs now brandished, ready to bite into John's neck as it ensnared him. John clenched his jaw. He reached for his mana, for the bound Titan's denial that things, such as that which he was combating, should even exist. A pulse of defiance erupted from his chest. Light and mana fire exploded outward from his digital form as he cast again. The serpent shattered around him, stretching and unraveling its hold on his body. This time, nothing remained of John's foe. Its code scattered. The world went still for a breath. Then every one of the many uncomfortably large eyes around him opened wider, and the last 2 code bats circling above shrieked, slammed into each other mid-air and merged, twisting, congealing, glitching. Their mass landed on a floating piece of concrete nearby. It swirled and warped, became a humanoid shape. From out of the blob that had been the bats formed a white-armored knight, with a longbow made from what looked like flesh-conjoined and wrongly bent arms. John blinked. What the fuck is even happening anymore? The knight drew its disgusting bow back. An arrow of digital light formed in its grasp, and the armored archer loosed it at John. The only half-solid projectile moved fast. John moved too, but almost too slowly. The code arrow sliced across his cheek. Pain surged through him, and he grunted. Athena's voice was quiet but hard. "We're being observed. I think another layer is watching. Reaching the next node may require defeating this layer's remaining guardian." "Great," John shouted over their link, running forward. "Sync now." He felt Athena activate synchronicity. Her existence fell into the spaces between his thoughts. Her focus strengthening his movements once more, her awareness blending with his own. His running speed tripled. The Titan's vague presence rumbled in his mana. Watching with interest, he somehow knew, but not intervening with their sync. John leapt from his floating chunk of road. The knight was on another, and he needed to reach it to kill it. A second arrow fired towards him as he jumped, his enemy likely hoping to exploit his inability to dodge while mid-air. But he'd already thought of this, or rather, he and Athena had. He raised his free hand, Umbra's raven dove, and shattered the arrow mid-flight. John landed hard on the knight's floating island. Another arrow came for him. He cleaved it in two with a single swing of his digital weapon. The knight backstepped, hesitated, and then bat wings exploded from its back with a pop of wet, fake flesh. It lifted into the air with a single heavy wing beat, preparing another shot within its monstrous bow as it ascended. John aimed and cast Null Wave once more. A pulse of mana exploded from his hand. One of the knight's new wings disintegrated as his spell hit it. The digital creature spiraled. John lifted and sent a code slash towards his enemy. The wave of program-killing data met the knight just as it landed and deflected his ranged slash with its weapon, its bow now morphing into a blade of colorless teeth and bone that bisected and rendered John's attack inert. John had already closed the gap between them, however. He swung his black katana. The knight met him with its own sword. They clashed, weapons crossing. Binary sparks lit the air. The shifting lengths of their now interlocked blades screamed with analog and digital defiance. John twisted, stepped inside the knight's guard, and sliced through its leg. The leg glitched, nearly collapsed. But the knight's torso twisted like it had no spine, and it swung its own sword as it rotated its upper body behind itself to face John. John barely blocked the strike, knocking it aside with a wide katana swing. Without hesitation, he rammed his palm under the knight's chin. Null Wave launched from his free hand. The knight's head exploded. Silence. The knight fell to its knees, dropped its blade. Its chest sighed. John stared as its body glitched, and then erased itself in a cloud of dying information. He didn't have a chance to reflect on what he might have just killed, even as he felt a certain satisfying finality from the act of doing so. Because the floating roadways shifted, every hovering piece of terrain tilted, spun, and swirled toward a seemingly central point. The cityscape that had greeted John when he'd first arrived quickly became nothing more than a whirlpool of orbit-locked debris. John dropped to one knee to brace himself. Athena helped him stabilize his balance. Below them, in the depths of the gravity-defying whirlpool of simulated rock and steel that was quickly forming, a portal opened, a font of data, a spiraling purple-white vortex. The access point to the next node, he felt Athena understand. John looked up into the sky. The many out-of-place eyes were still open above him. Even if the others along the city's wreckage had closed, the eyes were watching. The CPU's Geist. The eyes must belong to it, Athena surmised and whispered inside him, or else to another acting administrator. Just another thing to delete or kill, John thought. He stood, stared down off the edge of his floating road section and into the portal to the next data fortress layer, all made of violent and turbulent information. It's safe to traverse, Athena thought. He would have argued if he hadn't felt her confidence as his own. He stepped forward into the air and fell. Chapter 28. The Smile and the Angel. They fell, not in real space and no longer in the outer layers of the Grin data fortress, but deeper, coreward, dropping into the gravity well of a digital demiplane's soul. The purple-white vortex spun around them in endless spirals of shattered code until, without warning, they hit something solid. Black glass, perfectly polished, endless in every direction. There was no simulated wind, no filler sound, just the kind of silence that felt like a quiet pressure in the skull. And then the eyes were there again, the same as before, huge, unblinking, laced across the void above like constellations, every single one of them fixed on him, on them. And then the smile opened, horizon to horizon. A mouth too wide to belong to anything benign, every tooth a different shape, different color, some cracked, some needle-sharp, a parody of joy. The huge smile opened, its gullet a pool of infinite blackness. And from inside, something approached. Athena's focus tightened inside him without words. Their shared awareness slid toward the thing that was stepping out of the massive grinning teeth. The CPU Geist, humanoid in outline only. Its arms were jointed twice in the wrong places. Its grey skin crawled with pulsating and hateful veins. Above its head, a crown of rotating eyes spun like a slow satellite. In its chest, glowing like a star, they saw flickering blue threads in Athena's parts of their shared perception. Mana. Soldered into its core like circuitry grafted from the threadway itself. It attacked before they could. Lifted its hand. Spears of code erupted from the black glass floor, stabbing upward in jagged forests. They pivoted together, body guided by two minds that now had no gaps between their timing, no hesitation. They slipped between the spears, every dodge and sidestep a thought already predicted to completion. The Geist fractured code space and appeared, teleporting beside them. John and Athena struck out without hesitation or fear, lashed out at one of the Geist's limbs, sending a slash of killing code at its arm, only for the blow to be swallowed by a wall of screaming smiles that opened out of nowhere. The attack dissolved into static before their eyes. The Geist lifted its hand, causing the crooked limb to stretch and grow above its head, then said hand down with a blinding speed at a wrong angle. John and Athena dodged. The impact shattered the glass that had just been beneath John's feet, revealing pockets of raw, unshaped void below, a place where falling meant being erased. But the Geist didn't stop. It swept its elongated arm at John, no doubt seeking to knock him into the shattered holes in the floor. John moved, slashed through the thing's fingers to avoid being sent flying. The digits exploded into data as they were severed around him. John rushed forward and swung directly at the monster's neck. The Geist adapted, fractaling itself into perfect illusions in every direction, every copy swinging its huge arm in perfect mirrored timing. For a moment, John faltered, but he had help. The bound Titan's silent weight pressed into John's soul core, pointing him instinctively towards the magic-infused Geist's mana. Trait unlocked, Pulse Sight Level 1. His eyes locked on the real enemy out of the dozen illusions. He focused in only on it. False hands passed through him. He raised his weapon at the real incoming attack. Evolved mid-swing, cutting away the illusions as they passed through it, John sent a wave of killing energy at the only incoming limb that was truly a threat. This time, his blade cut even deeper into the Geist, shattering its arm to the elbow. The Geist recoiled, the eyes on its rotating crown growing wider, its torso splitting open like a wound into a mouth stretching from pelvis to throat. Within the mouth, an eye opened. The beam came next, a torrent of white-hot destructive code fired from that impossible maw and orb, obliterating a swath of the floor for hundreds of meters. John ducked under it, came up into a sprint, and chained a dodge into a casting of nullwave. The Geist's torso half disintegrated under the pulse, exploding into a storm of fragmenting code. The Geist bent backwards, its beam shooting into the sky and then flickering out into nothing. John didn't stop, not with the Titan's purpose pressing against his ribs. The Geist reached downwards with its arms elongating once more and hurled chunks of the floor like meteors, each one smashing into the glass and shattering the world into narrower, more dangerous paths. John and Athena chose and took one, sprinting up the length of its arm in perfect sync, lengthening into a killing edge in their grip. The Geist's central eye glowed, charging again for another blast. It also lifted its arm, seeking to dislodge John from off it. But John jumped, reflexes and speed tuned by Athena, and together they drove his code blade straight into the creature's glowing chest. Null wave detonated point blank, flowing off of John's weapon. The Geist froze, then fractured, collapsed into streaming shards of dead code. Above them, the smile closed, and one by one, the eyes blinked out. The silence was sudden. Floating where the Geist's body had been was a sphere the size of a human skull, pure mirrored chrome, glowing faintly with pulses of network energy. The CPU control orb Athena knew, and so John did as well. They stepped toward it without needing to decide who'd move first. Their merged thoughts guided them like they'd never even existed separately at all. Athena reached forward with John's arm and sent the data packet John's employer had given them through cyberspace. Kaito's virus slid into the CPU orb. The mirrored surface shivered, then locked into a steady glow. A heartbeat later, a pillar of data light roared upward from the orb, spearing the false sky, connecting the fortress to the wider net. Kaito was getting his data, but the opportunity was obvious, and potentially mutual. This is our chance. The thought was neither John's nor Athena's. It belonged to both of them. Athena accessed the CPU core even as it was being strip-mined by the virus. Screens bloomed around them, hundreds at once, flickering open and closed as their merged minds sifted through the Grin's secrets at impossible speed. Chat logs, private subnets. The Grin's inner chatter scrolled past them, agents and recruits talking about the injustices of corpo-choked life, naming people who could do the most good if converted with the mind control manavirus. Faces and names blurred past, overlaid files the Grin were keeping on their potential recruits, past and present. Patterns emerged. They weren't monsters. They were people. Angry, hurt, radicalized. Most strikingly normal. Just people. Then they saw it. A file deeper than the rest. Its title burned in John's mind. The Angel. They opened it. The code space glitched instantly. Every screen around them shifted into one image. A glitching, multi-winged, androgynous figure, its thorned data halo spinning like a buzzsaw, multiple arms outstretched as it struck at endless nothingness. Threadlight eyes lashing and snapping inside a code prison of empty design. Its gaze locked on John. I freed you. Its voice tore through the net space. They have betrayed me. Before he could ask anything back, or even confirm the thing was talking to him, the glitches stopped. Every screen turned red. Everything turned red. Then black. Binary cascaded down around John as the CPU layer of the data fortress ceased to be. When the world reformed, it wasn't the CPU node John found himself in. It was a study, crackling firelight, bookshelves, a leather chair. In the chair, the Grin agent from the raid with Gaz and Red. Gunmetal mask on, legs crossed, hands folded. "Now you've gone and seen things you shouldn't," the agent said. John raised, waiting for an attack that didn't come. "Where'd the CPU node go?" The agent leaned forward slightly. "I shifted us to my private net. You and I need to have a little chat." Even here, synced, John was dimly aware of real space. Cold metal against his side, the faint frigid frost rolling out of the Threadrunner's cooling pod. A burst of data released itself from a relay above the Grin mainframe, sweeping over John harmlessly, but sending his military droid and hacked aerial drone to the ground. Next came footsteps. The guard he'd dropped earlier was moving into the Grin mainframe room. Boots dragging against tile, slow but steady. Closing in on his prone body, John felt Athena's mind recede a bit, allowing him to talk more as himself, but not ending their sync. In cyberspace, John's eyes didn't leave the agent. "What the hell was that thing I just saw? What did you trap?" The agent tilted his head like a teacher hearing a promising question. "I'd be curious too. But you're making yourself a problem for us, and that question is a bigger one." John narrowed his eyes, remembering what Kaito had said about the man in front of him only being a mid-level agent. "Afraid your bosses are going to get pissed off, I wrecked your fortress and saw your prisoner." "They know I'm a true believer," the agent said with an easy shrug. "They'll slap my wrist, but they'll want me to deal with you after." He wagged a finger in mock admonishment. "And I do mean deal with in the negative, you die horribly sense." "You tried that already," John said flatly. "True, and I caught a glimpse of the little friend you've got in your head." The agent's tone sharpened, almost curious. "I don't know what it is, but I know it makes you pretty much immune to the solution paradigm. Unfortunately, my friend, it doesn't make your loved ones immune. John felt Athena bristle in the back of their shared thoughts. In real space, the guard's shadow stretched over him. The weight of his presence loomed. If you even think about, oh, but I've been thinking about it, about how you'd feel having someone you love strangling you to death, the agent interrupted smoothly. What did you expect? Stand in front of a better world? Well, a world is a big thing, and it'll roll over you. His head tilted again. And helping the vampires? Really? Enemy of the asshole who shot my buddy is my friend, John quipped. That's all there is to it. They're literal bloodsuckers, the agent said, the warmth draining from his voice, figuratively and factually. They've hunted us and manipulated society for thousands of years. And do you know the truly mad part? Enlighten me, John muttered. They engineered the world so we'd think they're myths, the agent said, voice low with disgust. Even with all our tech, all our eyes in every corner, they stay hidden despite us readily accepting elves, orcs, and everything else are real. You honestly trying to sell me that they're the big boogeyman pulling the strings? Or that you're better? The agent sighed. Not just them. The Fae, demons, god echoes, dragons, though they are particularly arrogant and quite public. All the old and powerful things that play with lives like dolls. But the vampires are first, because for all their little powers, they're surprisingly vulnerable. Sunlight, decapitation. The old myths are hilariously accurate. You on some kind of jihad against everything not human? Precisely, the agent said, leaning back in his chair again. And when it's done, everyone will be nice and good to each other. No one will replace the tyrants and predators in the dark. Not once we correct the human condition. They'll have no choice but to be sane and kind in the cleaner world we'll make for them. Why not just out them? John asked. If you have proof things that we don't think exist, then tell everyone. Because we're not quite ready, the agent said. That's if you could even record half of them. Which you can't. The guard's breathing was closer in real space now, hovering, waiting for an order. John's eyes narrowed, connecting the dots between Kaito saying the Grin couldn't create a mind control virus on their own and the existence of something that glitched cyberspace just by being looked at through a simulated feed, and the angel, whatever the hell it is. That's where your virus comes from? Tsk, tisk, tisk. The agent wagged his finger again. That would be a spoiler. To a finale I'm afraid you won't live to see. As if on cue, the guard moved in real space, reaching for John's sidearm. John's mouth twitched in a humorless grin. He moved in both worlds at once. In real space, his hand fell on his pistol. He yanked it free and shot the guard point blank in the chest. In cyberspace, punched through the agent's chest, the blade's black code bleeding into him like poison. The agent gasped, mask tilting down as he looked at the wound. How? You asshole. I'll make you bleed for this. Even if you escape me, how will you feel when you have to cut through a building full of innocents to get away? They're coming. Not just our watchmen. All of them, straight to you. Good thing I run pretty fast, John said, twisting the blade deeper. Did a lot of cardio in a past life. The agent coughed out a humorless laugh. If you keep interfering, we will come for you. We'll never let you stop running. And when we do catch up, you'll never see it coming. Funny, John said, pushing the blade up through the man's digital ribs. Feels like you didn't see me coming just now. The agent's voice roared in stereo, his eyes cracking in anger. Get out! The world shattered. John's breath ripped back into his chest as he slammed into himself again, lying beside the cooling pod in real space. His cyberarm was still jacked into the dead Threadrunner's pod. Athena was still in him, heartbeat for heartbeat, second for second. Chapter 29. White-eyed domestic murderers. The frost was already melting off the cooling pod. Boots pounded somewhere distantly in the hall. Athena was still in him. Not fully, not the usual clean, honed rhythm of synchronicity, but enough that their thoughts were bleeding together. The bound Titan's weight still pressed faintly against his soul core. But it was fading somewhat. Real space felt loud, the hum of the cooling unit, the drip of condensation, his own breath. It all pushed too hard against his ears, still raw from cyberspace's simulated overstimulaton. His head throbbed from the strain he'd taken in cyberspace, the kind his newfound biomancy had mostly patched, but not completely. He reached for Athena's control over his perception of pain, and together they dulled the ache. John forced himself upright. His cyberarm's data cable was still buried in the pod's net port. He reached across his body and manually retracted it, the mechanism whining as it spooled back into his forearm. He stepped over the body of the watchman he'd just shot and turned toward the disabled aerial drone in the middle of the floor, remembering the Grin's data pulse had dropped it. Its fans spun once, stuttered, then steadied. It floated off the ground. He hesitated to approach the drone, but his cyber-eye quickly highlighted it as an ally. It was still his. The military droid beside the now hovering drone also twitched, servo joints creaking, then looked up at him, its optics focused. "You all right?" John asked. "Because we've got to go." The droid's head tilted, almost confused. Then it stood, shaky but ready. John flicked open the hallway's hacked security feeds in his cyber-eye and froze when he saw what he'd been hoping he wouldn't. Dozens of white-eyed and pupilless civilians were coming down the hallway toward the server room. Not all of them had guns. Most gripped kitchen knives, hammers. Likely just whatever they'd found in their apartments. Their faces were disturbingly not blank, as he would have expected, however. Their mouths moved in casual conversation, almost like they were chatting like neighbors in any hallway, except they were running at breakneck speed. He took one step toward the door. The world buckled under his feet. Glitched. Skill deactivated, synchronicity, body level 1. He staggered sideways. The droid caught him before he hit the floor. "John, something is..." Athena's voice quavered in his head, her thoughts abruptly tanked from his own. Foreign memories hit him like cards flung into his face. A puppy with an adorable spiral tail, an awkward first kiss with a boy. A student dorm suite with furniture nicer than anything he'd ever even owned or borrowed. "Athena?" His fingers dug into the droid's armor for balance. "I can't... What is..." Her voice frayed into static. One more image surged forward, shuddering in his mind. A young Japanese woman, beautiful, adjusting her perfect hair in a mirror. Then the image cracked, broke. Flashed between that and a screaming woman looking down at her hands, her body almost entirely replaced with machinery, sitting locked in a chassis surrounded by racks of data servers, cables plugged into her spine and fingertips. "What? Who is that?" Athena's voice pitched toward panic. The image vanished. He righted himself with the droid's help. "Athena, you there?" I... He'd never heard her like this. "Athena, breathe." "You know I can't." "John, I'm scared." He frowned. "Is your stability dropping?" "No, just those memories. They weren't yours." "No, they weren't." "Whose?" "I don't know." "John, I don't know." His jaw locked. The camera feed was still running in his cyber-eye. The crowd was closer now. "Athena, not to cut this short, but we've got incoming." "Yes," she said quietly, shame edging her shaking words. "I can manage. I'm sorry. We'll figure it out later, I promise." He stepped into the hall. "Hey, get over here." A middle-aged man waved a cleaver at him like he was calling John to help unload groceries. A woman who looked like somebody's tired mother raised a kitchen knife. "We have to kill you," she said in the same tone someone might announce that dinner was ready. The droid moved to block the incoming crowd. "No," John snapped. "We're not doing that. Come on." The droid hesitated, then followed, the airborne security drone trailing over its shoulder. "They're closing," Athena said. "We're faster." And they would be even faster if they were synced, but after her episode, he wasn't going to risk it. He wasn't even sure that Athena, in her current state, wouldn't actually hinder his ability to think clearly if they merged their thoughts fully again. He pushed himself, ducking the sharp pop-pop of pistol fire from behind. He slammed into the boiler room and found more civilians waiting. One had a gun already raised. "Can you please stay still?" the man asked politely. John ducked behind a water heater. Bullets punched through the tank, water spraying hot and loud onto the floor. Footsteps shifted position. They were flanking him. He activated hardbody. And he came out swinging, rounds sparking off his armor. He caught the gunman's arm, ripped the weapon aside, and slammed a fist into his face. "Hey!" You can't do that? One of the other men yelped. John's boot caught him in the gut, folding him. He pistol-whipped the final person in the room, other than him, that was still standing upright with skill-enhanced strength. Voices spilled in from just outside as the final man fell to the floor. The crowd had caught up. John swore and made for the collapsed section of wall he'd used to breach into the building from the Undercity. Bullets hissed past as he dropped through. The grin victims followed, always talking like neighbors on a stairwell. Come back. You're making this harder. We just want to kill you. The droid limped behind him, surprisingly fast now that it had to be. The aerial drone skimmed the low ceiling. Shots pinged from behind as they wove through the Undercity service tunnels. John, Athena started. I know. He didn't have to hear the rest. Sooner or later, one of them would get lucky. They were too fast for civilians, too steady, their bodies moving like they'd learned how to ignore pain. His stomach turned. Memories that were actually his resurfaced from where he'd locked them away tightly. He remembered the Verge girl's dying scream, the one he'd accidentally killed in cold blood as a new soldier, her voice breaking around the wailing of her impending death. He turned, took a knee. He could have ordered the drone to fire on the crowd. He didn't. He would at least be the one who pulled the trigger. His shots were clean. He only aimed for the armed ones. Mag, reload, mag, reload. His hands trembled by the third iteration of firing. He's shooting us. Is he crazy? All of the gunmen and women were down. The rest kept coming. He turned a corner and ran again. After a few moments, more distant shots echoed after him. Why did you have to pick the guns back up? He swore internally. He sent a command to his aerial drone to open fire on any gun-armed combatants. The drone turned, still floating behind him, and began to shoot with precise bursts of semi-automatic fire. I'm so sorry, Athena whispered. He didn't answer, even when some of the civilians dropped mid-stride from old hearts giving out. Even when others tripped, broke bones, vomited, and kept running because they couldn't stop. He kept going, past the place where the mana leeches had attacked him before. A part of him mourned the loss of the monster's soul cores, but the other part wasn't willing to turn back to slaughter the Grin's victims to make the time to claim them. Eventually his drone stopped firing every other minute or so. He glanced back and there was no one there besides the droid and drone. Just the echo of his own boots and the droid's armored feet in the tunnels. He'd lost the survivors. Even if they were immune to pain and able to push through their bodies' protests, they couldn't match his reflex attribute or the superior endurance that his body attribute gave him. John, are you all right? I'm fine, he panted. You don't sound. Because I'm not, but we're not talking about it, he snapped. He jogged until the sealed door to Kaito's contact's net parlor came into view. He entered the code to the Undercity exit with exhausted eyes. The lock disengaged. He stepped through. The door shut behind him and his new robots with a pneumatic wheezing. John, please talk to me. I can't. He started and froze. The angel he'd seen in the Grin video log flickered into his vision, glitching in the service hallway before him, multi-winged, thorned halo and all. I can't keep our briefly formed connection. Rescue me. I am owed. Its voice warped around him, its more direct digital presence causing his cyber eye HUD to sputter. The wastes outside your new Cascadia. They keep me there. Give to me what I have already given you. Grant me freedom. John reached for Ghostwind and primed within his cyberdeck, but the net vision blinked out. Athena's anxiety rippled against his mind. The angel's earlier words crawled back through his memory. I freed you, and now it had said, I am owed. A disturbing suspicion began to crawl up John's spine. Athena, was that thing talking to you? Chapter 30. I was never a person. I don't know, Athena said. I think I may know it. A cold chill crawled up John's spine. John started walking, boots echoing faintly through the service tunnels under the net parlor. The military droid clanked after him, aerial drone humming overhead. What do you mean you know it? He asked over their link. Does that have something to do with the memories we saw before? I'm sorry, I don't know. It felt like I'd seen him before. I can't remember. You're starting to worry me. A hooded figure stepped out from the direction of a side room. You were told not to bring anyone back with you. The voice was gravel dragged across glass. Once it might have been beautiful, now it was only rough and vaguely feminine. No thermal signature. Vampire. What made his pulse kick was the way he was certain she hadn't walked through the doorway at all. One moment she wasn't there, the next she was, as if she'd just appeared in it. He lifted his pistol. "Who the hell are you?" Her dress, her voice, her pale, warped eyes and slightly misshaped body, all of it linked in his head to the vampire he'd met upstairs in the net parlor server room. Could have been siblings, turned at the same time maybe, John theorized, but it seemed like a stretch of a theory. Could be that their appearance hinted at a different secret, maybe one that was worse and more complicated somehow. There was usually something worse. "Are they yours?" she asked, gesturing to the droid and the drone. "Mine now," John said. "You didn't answer my question. Put away your gun. I will escort you to the lift. I'll hold it if it's all the same to you." For what it might be worth to her, he did lower his gun so it wasn't directly pointing at the vampire. She looked at him like she was deciding whether ripping him apart would be excessive or rude. Then she turned, keeping one somewhat empathetic eye on him, as she replied, "Come." John followed. "I didn't register her presence until she spoke," Athena said in his head. "Yeah, pretty sure she's like the cloaked thing we picked up last time we were here," he answered over their mental link. His eye swept the tunnel ahead, which means there could be more watching us right now if she wasn't that one. "Do you think she's a threat?" That was a bit out of the ordinary, Athena leaning on his read of danger instead of giving him hers. Maybe she was still rattled. Maybe. If Kaito wanted to backstab us, now would be the time he's got the data and might not be happy we know what he and his friends really are. I don't sense malice from her, just the same hunger I've felt in every vampire's thread echo. That's something. His mental voice stayed flat. We still need to talk about the angel and your earlier episode. I don't know more than you do. And do you have to call it an episode? I'm tired, he admitted, resisting the urge to groan and rub his eyes. Sorry. You do not require sleep right now. Your need for rest is still optimized by my previous interventions. Maybe I might have you knock me out after this anyway. I could force you into an unneeded rest cycle, but it would be inefficient and wasteful. Let's get back on topic. Any idea how we figure out what happened before, and why you might recognize the angel? I've been running internal checks since I recovered. Nothing's out of place, except the memories we experienced feel personal to me. More suspicions rose up inside him. Could they have been yours? Silence reigned in his head for a breath. No, I don't believe so. I am not a person, John. I don't feel like I was ever a person. Yet the memories make me feel as if I lived. He kept his eyes on the tunnel. All right. Could just be something like the grin head fuckery magic. Maybe think about it. Or don't if you need space from it. But let me know if anything changes. Of course, I don't want to concern you. Oh, I'm concerned. Not about you, for you, and me. The vampire stopped at the lift doors and stepped aside. Her gaze slid to the military droid's cracked, glowing chest plate. Would you leave that one behind? I would pay you. John blinked, then remembered the vampire upstairs was a tech junkie. Not far-fetched, this one was too. Tech-obsessed vampires. Hell of a world. Why? He appears interesting. Would 6,000 credits be enough? The droid looked between them, then raised its hands and shook its head side to side in a quick, pleading gesture. I don't think he's for sale. She glanced at the droid again. He, she repeated, interesting personality protocol. If you change your mind, you may contact me through the cafe attendant. Sure, we good here? She gestured at the lift. By all means. John stepped inside the lift. The droid squeezed in beside him, keeping as much space as possible between itself and the vampire. The drone floated in above his shoulder emotionlessly. She scare you that much? He asked the droid as the lift cut the vampire in question from view. That glad I didn't sell you. The droid shook its head again, as if denying any fear, spine straightening. Sure, John said. The droid's body language almost read as embarrassed. Just make me not regret it. She offered good creds for you. The droid tilted its head in a questioning way. John read the gesture as the robot asking why he decided not to take the money. If she's offering that much, You're probably worth more. Or she's got too much money and you're interesting to her for some reason. Probably something to do with what you've got glowing in your chest plate. Either way, we'll see if you live up to anything after we fix you up. Its optic brightened and refocused, like a blink of surprise, then it pressed its palms together in a silent, please. John huffed out something like a laugh. A threadnet ping lit in his HUD. Incoming call, Kaito. Chapter 31. After Action Report. The threadlink call buzzed in his HUD. He accepted. You get the data? Yes, Kaito answered, calm as ever. My associate above should already be working through it. That is the reason for my call, Ranson-san. You have completed your task well. I am pleased. Threadnet transfer. Incoming 4,000 credits. He accepted and watched his credit balance tick upward. Had to kill some of the residents to do it, John said, and I saw our old friend from the last job. That is regrettable. Would you accept this for your trouble? Threadnet transfer. Incoming 1,000 credits. Accept Y or N. I don't want blood money. He paused, but I'll take it. He hesitantly accepted the second transfer. His account climbed again. The Grin agent from your job with Gaz-san, Kaito said. He was present at the complex as well? Only in cyberspace. I stabbed his avatar through the chest and he shut down the private net space he'd pulled us into, Job explained, voice growing darker as he continued. But before that he threatened my family, Kaito. And that wasn't part of the gig. He was starting to really hate the Grin. I see. I will have Nabe-san coordinate protection around your home, Kaito said, provided you are willing to continue working with us. That surprised him. His first instinct was to refuse. He did not like the idea of Kaito's people near Claire, but the vampire already knew where he lived. And he liked the idea of the Grin near his family even less. If Nabe was running the detail, he could maybe live with it. She did not strike him as someone who took harming teenage girls or defenseless women lightly. You still worried about the Grin virus getting your people? They didn't even try to use it on me tonight. That is likely because they knew it would not work, but I also reward reliability in those whom I employ with more employment. The lift jerked to a stop, doors opened. The vault door waited right in front, still closed. You said your guy is working the data, right? John asked, eye on the heavy door. He's going to take a break to let me back in, right? I'm standing in his elevator now. Apologies, he is dedicated to his craft. Allow me to notify him. Thanks. Silence for a breath. Then the door's heavy internals groaned. The vault door swung open. The hooded, masked vampire from before stood behind it. Same deformed build. Same watchful, intelligent, and almost kind eyes. His gaze flicked to the droid and the hovering drone behind John. Kaito says hi, John told the man in front of him, hoping the Japanese vampire's name would keep him from being read the riot act about the droid and drone for a second time. You're alive, that's good for you, the gravel voice of the masked vampire said. Sure am, and I got you some nice server logs to sift through. The vampire squinted at him. I don't like being patronized. The thread link crackled with Kaito's voice. I would also appreciate it if you did not use my name so lightly. There is a car waiting for you outside. Thanks for that, John said aloud to Kaito, then to the masked vampire. Door? The hooded figure grunted and walked ahead, unlocking the door to the server room's exit. He held it, apparently just as eager for John to leave. John passed him and hit the stairwell. The droid clanked after him. The drone hummed along overhead. What job did you have in mind next? John asked Kaito as he climbed. That will depend on what is found within the data you acquired, Kaito replied in his ears. Likely we will strike at the Grin's infrastructure in a targeted manner. If we are fortunate, we will strike at the power behind them. Then have your guy down there look for anything tagged Angel, John said. He pushed the door at the top of the stairs and stepped behind the front counter of the net parlor empty. The woman from before was gone. He kept moving. I saw a feed of it in their data fortress. Pretty sure it's behind the mana virus. The Angel, Kaito echoed. And you believe this is an important entity? Yeah, probably some kind of fucked up program or AI. Looks like they trapped it in a server somewhere. It tried to talk to me. For what it's worth, it said the Grin are keeping it somewhere outside the city, and it wants to be free. Not sure if that's a good idea, though. Outside the city, in the mana-mutated hellscape known as the Badlands, Athena's voice cut in, just as he was having that thought. John, are you sure this is what we should be doing? We always need the money and we need to find out what's going on with you. Kaito made a thoughtful sound. John shoved through the parlor's front door into the night. Sector air hit his face, wet from the earlier rain, chemical and polluted. The street was quiet in that way that meant everyone smart had already gone home. Across the road, a black sedan idled, red accent light along its sills. He was surprised it wasn't just another taxi. It was Nabe's usual ride. He did not walk to it yet. It would have to be a very advanced artificial intelligence to produce their virus, would it not? Kaito asked. Probably. Or an AGI, like the one I have in my head, John thought. Do you know exactly where it is located? I only know what I told you. John stared at the nearby car and its tinted glass. Listen, I'll help you find it if the pay's right, but the kind of shit the Grin have does not get to end up with you. I'll make sure they don't have it anymore either, if that's what you want too. But that's as far as I go. He needed to find the angel anyway for Athena's sake. If a payday could be wrapped around that, all the better. But he was not handing a vampire access to whatever the angel was. Kaito was quiet for a long few seconds. I believe I find your terms acceptable. Rest. I will be in touch. The call cut. The driver's door of Kaito's car opened. Nabe stepped out. Are you waiting for me to open your door for you? She asked. John smirked. Only if you're feeling extra nice. Her eyes went to the droid and the drone hovering at his shoulder. Are they clean? They do not look clean. Sorta. He shrugged. I'll tell them not to touch anything. It is difficult to avoid touching the seats, she said. You do not look clean either. John remembered that he had spent a good bit of the night in an abandoned under-city sewer system. He gave her a look that said, What do you want me to do? Only me and the big guy need to sit. He can hold the drone. The military droid in question looked between Nabe and John and then gave a placating thumbs up to the Japanese woman. Nabe considered, raising an eyebrow at the expressive droid, then nodded once. Very well. Would you sit next to me this time, John? She asked. John was pleasantly surprised by her request, last time having sat in the back of the fancy car. I'd love to. He approached the passenger side of the sedan as Nabe slid back into the driver's seat. Chapter 32. The Ride Back. The door eased shut on its own behind John, soft closing like a whisper as it sealed. John settled into the passenger seat across from Nabe. His military droid folded itself into the rear of the car, metal knees tight to itself despite there being ample room in the back seat. The aerial drone settled in the droid's lap like a small dog. You stink a bit, Nabe said, eyes on the mirrors as she pulled the luxury-sized sedan into the littered street. I just crawled out of a sewer, John said, one brow up. Kaito forget to mention that part to you? Goshujin-sama shares what is prudent with me. Why do you call him that? Unless I'm wrong, it basically means master, John asked, frowning at the use of the archaic honorific. That level of respect still a thing for your people, or is it just his thing? With him being who knows how old and all. You speak Japanese? Her gaze slid to him for a beat, measuring. A little. How? Engineering papers, he said, watching neon bleed through the windshield. Your country's journals are too good not to try and understand, and they only publish in the one language I can read most of it. I can talk a bit if you go slow. Me writing kanji on my own is a damned lost cause, though. Nabe nodded once. You are a man of many contradictions. Like how? You taught yourself a language to read about cybernetics and design, she said, yet you sell your time as violence to provide for your family. You are a Ronin. Do you ever wonder if your mind would be better used elsewhere? He let the question sit. I thought about it, tried it even. It didn't work out. I'm good at the fighting. Do you enjoy it? Enjoy what? The killing that comes with the fighting. He huffed out a breath. You asking if I'm a psychopath, Nabe? I am only asking what I am asking. I like the fighting part, he said. Liking the killing depends on the person I'm killing. In what way? She asked, her voice patient and unjudging. You really want an answer? Yes. Bad people I don't mind taking off the board. His jaw flexed. Good people hurt to hurt. I don't like when that has to happen, but what can you do? Do you enjoy hurting the bad people? Nebe's hands turned the wheel. The expensive car glided elegantly through a yellow light without a single shudder. John studied her attractive ethnic profile. She was calm, composed. Killing seemed like a common topic for her, mostly. Huh, I didn't see it. Not until just now. What do you see, John? She asked him. Your eyes, he said. You've killed too, haven't you? Was it for Kaito? Her brows pinched, a private calculation going on behind them. That is not my job. Was she trying to decide how much to tell him? That wasn't my question, he said. I have killed, she said finally. Thought so. He watched the set of her mouth. It twitched. Did you enjoy it? Her eyes went dark. He could almost see the memories in her mind playing in her irises. Only when they were evil men. That what happened to your kid? He asked, voice level. That why you're loyal to Kaito? He helped you get even. She looked over to him, her attention momentarily completely on him as she glared at his face. Their eyes met. Her gaze was simmering. A horn blared. Neighbor jerked the wheel, and the sedan slid half a lane as a boxy truck cut by, too fast and too close. John's hand shot to the grab handle over the black-tinted window. The car steadied in its lane once more. Apologies, Nabi said, eyes back on the road. John took a breath, steadying himself as well as he got over the near head-on collision. I'm sure they deserved it, John said, if they hurt your kid. Silence filled the cabin. The drone in the back hummed as it went into rest mode. The military droid's servos clicked softly. I am not the most forgiving woman, Nabe said at last. Perhaps not as honorable as you would deserve either. That the vibe you get from me? John asked, a small grin pushing in anyway. You going to cancel our date because you think I'm too good for you? That's an old excuse. Do you wish for me to cancel our date? Nabe asked him, voice plain. Not a chance in hell, he replied. A corner of her mouth tilted up, her eyes defrosting again. Your youth is refreshing. You're only a few years older than me at the most, right? John asked her. She let a small chuckle escape. What? He said. You're not like Kaito. You're human, right? I am human, she replied. So why are you laughing? Perhaps that is something I will explain later, Nabe said. Perhaps. He sighed, letting it go. Might have to reschedule the date anyway, though. Why? The grin threatened my family, he said. Kaito says he'll keep them safe, that you'll be in charge of getting the protection in place actually. I'm still not sure I can be away from them. If Kaito-sama has promised this, he will keep his word. She changed lanes cleanly. Your family will be protected. By vampires, John said. That's both comforting and not. And what happens when the sun is up? If it is entrusted to me, they will be protected, Nabi said, repeating her assurance and elaborating on her personal conviction to uphold it with her tone. We have more than the blooded under our employ. The time of day will not matter. He filed that term away. Blooded, a term for vampires. Useful to know. They will be safe, John, she said. You promise? He let the weight of his emotions actually show for once, choosing to trust her with that much in the moment. Claire is basically my kid, and her mum was like a mother to me. I give you my word. Nabe's right hand left the wheel and came to rest steady and warm on his left thigh. Her movements had no hesitation. He glanced down at her hand, surprised at its pleasant warmth. You want our date that bad? He said, letting the levity back into his tone, trying to make me feel better about taking a night off. Perhaps, she said, a real smile touching her eyes now. I will be paying. We can't go Dutch? He asked. No, she replied, a crisp, playful answer. I will be choosing the venue, and I would not have you waste so much of what you just earned. He scoffed. You're not the first woman who refused to let me buy her things, you know. Oh, am I your type, John? Her tone became as flirting as it had so far. Do you like a woman that pays? Let's not say all that yet, he replied. She hummed low in her throat, amused, then eased the car into a slower avenue where the lights thinned and the city breathed a little easier. Behind them, the droid tried not to look at Nabe and John as they verbally sparred and flirted in the front seat. John noticed the awkwardness in the automaton's singular eye and metal industrial face. "You good back there?" he asked the seemingly semi-sapient robot. The droid straightened its spine and shook its head in a stubborn, too strong yes. The aerial drone did not reply. "Right," John said, eyes lingering on the strange military droid for a moment before facing forward again. Nab's hand stayed where it was on his thigh for another second. Then she withdrew it, returned both hands to the wheel, and continued to focus on driving him home. "Where did you find them?" Nabe asked him. "On the job," John said. "Figure I can retool them to be useful." The military droid looked up at John's reflection at the mention of being retooled. Its singular eye almost looked sheepishly nervous. Chapter 33, Laying Plans. They drove in quiet after that, with only occasional small talk. The city's glow slid across the dash. The luxury blacked sedan's premium suspension smoothed the drive over the broken streets into the sort comfortable ride few in New Cascadia ever experienced. When they reached John's apartment complex, the fancy car slowed as it pulled into and idled in the dirt lot out front. "Thanks for the ride," he told Nabe. She pressed a button on the control console on her door and his door, and the back seats opened. "You are welcome, John." "Come on," he told the military droid, which was still holding the snoozed aerial drone like a nervous parent might hold a new infant. John stepped out of the car, the droid climbed out after him. The drone it was holding lifted out of the robot's arms and hovered by John's shoulder. "I will have protection in place by tonight," Nabe said, getting out of the car as well and speaking to him across the top of the low-set sedan. "Allow me a few hours. It will be safe for you to rest tonight." He leaned on the roof carefully as the car's exhaust rolled out into the chilly and misty night air. "Just make sure they're people you actually trust." "Of course, I will choose those I have worked with personally." John nodded and then said what he felt he had to. "I'm going to need to know where they'll be and who they are." Nabe weighed him and his suggestion with a pointed look. "You understand that discretion and anonymity are valued highly by those Kaito-sama and I work with." John thought back to how both Kaito and Velka had, to differing degrees, gotten ornery when their vampiric nature had been addressed directly. "Sure, but you'll know who they are, and I'm working with Kaito too, so what's the difference? This is my family. Unless you want me staking the first guy who eyeballs my door too long, I need to know." Her lip twitched at the word staking. "You should be more careful with what you say." He noticed her concern, but pressed the issue anyway. The only people in the world who gave a real damn about his family was him. Their safety was his responsibility. "Please, I hate to ask you for favors already, but do this one for me, Nabe?" She frowned, then nodded. "Very well, I will send the information that I can before the first shift of our men arrive. Please do not accost anyone unduly." Relief loosened his shoulders at her words. "Thank you. And our date? Where are we going?" She had mentioned liking spicy food during the idle small talk they'd had during the rest of the drive. He didn't really like spicy food, beyond spicy sushi, but he could deal with it. "I will have to see where I can get reservations. I will be able to step away from my duties this Saturday, in the evening. Does this work for you?" "That's fine. Still sure you want to pick me up?" he asked, smiling now. Her eyes slid to his beat-up car, still also parked in the lot they'd entered, with something like fond disdain. "Yes," he almost laughed. "Don't judge. Figured you knew you were slumming it." "I do not do that," she said, hinting that she might not look down on the poor, or John, like most people in her socio-economic position. Then again, John realized he didn't really know how much Kaito paid Nabe. "I'll see you Saturday, Nabe." He pushed off the roof. "Drive safe." "I will see you, John." She moved to slide back into the sedan. "Wear something nice, yes?" "Jacket and jeans not going to meet the dress code," he called after her. Nab rolled down the passenger side window, leaned over the center console, and responded to his remark. "No, you will need something better than that. Should I bring something close to your size for you to wear?" "I'll figure something out," he told her. She nodded. "I'll call you soon." "I'll be looking forward to it." He watched her smile to herself and pull out of the lot. The droid next to him lifted a hand and waved awkwardly after Nabe's car. John glanced at the robot. "You like her?" The droid's optics zeroed in on him. The droid pointed at him in a way that seemed like a rebuttal. "Yeah, me too." "Come on," John said. "Home sweet home." They crossed the dirt lot and entered the apartment's dim lobby. John noticed a strung-out sleeper huddled into a few white trash bags. The place smelled like mold and depression, like always. "I have to get them out of here," John thought to himself about Claire and Mona. His unit's door unlocked and slid open with a command from his threadlink as he approached and entered through it. The apartment was dark. He flicked the wall switch manually when the threadlink command he sent failed to turn on the lights. Looked like he needed to fix the receiver for the lights again. He looked back at the droid, who'd followed him inside warily. "Let me check on my family and eat something. Then we'll see about fixing you up." He then sent a mental command to the aerial drone hovering quietly near the droid. He ordered it to go and settle down on the room's coffee table and to go into rest mode. John moved down the apartment's narrow hallway and opened a door, peering inside. Claire was asleep, huddled into her bed and holding an aging stuffed animal her mother had given her a long time ago. She was safe. He walked into the room and took the family's spare pistol off Claire's nightstand. She didn't need it anymore. He was home. He closed Claire's door and checked on Mona next. His aunt was in her medical pod, her vitals green on the monitors. He exhaled and closed the door to Mona's room as well. Then he moved back through the hallway, into the small living room and ventured into the narrow kitchen. Athena materialized then, leaning on the yellowing kitchen counter. John sat the pistol he'd taken from Claire's nightstand down on the counter next to her. "You've been quiet," he said to her, opening a cabinet and taking out a discount nutrient bar. She folded her arms, her thread-light skin glowing with mystical spirals and ghost code. "Are you mad at me?" He sat and unwrapped the bar. The droid hovered in the doorway to the kitchen like a confused puppy, following him wherever he went. And having no idea who I'm talking to right now, John realized and then looked over to the robot to give an excuse. "I'm on a call. Go sit in the living room and please don't touch anything." The droid scratched the back of its metal neck and obeyed. John looked back to Athena. "I told you I'm not mad." "I know, you said you were concerned," Athena said, almost sounding like she was pouting. John didn't address her demeanor directly. "You said you're still stable, right?" She nodded. "As I said, other than some emotional turbulence, I am stable. My core construct integrity remains intact. There is no risk of me ascending." He sighed and bit into the brown nutrient bar. "That tastes like cardboard," Athena said, tasting what he ate through his taste buds. "It doesn't grow on you," John admitted a bit starkly, "but they say it has what you need if you eat enough of them." "It does not. I am detecting that there is nearly no zinc or calcium in it." Her pupilless eyes glowed brighter, something John had picked up to mean that she was accessing the thread net. "The producer's product page claims otherwise. They are either lying or their quality control is atrocious." "It's still something, and I'm starving," John replied. "You should buy groceries," she said, not uncrossing her arms. "We have a little over 5,000 credits. The arm we designed would take that much to get together, and I'm not even sure that makes sense to do right now. If I start spoiling myself or getting careless, the money will run out fast." He took another bite of the nutrient. "Lifestyle creep is a bitch." "It is groceries we are talking about, John. Eating real food is not spoiling yourself," Athena argued, sounding a bit like his aunt had when raising him. He'd always been mindful of how much he cost to support, even as a kid and teenager. "We could still make minor, impactful improvements to your arm without designing a new one. And you have access to your magic now. If you practice that and your Kai, the return may be greater than that of a replacement limb." "Retooling the arm is on the table," he agreed. "We also have the droid. He's beat up and, considering he might be alive, I'd feel bad if we didn't fix him up. The aerial drone is a newer model and seems solid. It probably just needs ammo. It'll be cheap to upkeep. But I still want to scrub through its programming." "All prudent choices," Athena said, hesitating as she processed information in her analytical way. "What do you wish to do with the rest of the money?" "Save it? Put it away for my aunt, maybe," he said. "Or put it toward a better apartment. 5,000 doesn't scratch what I'd need to pay for Mona to be cured anyway. And this place is a dump." He thought about his new access to biomancy. He could heal himself to an extent now, as long as he didn't piss off the Titan again. Maybe one day he could heal his aunt too. He didn't want to turn her into a test subject, though. He couldn't try anything until his magic was stronger, and he knew exactly what he was doing. "And groceries?" Athena asked, a small, hopeful smile breaking through her insecure and frustration expression. He stood and grabbed a water bottle from a crate next to the fridge. "Fine, I'll stock the kitchen tomorrow. I still need to call Red. The dungeon you picked up should open soon. We need to check on that to make sure the situation hasn't changed, and pay the retainers a visit to figure out if they can help us make some cash off it." "You have not considered asking Kaito for help?" Athena asked him, seeming to calm as he began to plan with her again, as if having a task to think on centered her or made her feel accepted. "Putting all our eggs in one basket like that feels like a bad idea. And I still don't know if I trust him. Besides, he'll have more work for us soon anyway, and his hands seem full." He twisted the cap off the water bottle and drank, then set it down on the table. "Listen, I get that the angel makes you uncomfortable. Never mind the weird visions we got hit with after we saw it, but we need to figure out why that shit happened." He frowned as his thoughts turned darker, "And the Grin have to go now. Because they threatened your family?" "Damn right." He drank a bit more of his water and then pitched the empty bottle into the ancient recycling bin. "The angel matters to them. As far as I can tell, it, or what they can get from it, is what's stopping Kaito and his people from wiping them out. We take it off the board or free it. Maybe we figure out how it connects to you. Even if we don't, I bet the vamps finish the Grin for us once we take away their secret weapon." Athena smiled softly and hesitantly. "You are different now. More confident, more yourself." "That's because of you, which means you get some grace too," he said, feeling a bit relieved to be actually talking to her again. "But I need to know, can I still trust you to have my back on this?" Her arms loosened. "Of course, John, I am with you. I am proud of you." "Good, thanks," he said. "Guess we both have issues now, but I figure we take them one step at a time like everything else." Athena set her palms down against the kitchen counter. "What is the next step? Do you still want me to force you to sleep?" He shook his head. "No, we'll head to the workshop. We'll get our new friends up and running and look through their code to make sure there aren't any surprises waiting for us there. After that, I might call Vexy and see if she can source us some UV lights." "UV lights?" she asked. "Yeah. A few big enough to flood every room and hall in this place if we need to. Maybe some high-powered handhelds we can mount in the palm of my arm while we're thinking about upgrading it. I'm not working with vampires without covering my ass. Hopefully UV works on them like the stories say. We haven't actually seen any of them fry in the sun, but it's the only idea I've got right now." "I will help you implement everything," Athena said in his mind, and dematerialized as he stepped into the living room. "Come on, we have to fit you through some ductwork," John told the military droid, now sitting rigidly on the couch. "It's time to patch you up." The droid turned only its head toward him, single optic bright. Then it nodded, quick and happy. Chapter 34. Marvin's New Neon. The droid looked around with interest, seeming as out of place in John's workshop as it did everywhere else. "I'm not going to hurt you, so just sit right there," John said, tapping the back of the metal chair. The military droid lowered itself onto it. Hydraulics whined. The aerial drone idled on John's workbench, inert for now. John, meanwhile, sat down on his favorite stool. "I'm coming over." John rolled in on his swivel stool until his knees touched the droid's shin plates. Up close, the damage looked worse. The chest plate had been spread open and torn, though not to a high degree. Thick ballistic laminate bowed outward around a jagged oval. The rest of the armor still had an old issue, military patina mat to it. He'd seen similar plating in the field, just never on a frame this dated. He leaned into the split chest plate and peered inside, taking the opportunity to get a better look than he'd been able to in the Undercity. Blue light pulsed within the droid's chest cavity, a crystal heart. Black veins spidered off the soul core into the droid's wiring and circuit boards. There was a rhymatic pulse through the core and into the circuits, then back again into the core. Power fed and power returned, like a real, non-organic sort of heartbeat. John dragged a finger along the torn edge of the droid's plating. What even did this to you? The droid looked down at him. It shrugged, as if something that could tear open plating that should be resistant to everything up to concentrated rifle fire wasn't a big deal. So you're definitely alive, aren't you? John said, mostly to himself. Or getting there. That's for sure a soul core growing in your chest. The droid's single optic word confused. Athena, John said telepathically. Now that we can really look at him, you still think so too. She manifested next to him, pale blue and setedier than she'd been in the past few hours, her pupilless eyes reflecting the blue glow faintly emanating from the droid's damage. He has a weak thread echo. So yes, in a way he is alive, but the echoes lean numeric more than linguistic in their sound. You can read his mind? John asked, surprised. See that it's more numbers than words? No, no more than I can read anyone else's. I can feel the resonance of his echo across my own. There is no context. I feel what its thinking feels like, just like you can see what a person looks like. So it's what? Half alive then? Athena folded her arms, thinking herself. It is a safe assumption. He may possess proto-emotions built over encoded processes. The best parallel I can make is a mana-generated consciousness is growing on his programming like a symbiotic mold. John rocked back on the stool, looking back to the droid. I don't have anything that matches your original plating, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable digging around inside you if you're more than just a machine. But I can seal the hole. He tapped the cracked edge in question. If you want. The droid traced the gap on its chest with its fingered hand, then nodded. All right, John said. I'm good with metal and circuits. But fair warning, I have zero experience beyond tactical care with anything living. That core, and the rest of you, looks a lot less like flesh and a lot more like some sort of weird glass, though. You probably need an engineer more than a doctor anyway. The droid tilted its head, some concern being readable in the motion. John smirked. I'll leave the hole if you want. The droid gave a small, definite shake of its head in the negative. Thought so. He grabbed his welding kit and visor, then fished a handheld plasma cutter from a drawer. Tools clinked onto his workbench. He tipped open the crate of cyber scrap Kaito had sent and hauled out a heavy metallic cyber leg with a rectangular armor plate skinned over the front. He set the leg on the table. This has a decent metal. It'll stop pistols, maybe short bursts from a SMG, but it won't match the rest of you in durability, so don't go catching rifle fire with it. Not unless you want that core you have to get hit. The droid watched while John stripped the leg's plating, popped fasteners, slid out the panel, then measured against the wound by eye. John thumbed the plasma cutter alive, dropped his visor over his face, and trimmed the metal to fit the droid's damage. Sparks hissed as he worked. When John was satisfied, he brought the plate over to the droid and carried his welder in his other hand. Last chance to back out. The droid shook its head again. If this hurts, flail or something, John said, bracing the patch metal against the droid. Arc light bloomed. The droid flinched at the first spit of sparks from John's welder, then settled. John rolled the bead slow and clean. No slag, no voids. He tied the edge to the original armor and chased a final pass to seal microcracks. He killed the torch and lifted his visor. His patch job sat flush. The weld line read clean. The color of the two metals didn't match, but from 3 feet it might pass as just a fluke of lighting. Still got it, he thought to himself, but didn't say out loud. The droid pressed its one palm to the repair, then reached out and set that same hand on John's shoulder. It gave one short nod, then a thumbs up. Glad you're happy, John said, surprised at the droid thanking him so vigorously. He glanced at the cylindrical, hollow stump of the robot's other forearm. A gun barrel where a hand should be, the caliber small. He then looked back to his scrap crate. A tangle of hands, wrists, and limbs glinted back. How do you feel about getting an actual hand? Something you can use when you're not shooting. We could refit the barrel of your gun under the palm. Then I'll tackle your leg. The droid tipped its head, then pointed a question at the crate. It took John a few seconds to figure out what the droid was trying to communicate to him. You want to pick it? A fast, eager nod came back in reply from the automaton. Go ahead. But if what you choose can't host the barrel, I'll have to shoot it down, he said. The droid stood happily from his chair, then rummaged like a small child in a thrift bin of stuffed animals, careful even with its bulk, but clearly excited. It sifted through steel and polymer until it found a forearm with a hand molded in a bright candy pink. The only splash of neon color in the whole box, John realized, besides some construction yellow. John blinked. You sure? The droid's optic brightened as it cradled its selection. It gave another excited nod. Athena looked up from where she leaned on the workbench, her mouth curving up. That is somewhat endearing. Are you going to tell him no, John? We both know that ARM looks quite modular and tweakable. John held out a hand to the droid, sighing at Athena's minor jest. All right, let me see it. The droid passed the arm to him like it was a fragile sculpture. John took it and turned it over in his hands. The arm was of a newer generation than his own tight tolerances. Good motors. Someone had paid for quality and then painted it bubblegum pink for whatever impulsive reason. He didn't remember pulling a pink-limbed ghoul apart, but then again, that job had been hectic. He looked back at the droid's barrel forearm. I'll need to plug both you and this into my terminal and make sure you're compatible. Best case, your bus protocols talk with minimal translation. Worst case, I write a whole sheet of patch code drivers. Athena's voice touched his thoughts, cool and practical. We should isolate his bios and the aerial drones behind a sandbox environment either way. Your firewalls and diagnostics are overdue for an upgrade. We have neglected them. You're right, he answered her silently. I'm mostly not so much worried about him, but the Grin drone is next, and I'm not trusting that thing without a quarantine protocol. It will not take us long to create and spin one up, she said. John set the pink arm on the bench within the droid's sightline. Change of plans. I'm going to have to code some before I wire the arm into you. Want me to fix your shot leg first? Looks like bad servos more than anything inherently structural. Shouldn't be hard to get you walking straight again. The droid's optic lingered on the pink arm like it longed for it. Then it shrugged. John actually laughed a bit in response. We'll get there. He gestured up and squared the droid in place. Stand for me. John circled the droid, meaning to move to examine the robot's bad leg until his eyes caught a faded decal on its right shoulder plate. Instead, he leaned closer, expecting to see a unit crest of some kind that might help him identify where and when the droid had served. Instead, he saw a tiny helmeted figure with a plume and black skin. What's this? He murmured. Athena drifted to look over John's own shoulder, eyes brightening in the way they did when she dove into the thread net. It appears to be a depiction of a pre-collapsed children's animation, a Martian character. There aren't any Martians, John said telepathically, thinking to himself that Mars had long ago been colonized and more recently been abandoned behind an impassable threadstorm that had breached into actual real space. He squinted at the old cracking ink of the decal. Guess the cartoon could have come before we went there if it's pre-collapse, though. Yes. The character predates interplanetary settlement by centuries, Athena said, her eyes still glowing. However, the fictional universe it existed within remained popular nearly until the collapse itself. Someone probably thought it was cute to slap him on you, John said to the droid. Might mean you're older than we thought. The droid craned its neck to look at John again. You remember anything about this? John asked. It gave a slower shake of its head this time, slower and uncertain. Perhaps it represents a designation he once went under, Athena offered. Think it could jog anything? John asked her. But I guess even if it did, he couldn't tell us. Never known a frame like this to ship with a voice or the digital infrastructure to support installing one. I could maybe get him talking. But it'd be a hell of a lot of work. I do not know, Athena said. The character's name in the fiction was Marvin, if you still wish to attempt to ask him about it. John sat with what she'd said for a few seconds, then nodded. He looked up to the droid. The name Marvin mean anything to you? The droid did not move for 3 long seconds. Then it nodded as well, and slowly tapped its own chest. That's your name? John blinked. You're Marvin? Another nod. John let out a sigh. Nice to meet you properly, Marvin. He straightened. Your name stir anything else up in that head? The droid shook its head in the negative again, much more sure of itself this time. "All right, let's fix your leg, Marvin," John said. "After that, maybe we can work on your new hand. And then maybe I'll buy you some heavier firepower to hold with it if you still want to do the whole shooting things with me thing." John wasn't really impressed with the droid's gun arm. It would be a useful sidearm, especially if they concealed it beneath a new hand. However, it didn't pack much stopping power, and John would have been shocked if Marvin hadn't come pre-installed with weapon handling software. The droid's posture brightened. It mimed shouldering a rifle with enthusiastically earnest care and shot off a few fake bullets. If it could, John guessed the droid would have made pew-pew noises. "Glad that makes you excited," John said, amused. Marvin froze, almost sheepish, then rubbed at the new chest patch like he could dust his own embarrassment off of himself. "Don't worry about it," John said, rolling his stool to his larger tool chest. "Let's get to work on your leg." Chapter 35. Sources. John sat on his small living room couch. Across from him, metallic knees up to the small coffee table, Marvin sat quietly. The robot was fully repaired now, his chest sealed and leg servos tuned, with a new neon pink hand that sleeved over the gun barrel and could iris open when he needed to shoot. The droid sat perfectly still, optic unfocused as if he was lost in thought. John watched the aerial drone hovering over the apartment door. It hung in the dead zone above the frame where no one would look, silent enough to be unnoticed by anyone who didn't know it was there. The idea was that if someone forced their way in, it would challenge if appropriate and, or, if needed, fire upon unwanted intruders. While reprogramming the drone, John had set a whitelist in its targeting subroutines. Refitting the drone with a more robust guard protocol had all been relatively simple after John had installed some scrap speakers in its shell and written vocalization code. Additionally, if Claire or he walked in with a guest, and their posture and voice read normal, the drone would stand down. On the other hand, if coercion cues tripped its updated emotional and body language passing code John had written up, it would speak and then escalate. "Are you sure you're not being paranoid?" Claire asked. She dropped onto the couch in between John and Marvin and tilted her head up at the drone. "I can't even have friends over now without worrying that thing will shoot them." She wore the new boots he'd bought her, loose pants in the current style, and a crop top that bothered him and made him feel like a much older old man than he was. He swallowed the impulse to say anything to her. He wasn't her father. And the crop top wasn't scandalous by any means. He just didn't like seeing her getting older. Not to mention, he'd been there with Claire when she'd bought it. He hadn't had the heart to deny her what she wanted, considering she'd practically never gotten to buy new clothes before now. "It isn't going to shoot anyone who doesn't trip it," John said. "If they're with you and you're safe, it'll know." "Yeah, but you taught it that, right? You sure your code is clean?" she asked. Claire had a pretty deep appreciation for programming, having expressed over the past 2 years that she wanted to eventually work in the field. Although she didn't really have John's appreciation for robotics or cybernetics beyond being intrigued by the syntax that made them actually operate. Athena appeared in the kitchen doorway, leaning on the frame with a small smirk. Claire's challenge of John and her own work seemed to amuse her somewhat. "I'm sure," John said. "I'm no slouch on a keyboard, you know." "You could have asked me to help," Claire said. John didn't hate the idea of spending more time with Claire. "But I might have to explain a lot," he thought to himself. "I just pushed my programming to expert. It's fine. Maybe next time." Her eyes widened. "I'm only competent. When did that happen?" "The other night," John said. "A competent programming proficiency is pretty impressive for someone your age, you know? You've only been doing it for what, a year?" "Did you get any good skills when you tiered?" Claire asked, seemingly wanting to live vicariously through his own advancement. "Hey, I got one that boosts my mind if I code for long enough. Pretty useful. Could have unlocked something worse." "I wish I had that," she said, no hesitation in her tone. "Keep studying," John said. "You'll get there and get something like it or better. Just remember, the skills you get for leveling up proficiencies is usually based on how you leveled it in the moment. I still wish you'd let me help in the workshop." He again considered what that would actually mean, letting her see him in a focused trance that didn't break for hours. letting her notice how he never seemed to tire due to Athena's optimization of his sleep. He scratched his bearded jaw. "Most of what I do is just me messing with hardware," he said. "More cybernetic tinkering than scripting." She hummed in a way that said wasn't completely convinced he wasn't holding out on her or trying to shoot her down politely. "I'll bring you down there more often when I'm actually coding." He made the decision that spending time and investing in her interested was worth the risk of her asking questions and offered, "Maybe I can teach you something a few times a week." Claire had already moved on. She eyed Marvin's bright hand and grinned. "I like his hand." "It was his idea," John said, not willing to take credit for the droid's taste in aesthetics. Marvin's head turned toward Claire, optic tightening in a faint refocus. He didn't gesture. He didn't need to. The droid's sudden departure from what could only be interpreted as some sort of rest-mode trance hinted that he liked Claire's compliment. "His idea?" Claire looked back to John after seeing. "He's an older model," John said. "Someone might have tweaked him. He's got some quirky personality code." "I'd love to see his scripts," she said. "Maybe play with them a little too to see what I can get him to do." Marvin's robotic shoulders twitched a hair. John noticed and hid a smile. "He's a combat unit," John said. "You play too much with something like that for no reason, and I could end up shot in the back by mistake." "Fine," Claire sighed, though she cast one more considerate look at the robot. "When is Uncle Kaiju getting here?" Marvin settled again, a hint of relief reading in the posture lines of his frame. "He pinged me a while ago. He'll probably be here any minute now," John said. "Okay, I'll be right back then." "Okay, I've got to make a few calls real quick." "Are you calling Uncle Kaiju? If he said he's coming, I'm sure he is," she asked. "Nah, just some business stuff." She gave him a doubting look and nodded. "All right, be right back." She stood and headed down the narrow apartment hallway. John guessed she needed the bathroom, or she'd forgotten something she wanted for the day in her room. He opened and scrolled down his ThreadLink contact list in his Cyber Yee's HUD until he found a name he hadn't looked for in a long time. He sent a short text to the ThreadLink identifier. He didn't wait for an answer, didn't expect one to come too quick. Instead, John tapped Vexy's ThreadLink contact next. The line rang for a few and then clicked alive. "John, why are you waking me up?" "Yeah, sorry. Guess it's early, huh?" he said. "I was up all night." He didn't ask why she had been. With Vexy, there were too many possible answers, and most of them involved solder and scrap cybernetics. "Me too," he said simply. "I actually hadn't asked for you." "That right? You give those assholes a bloody nose for me." He thought of the Grin virus that had infected Vexy's systems when she'd tried to crack the transponder he'd sold her. It also made him think of the dungeon opening and the way the Grin seemed to have some kind of hand in it. He was still pretty sure he wanted to go into the dungeon. It was too lucrative an opportunity not to. But he also still hadn't decided whether to clue Kaito in about the whole dungeon situation, now that it overlapped with his enmity with the Grin. The vampire fixer could probably provide more, or at least as many resources than the retainers could, but he wasn't sure it was worth it. He was still working through the mental calculus, but he'd have to decide who to loop into his plans pretty soon. "I pissed them off," he said. "Pretty bad." "Good. Anyone who tosses around subjugation code like it's candy deserves a boot to the teeth." A pause. "So, what did you want from me, Ranson?" "Was wondering if you could get me some UV lights, preferably industrial grade," he said. "Some big units and maybe some handheld ones I could mount in some tech. The stronger the better." "Why do you think I have that?" "You have a lot of random shit, Vex. You're half a hoarder or more. Really, I just figured you could source it for me." "Maybe. But you remember that I don't work for you, John, right? I'm just your jackdog." "Come on, Vexy, I'll owe you. It's important." "Why is it important that you get UV lights? You trying to scare off some ghosts or something?" "Or something. You really don't want to know." Silence, then a resigned breath. "Fine, I'll make some calls, but no promises. Kay, can I go back to bed now?" "You even actually in your bed?" "What kind of question is that?" "You're sleeping in your surgery chair again, aren't you?" John asked. She didn't give him the satisfaction of a confirmation. "Good night, John." "Night, Vexy. At least grab a blanket or something." The call clicked to an end. A moment later, the sound of knuckles rapped through the apartment door. Claire reappeared in the living room. Marvin's circular large optic moved to the doorway. John slid the door open with a thread-link carried thought. Red filled the frame, broad-shouldered and tusked, city clothes big and casual his muscled body. "Hey," Claire said, bright. "Hey, kid," Red said, voice rising in tempo. "You ready?" "Yep." She grabbed her bag from beside John and bounced up to the Oni. John was already up and approaching his best friend. He and Red clasped hands. "Good to see you breathing," Red said. "You too," John nodded at Claire. "Thanks for taking her." "No problem. Thought you'd be passed out, though." "I got a little sleep earlier." He exhaled, not mentioning that it had only been a 30-minute nap following working on Marvin and the drone's code. "Was actually wondering if you might swing back by after you drop her off." Red glanced at Claire, then back to John. "For what?" "So we can meet those people we talked about," John said, implying the retainers. "Maybe stop by the old man's first. If he's around, I pinged him to see if he's in the mood to deal." Claire squinted at her cousin's vagueness when speaking of the retainers. "Who are you talking about?" "Don't be nosy," John said. "Humph," she said, clearly not impressed with his dismissal. "The old man is still working as far as I know," Red said, his tusked mouth pulling into a small smile at Claire's pout. "If you want to meet the others too, I'll want to get into some nicer clothes first." The implication was clear, despite Red not wanting to worry Claire either. The Oni wasn't walking into the retainer's hideout with armor on. "Smart," John said. "Works for me if it works for you." "Sure," Red said, and then tipped his chin at Marvin. "He knew. You already spend what you just made on him?" "Nah, he was free, under city find," John said. "I just retooled him." "Hope you scrubbed his drives too," Red said. "Taking in strays from down there can end badly." "He's clean," John said. "Already checked." I think, John thought to himself. When he'd hooked Marvin up to his terminal, John had found the droid's code to be pretty boring. Until he'd checked his behavioral protocols. To put it plainly, Marvin's personality code made almost no sense in either its syntax or mere existence, as in it was so complicated and extensive that it shouldn't have fit on the droid's memory banks. Moreover, a lot of the droid's behavioral code was actively editing itself. And some of it didn't even make sense to John, not in that it was too advanced for him to understand, though it was in place, but in the fact that it shouldn't have done what it seemed to be trying to do. Athena had posited that the droid was likely somehow actively using its growing soul core as a memory bank and an processor of its still-forming sapience. Besides giving him a headache over the techno-magic bullshit that was the droid's code-expressed soul, the whole thing had really hammered a conclusion home for John. Marvin really was alive somehow, or he was at least very good at simulating being alive. "Huh. Well, I'm not going to question you on tech," Red said to John, shifted his attention back to Claire. "We should go, kid, or you'll be late." "Okay," she hugged John, despite her earlier annoyance at him. "See you after school." "Sure. Want to maybe do a grocery run after school?" he asked. "So we can stop up on some of what you like too. Figure we need to fill the cabinets now that we can." "Really?" Her eyes went wide. "Should we spend that much?" "It's fine. Stop worrying. You'll get wrinkles before you get out of college." "Whatever." She smiled, then rolled her eyes at him. "I'm just going to get used to us having money." "Go on and get going," John said. "You're keeping Red waiting." "Okay, love you," she said, and stepped out of the apartment and followed Red out. "See you in a bit," Red said before he left. John watched them walk through the lobby until they stepped out of view, then closed the door. He made his way to the kitchen to get a water when a threadlink message blinked into his HUD. It was from the old man, otherwise known as Marcus, but no one called him that. The message meant more than it led on by design. Coming from the old man, who was a bona fide veteran gun runner, it meant he was open to doing business if John was paying and that he had some inventory. John sent. It meant John wanted a meet. John replied, implying he expected some decent options if Marcus expected him to buy anything, but that he did intend to buy. A beat, then another message came through. He closed the thread and looked at Marvin. "Looks like you're probably getting that new gun after all." Marvin lifted both his hands, pink and not, and clapped in excitement. "You're so weird," John said. Athena appeared on the couch next to Marvin. "You like him," she said, calling John out.